level to the next, we need to ensure that there's some learning going on. We're looking at that growth mindset, originality, leadership and determination, going through everything that we're doing. So my challenge to you is like always going to be around transfer. So how do we transfer these chats into our delivery which impacts on every single kid?
Okay, play.
Give it all now. We should see the best of you.
As soon as you hear a clap or a gun or a whistle to react to, your muscles just kick in a lot better.
Lift it backwards, lift it backwards.
Great pass, mate.
There you go, straight in the car. That's a goal in any league in the world.
Make good mistakes. Don't get frustrated if you haven't quite mastered it yet. Does he want to do a bit of running? Super speedy, Rupert!
We've worked it out, he's got a superpower.
Most importantly, have we enjoyed this morning?
Yeah.
Yeah? Top stuff, okay.
Yeah.
First of four, first of four.
Jump laterally, land on one leg, yeah? You're pushing yourself back, okay? It's going to be hard to get it down, this one.
The latest video that we've just done here, the jump is anything perfect, it's going straight. And what does that mean with our weight now, all of a sudden? Where's the weight going?
Forwards towards the stumps.
Exactly.
Watch yourself.
Good drive. Turn and send. Turn and have a look.
Really quick feet, accelerating, change your direction and then driving to take a pass, okay?
That's it, good girl. Hands down, good girl. Go on, make it go into that corner, brilliant. Getting back to the outside.
The growth, the originality, the leadership, and a bit of determination. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That was absolute class, boys. Sometimes we get so preoccupied with having that ball, we forget about what's around us, we forget about looking up, scanning. I want you to tell one person each from the group, just one person in the group, what you loved about what you've just done at some point in that game. That's what teamwork's about. Respect, belief. How good is that? That was awesome, boys. Well done. Grab a drink. Well done. Good stuff.
Crazy catch over there.
That was so cool.
That was by far the best part today.
I also like the 2v1 because it was very challenging.
Really well done today. Let's start to pack away. See you next time. Okay, now Katie, this piece of work that you've done here is really impressive. So keep it up. Well done.
Thank you.
The spirit of always getting better. The spirit of starting a very important journey. The spirit of teamwork and ingenuity. The spirit of community and family. The spirit of safety in a home away from home. The spirit of competition and loyalty. The spirit of passion and creativity. The spirit of achievement when it matters. is the spirit of Sedbergh.
I'm Robert Jagger from One Yorks, and this is what I've done this week.
Welcome back to the glorious Lake District and back for day 2 of the Sedbergh Tens. As you can well see, once again, the rugby and meteorological gods are smiling upon us and encouraging another slick day of Sedbergh Super Tens with some of the finest schools in the country going toe-to-toe on the business end of the competition. We saw some fabulous rugby all day yesterday, but the boys have been back to the dorms, they've recharged the batteries and they've resharpened their minds, knowing that silverware is on the line today. Brighton, they were looking good. Stamford as well, and Ipswich setting the pace, but you can't discount the likes of Felsted. You can't discount the likes of the home side, Sedbergh, who always dig deep on their home competition, and Hampton, who are just taking to the pitch behind me. We're bringing you all the action across the day, just like before, and Dave Rogers and Angus Savage are going to be the voices who will be illuminating that action for you. So it's over to them for the first matches of the day.
Cheers, Joe. Look at that beautiful vista. Blue skies, two great teams, and the opportunity for many of these young men to go out in style and say goodbye to schoolboy rugby with a trophy. One of the most illustrious trophies at this level of the game as well. It's Brighton College versus Hampton School on day 2 of Sedbergh Super 10s. All of the action live across 2 pitches. Myself, Dave Rogers, covering the action here in the glorious sunshine next to me. Angus Savage over on pitch number 2. Well, Brighton College undefeated yesterday, and they managed to get one over on the hosts as well. The way they picked themselves up after that disappointment of losing in the final of the National School Sevens at Roslyn Park has been a credit to themselves, coaches, parents, many of whom have made the journey north. And Hampton School, themselves a rugby powerhouse in the huddle, their final preparations in those white jerseys. This is a great rivalry. They'll know all about each other and have crossed paths many times before. And after a great, successful day yesterday, they find themselves here in the cup. The competition now been split into 2, the cup and the plate. And this one is the first game of the day as these 2 teams search for ultimate glory. It's Brighton College in the maroon, navy and gold hoops, kicking off to Hampton School in the white jerseys with the navy shorts. 12 minutes a half.
Advantage, knock on only. No hands.
And this in a pool stage, so the knockout's not till later. If it is a draw, it is a draw. If we've got a draw in the cup, then I will bring you all the news and the goings on there, but we've got lots of rugby to cover before then. Oh, and it's first opportunity for Hampton up the right-hand side. Oh, it's been ripped. Good hand in that by Luckman.
Down, thank you.
Forcing the knock on just as Hampton's eyes were lighting up and they thought they were going to launch their first assault on the line. Oh, this is going to be a good contest. Perfect conditions as well.
Yeah. Space before
I've tended not to look at the weather forecast because, you know, you can get excited and you can get carried away.
Yeah, thank you.
But what we do know is, well, it's closer to 0 degrees than it is to 20. The playing conditions just about perfect. Got to credit the ground staff here as well. They've had so much rain, and in between the pitches is a right state surface water. Slipping and sliding.
Bind.
But the playing surfaces holding up beautifully.
Set.
George Williams puts the ball in at scrum half, and it's a first touch for Tom Saunders. A good take low down by Keelan Farrell. Oh, Farrell going around the outside. Great work in the inside pass too. Jack Hughes there. Can't free that. Brighton into the Hampton half before a little knock on stifles their progress.
9. Don't need the appealing, thank you. Here's your mark. Last scrum was good. Let's have the same again, please.
This time it'll be Hampton put in. A couple of knock-ons each. I'm surprised there are a few mistakes. These boys hold themselves to a very high level, but they have played a lot of rugby in the last 7 days and put a lot of miles on the road as well. Oh, good contest at the scrum, and Brighton looking to get the nudge. But Hampton coming again. Not looking to find the edge this time, but getting over the gain line. Nice offloading. And they do get on the outside. The sweeper going to be called into action here. Great inside pass. Tackle made again. It's Williams with the last ditcher. Oh, and another knock on. Oh, backwards says the referee. So Hampton are in. A setter under the post. It's a sweeping move. A little bit of luck, but great attacking intent by Hampton. And they take a 5-0 lead here in this first game of the day.
Lads, just work hard for that back foot, please. Move out the way, please. Got to work hard coming back.
Oh, the conversion is hammered into the crossbar. And Liner, unfortunate, but how fortunate with this. It was a lovely inside ball, great chase back. Morgan does well.
Timing.
And then that, adjudged to have gone backwards. Langrish had hit a good line, but Acela was there Under the posts, opening score. And that makes it really interesting. Brighton now.
Advantage high.
Got a penalty advantage for the high shot. And now they can stretch their legs. Into open grass, missed tackle, Keelan Farrell. Keelan Farrell brought down by Skinner, a metre short on Hampton recovering. Farrell too quick, too strong for his own teammates. Brave defence from Hampton.
Take a step, lads, on the touch.
Oh, a try saver. What a start to this game. And Keelan Farrell showing his quality. It's not a great clearance kick, though. It stays in field, and George Williams can come again. Oh, the strength of Williams getting rid of the first and second tacklers. That's a better clear out. And Brighton pick and go through Miller Cole.
Stay two-step.
Williams. Now Ethan Dando goes on the arc. Dando inside then out. Ethan Dando equalises the game. Individual strength and brilliance from the Brighton number 10. 5 minutes in, we've had one try each. And this first game in the cup delivering. Here's Keelan Farrell to put his cultured left boot through this one. Oh, beautiful strike. And the flags go up, 7-5, Brighton College. Let's take another look at this then.
Same way, yeah.
Brighton looking after the ball really well when Dando picks it up here on that arcing run on the outside. There's a little gap in the defence, and ball couldn't make the first up tackle, and Dando on the front foot.
Always inside.
Hampton, though, they want to run it from inside their own 22, and that's why. Striding through tackles. Exhibition stuff now. Morgan recycling the ball beautifully. Flung back in, but there was a toe on the paint. And some sleepy defences early on, combined with some ambitious attack. This end-to-end stuff, tough on the lungs, tough on the legs, but great on the eyes of the spectators. Hope you're enjoying this one as much as we are.
Come on, Davo. Come on,
Red.
Line out, 4-man. Crunching hit.
No.
Miller Cole.
Not in conversation, are we either? Thank you. Back we go. Got 2 sets of eyes on it. Red first. Cool. Thank you. White ball forward to red first. Double knock on. Thank you. That's all right. Yeah. See, we've got 2 pairs of eyes on it for a reason. Thank you. Crouch!
There's some music coming from somewhere.
Bind!
And when he's off on his adventures, I'm going to get Joe Burns to find out where the party's coming from. I think it's Hurstpierpoint. Another strong scrum.
Come out the tunnel.
Physically strong from Brighton.
Yeah, we'll come in and touch. Make sure we're holding our weight to the balls in, please, yeah? There's your mark.
Yeah, they brought the party from Brighton. They had a great game against Brighton yesterday, of course. That a very local rivalry.
Crouch! Bind!
Hampton put in this time. What an attacking opportunity they've got here. 8 minutes gone. Brighton put the squeeze on, but Hampton do well to hook that.
No release!
And Brighton called into defensive action. Advantage coming here, so Skinner gets them moving. Then Liner takes it back the other way, but no advantage.
Back, back, on the touch, Judge, please. Keep going. Whenever you're ready.
Meet them. Up, boys. Up, up, up.
Hampton working it up the left-hand side. Now the full width to play with, but the chip over the top.
Take it back by Red.
Great chase. It was taken back over the line by Brighton.
Grounded scrum 5.
And it'll be a scrum 5 put in Hampton. What a response from them. From going 7-5 behind.
Both you leave it, thank you. Scrum Red. White scrum. Take it back by Red, scrum white.
Big moments.
Go back over the line. Yeah, thank you.
Well, Brighton have had the edge in the scrum so far.
I'll step out your way.
But I don't think they'd swap positions with Hampton here. I don't think Hampton would swap positions with them, should I say.
Set.
Scrum 5. Full width to work with. Oh, but a monstrous 5-man scrum from Brighton.
One's coming back. We're nowhere near moving.
Diffuses the trouble and gives them the chance to clear. Replacement for Brighton. Archie Kane coming on, wearing number 7. Ears taped up.
Hips have come out, you've gone in at an angle. There's your mark.
Just glancing over at pitch number 2. Kirkham 17-0 up over Felston.
Red. We're not having a huddle at every line out.
Referee.
Red, step across, open that gap, please. Thank you.
Very much in charge of this game, particularly around the set piece. Well, the scrum going very well for Brighton. The line out, not so much.
Thank you.
And then that one's been pinched, so Tom Saunders on the ball here, trying to find Henry Williams.
Away now, 7.
On that short line. Good tackle by Acela, the try scorer. Saunders and Archie Kane just on the pitch.
Tackle.
Very physical. Well, hands on the floor. It was a shame. The ball had been lost, and then Hill, the captain, couldn't help himself.
Backwards.
A little bit scrappy, but Ethan Dando can glide away from players again. Dando cruising through. Ethan Dando is going to get his second try. Brighton's second. And that one maybe even better than the first. Well, Ethan Dando patrolling the midfield.
I'll be the half.
Doesn't even necessarily look like he ever hits full tilt. Just got great vision, great balance, a nightmare to defend. And his 2 tries have given Brighton the edge here. And Keelan Farrell's left boot has added the extras. Half-time, and Brighton have come from behind to lead Hampton by 14 points to 5.
Stamford.
Second half incoming. Hampton School needing to come from behind if they're going to get an opening victory on day 2. They open the scoring through a seller. And they've shown some great attacking intent, but since then, it's been Brighton and mainly Ethan Dando who've done the damage. But this, a lovely start from Skinner.
Tackler!
Drawing in plenty of Brighton defenders, and then
with the tackler in the way.
during the penalty as well, they go quickly. Hill on the ball, taking it to the line. Langrish finding the try scorer. Great pass off the right hand. Cowan steps inside, and again, great feet from Cowan.
Thank you, 12.
Takes Hampton to within 4 meters. A little dart and a stretch and a try from Luckman.
Okay?
And the perfect start to the second period for Hampton. Straight on the front foot. Lovely finish from Luckman as well. Tough conversion, and Skinner snatches at it a little bit. I think sometimes you don't realise quite how far the conversions are. They're taken from the 22, but when they're out there on the touchline, it's a big 35, 40 metre kick, going for that extra power, but Cowan really sets this up, doesn't he? 3, 4 Brighton men involved there, and then Luckman.
Run, please, fellas. We're a little bit close last time, yeah? Thank you.
Smart run, isn't it? 'Cause he sees Dando just bite in to try and close that gap, and then gets him on the outside. And Nico Luckman
backwards, take it
gets
back.
the try. So Hampton right back in this game. And they turn this ball over. This is a good start. Langrish again. Little nudge in behind, but it's well covered.
No team now
Alex
lost.
Berkshire
2.
takes it to ground for Brighton College. 2 minutes of the second half gone. 12-minute halves, remember, in this 10-a-side format. Long way round here for George Williams. Brighton playing with such confidence by their own try line. And Hampton sniffing around the third try. What a chance this is to take the lead. Oh, this will be a yellow card too.
No, stop. White. You're offside, please. 6 never onside.
Miller Cole was never onside.
Okay, whenever you're ready. Go on, drop out. Held up.
2-minute yellow cards. Which, if someone can do the maths on that, is that proportionate? So if 10 minutes for an 80-minute game, 2 minutes for a 24-minute game, that's close enough, isn't it? Either way, Brighton College currently a man down, and will be, certainly for this phase of attack that starts with Morgan. Drives the legs, Morgan.
Red, no hands.
Up to the edge of the 22 he goes.
That's gone backwards. Step for me, Red.
Slow ball, but in a good field position. And Hill, the captain, goes for the crossfield kick. Luckman gives chase. Goes for the touch inside, and oh, there's a little feather of a Brighton boot on it, and Hampton really turning the screw.
Thank you. Happy, thank you. No.
They'll be delighted with this start. Lovely atmosphere around the ground as well. Lots of parents have come out to watch. Of course, we've got all of you guys at home. Hope if you look out the window, it is the beautiful blue sky that we've got here. It is a lot different to how it was in London last week at the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens. Langrish, in it comes. A real battle for that ball, but it comes back Hampton's way. And then Skinner, lovely pass, lovely nudge by Hill. And he's got it down. The try's been scored.
Ball rounded first.
The kick from Hill showed great vision.
Come on at the kickoff.
Come on, Brighton!
7.
And Hampton lead 3 tries to 2, 15 points to 14.
He's coming back on.
And this time, the conversion is caressed over the crossbar. First successful conversion. 2 unanswered tries in the second half. Let's take another look at this as it opens up. Hill, a lovely nudge. It wasn't the cleanest of balls, but he's tidied it up. Great ball from Skinner. Little nudge in behind. The gas came in from Morgan. Referee had a great view of this, and Morgan just gets it down before the dead ball line. Jack Hewer disagrees, so does Alex Berkshire. But the scoreboard says Brighton College 14, Hampton 17. Well, Brighton, they've already come from behind to take the lead. They were 5 down to go 14-5 up. They're 17-14 down now. 3 times the lead has changed hands. Oh, big work there. Cowan.
Held first. Held first.
And nothing going Brighton's way. Mainly due to the pressure being applied by Hampton, who look bang up for it on a Monday morning.
Come on, Brighton!
Brighton. White, let's go, please!
Big breath.
What a day. And what a 6 or 7 minutes of this second half where Brighton have been totally stifled.
Stay! First man sat, that's fine. Tackle,
Another
release,
opportunity
release.
in the 22. Again, Skinner just whips it away. Hill. Better from Brighton.
Let go, all of you. Back we go, please. Holding on.
Plenty of time on the clock. 5 minutes. And this one beautifully balanced and poised. 1 score either way. It's another loose kick though, and Luckman's underneath it, and he only knows one way. Langrish out to Cowan on the wing.
Stay.
Acela. Skinner and Acela out there to that
no hands.
left wing again.
Release. Ball number 2. Pass the man. Hold it, hold it. Have you ball change
Early
on?
in the half, Hampton were managing the game really well. They're giving away some silly penalties here.
Okay, thank you.
Right, not punished them yet. Missing touch with the last kick.
No. Kick this off and then we'll make our changes.
Into the final 4 minutes.
I'll let you make them.
And this time touch is found. And I think that'll be sweet relief for everyone in Brighton colours. Finally, they can get their hands on the ball and try and get back into this game. 5 excellent tries though in this cup opener.
2 going past the wrap.
To the front they go.
It's not on the ball.
Again, it's Williams in at scrum half, and Brighton attacking from deep. Up over halfway they come. Hampton committing, what, 2 or 3 to each tackle, and then knocked on by Dando. And the free kick, or sorry, the scrum becomes a penalty.
Just on the edge for me there, please. It's on the 5.
After Ethan Dando opens his mouth and lands himself in hot water.
Yeah, time's on. I'll make it very clear if time's off, okay? That's all right.
And this time it's Hampton who've missed touch. Like no one wants to win this game. Harry Streak inside, brought down by Armstrong, 13 on 13. Back inside, and Brighton just have not turned up in this second half. All looks very laboured.
Let's go, please, both sides. There's your mark, let's go.
And Hampton have got 2 minutes to manage.
There's your mark.
2 minutes away from an absolutely huge win that could completely change the landscape of this cup competition.
We're both to the left of it, aren't we?
Bearing in mind, Brighton College beat the hosts, last year's finalists, the champions the year before, Sedbergh.
Set.
Just over a minute to go on our clock. Skinner puts it in. Brighton. Put the squeeze on. Thought they'd won the penalty, but it'll be a reset, and there's only one team that suits, and it's Hampton.
Crouch.
Into the final minute.
Bind. Set.
Again, the squeeze comes on, but it's out. The pack do well. Skinner does well. Hampton come forward. Ball's gone loose. Again, it comes back Hampton's way.
Stay.
It's great hustle. Acela, whose try opened the game. But it's been pinched. Great turnover by George Williams. And maybe Brighton will have one last chance. Ho makes the tackle. Penalty advantage. Up over the 10 come Brighton College. Great tackle.
Coming, roll away, White.
Perfect technique.
22, roll away.
But 24 minutes are on the clock. Brighton College have a penalty. They're going to kick it into the 22. Well, no, they're not. They're going to tap and go. Probably a good decision. The line had not been going particularly well, but the offloading game has. On Brighton, go around the outside. They are going to steal it with the clock in the red.
That's time, gents.
Brighton College steal it. George Williams ghosts up the outside.
Check, but it's time. In line with me. Time.
And they have pulled that one from the fire. Hampton have been superb in the second half. They have not given Brighton a sniff until the very, very end. And the conversion is irrelevant. Oh, the spirit shown by Brighton College, the spirit shown by Hampton. Top quality. Heartbreak that at this level, it'll be conversions that choose the victor, but Brighton College have edged it. They have worked hard, they've dug in, and they've got their first win of the day. It's Brighton College 19, Hampton School 17.
All right, dramatic finish to that game there, Ethan. What's going through your mind and you and the rest of the boys?
Yeah, so our last play, you know, a couple of calls to go to the corner there, but Keelan on the ball, we just back ourselves to create something there. You know, Keelan, George in the corners. What we saw all week at Roslyn, just a bit of magic from the boys.
It's been a hell of a week for you and your team, getting to the final at Roslyn and just being pipped right at the death. How have you guys picked yourself up after the disappointment against Harrow in that final?
I mean, to be honest, the boys were pretty buzzing even after the loss of the final. We lost our first game at Roslyn, so to come back from that in the group, win the group, quite a tough group with all the ace colleges, and then to get all the way to the final in our group with those boys there, Hampton, Sedbergh as well, to get through that. Yeah, the boys just buzzing. The loss didn't really affect our feelings too much. We were just quite happy to be there. It's a great battle, and then just kept the energy up into this week, and we've been doing pretty well.
Yeah, doing very well. So you must be full of belief, like having spoken about the teams that you overcame at Roslyn Park, but then also really tough contests yesterday, and you've dug super deep here just now.
Yeah, no, I mean, our group on that second day, I mean, Denton just pipped Millfield, that team that we lost to last year in the Joey's final, so pretty strong side there, and then yeah, just full belief, just full focus on ourselves. Can't get drawn into big names at all tournaments. Just got to focus on yourself and see what we can do as a team, and we've been doing well doing that.
And what about, last question, just about actually playing tens? How is it differing for you guys? How are you finding the format? Because it's one that we don't get to see as much, but we definitely enjoy it when we're up here at Sedbergh doing it.
Yeah, no, well, people think it's probably a bit closer to sevens than it is 15s, but it's basically just 15s minus 5 guys. That's how we've put our mindset. You know, it's not 7 plus 3. It's the 15 minus 5. You just got to play 15s essentially, truck it up a bit in the middle, and then get our guys out wide, Keelan into space, and so we've been doing well at that. It's flowing quite nicely.
All you in the middle, Ethan. Couple good tries to you as well.
Yeah, thanks to the boys for creating the space there. It's all a team effort at the end.
What a captain, crediting the boys with his 2 tries. Okay, lovely to see you out there. Good luck for the rest of the tournament. Cheers, Ethan. Okay, so great to hear from the Brighton captain. Boy, did they have to dig deep. And another team you know who are always going to dig deep, the home team, Sedbergh. They're taking to the field now, so it's back to Angus and Dave.
The hosts are back on pitch number 1, entertaining Seaford College, and it's Seaford with the first touch and Sedbergh winning the first penalty. Oh, what a kick. Just about finding touch. It's Alec Martin there wearing number 10. And Archie Ivans there. Throwing up the first line. Oh, Seaford have pinched that though. And Arthur Chads gets them going. But then the knock on. It's not been the sharpest of starts from either of these two teams, both teams with ambitions to go deep in this competition.
Okay, the first one, you set the standards. Okay, 3 clear movements, stability before the ball. Crouch. Bind. Set.
First scrum of the game, in it comes from Will Holmes. Oh, but Seaford have pinched it. They pinched the line out and pinched the scrum. And this time they put the toe on it.
Tackle.
Across goes Tom Burton, wearing 15. He's sweeping. And here comes Sedbergh. Alec Martin at 10. Out it goes. And there's some space here on the left-hand side, and a 2-on-1 if they can execute it. Good cover tackle. Across comes Fraser Line.
11. Thank you.
But this is great passing, great skill set from Sedbergh. But great work at the breakdown from Seaford.
7.
And Sedbergh yet to really hit their straps. Seaford around that contact zone. And around that set piece looking very good. Not quite as good with the boot though. Tommy Triggs. Inside to his hooker. It's Archie Ivans, and then galloping up the left-hand side and then getting rid of the man there. Charlie Turnbull looking very strong indeed. More loose ball though, and Fraser Chad's applying the pressure. Oh, I like that for an offload. Tommy Triggs out there on the edge. Oh, suggestion of a gap there. Gliding round was Alec Martin. But an advantage here for Sedbergh. Didn't last too long, but a good period of play here for Sedbergh. As good as Seaford have been, they've hardly touched the ball. Now they find themselves on the edge of their own 22. Another advantage coming here for Sedbergh. They don't want penalties, they want points. Tommy Triggs gets chopped. Fraser Line not rolling away. And Sedbergh
roll away
with a penalty. 4 minutes into this first half. Will Holmes. But Alec Martin going to go for the corner. Doesn't put the ball as deep as he'd perhaps have liked, but it does mean that the Browns are inside the 22 for the first time in the game.
I understand you fell on the right side.
And it's a real opportunity now. Last line out was pinched. So Archie Ivans needs to be on the money this time. Oh, and he is. It's not cleanly gathered, but gathered nonetheless. And Sedbergh keep the ball moving. Snaffled by Ollie Glover. Now Will Holmes can dart up the short side. Is that where the space is? Oh, the kick in behind. Wasn't how he imagined it would go, Will Holmes. Sorry, Finn White, should I say?
High tackle.
Another penalty. Seaford being their own worst enemy at the moment, but Sedbergh not being as crisp and clean as they'd have liked. And oh, now then.
Okay, first and second.
Oh, there was a knock on off Sedbergh first, and I think as a result, Seaford have got away with one there. We've seen yellow cards for worse.
Jensen's crouch. Set. Stability.
Intelligent clearance, just hammering it down the tram line. And calling Tom Burton into action, but Burton does well, and it could open up here for Sedbergh. Lovely stuff from Burton. He releases the speed and then gets the second touch. Tom Burton's going to score. Wilbur Blackman with the assist. And after all that bump and grunt inside the 22, it is open play in the length of the field that brings the first 5 points for Sedbergh. And the conversion's good too, right under the sticks in the sunshine. Sedbergh 7, Seaford 0. Seaford looking to inject some tempo. First things first, they need to get their hands on the ball. They've hardly touched it. But Arthur Chads can change a game on his own, and there he is, looking lively.
No hands. Hands on the ground. Let go, 8.
Penalty conceded. Will Holmes guarding this touchline. And now it's Seaford's turn.
Let's go, let's lift it! Let's lift it! Ben, get the energy up! Holmesy, get the energy up! Big energy now, boys!
Jimmy Staples, ball in hand. Seaford looking to respond. First time they've been inside the 22. They've got Arthur Chads there at the front, but they go to the back, and now they set them all.
Don't change 16.
Something akin to a 15s. But they all count for 5, and Jimmy Staples there at the back. This looking good for Seaford. This is good for Seaford. But it takes all kinds of tries, doesn't it? This 10-a-side game, a hybrid, bringing the best bits from both 7s and 15s, and that is the best executed driving maul that we've seen so far. Jimmy Staples gets Seaford off the mark. Alex Challoner kicks that one straight into the Sedbergh huddle. So it's still a Sedbergh lead, but only by 2 points, 7-5. Take another look at this. Jimmy Staples, bang on the money with the darts, and then he arrives, and Sedbergh at 1s and 2s here. So difficult to defend when you are set, but they never really committed. It was great patience from Seaford. And then Staples wins Academy hooker, goes over in the armchair. Deep with the restart. Alec Martin's underneath it.
Inside.
Kicks that into wide open space.
Tackle.
Good organised defence here from Sedbergh, but Chads takes it up that short side. And then wants to get going. Of course he does. He's been so high tempo. One of the standouts of yesterday. He's had a great season. As Arthur Chads. And Seaford straight back up to the 22. Couple of penalties here. Sedbergh's turn. Chads on the move quickly again. Chads, oh, that looked like a high tackle. Referee says no, and Sedbergh win the penalty.
Let go of the ball.
Well, Chads looks up at the referee there. He can't quite believe that a high tackle wasn't given there. And I'll be honest, I can't either. But Sedbergh, nonetheless, are on the move.
08, thank you.
Just move the ball with ease, don't they?
No hands.
Ollie Glover, easy to spot in that headgear.
Stability. Yeah, that was well timed. The ball came in and you both went. Crouch! Bind! Set!
Well, since going a try behind, it's been a lot better from Seaford, but that scrum from Sedbergh, wow. Well, the ball's gone backwards there. I think Seaford perhaps getting away with one. Will Holmes sniffing around the turnover, but the referee saying no.
Tackle!
Oh, there's some good footwork, and Sedbergh being stretched and falling off tackles here. Seaford back into the 22.
Trapped him.
Oh, just been dropped there.
It's a knock on. He was trapped at half time.
And that's an error that takes us to the half-time whistle. Fascinating half, one try apiece. A beauty, sweeping move for Sedbergh. And a well-executed forward drive for Seaford College. Just 2 points in it. Sedbergh 7, Seaford 5. Teams are back out. Team talks have been had. And now it's up to the players to put on a show. Sedbergh, the hosts, 2 points to the good after opening the scoring. They're going to get us underway in the second half. And that is not a particularly good strike of the ball. It will be better today, I promise. However, it must be said that in these conditions, even though glorious sunshine, look at those long morning shadows. As Arthur Chads gets Seaford College on the go again. Kicking the ball when it's soft underfoot, not a particularly easy task. We've seen a lot missed from under the posts with those drop goal conversions. But it hasn't stopped the boys running the ball, has it? They have run the studs off their boots so far, and this is Seaford doing exactly the same now, spreading it out to that left-hand side and then stepping in. Great feet from Alex Challoner. Oh, there was a clear out off the ball there. But the penalty wasn't for that, it was for holding on.
Line, please, Seaford.
And a good clearance kick. Had a few missed touch early on. First line out of the second half. Line out not been great for Sedbergh, and that wasn't a great throw, but it got there. More like a football throw than a rugby man. That's a beautiful pass whipped out of the back, and now that opens up the Seaford defence. Oh, this is another brilliant, brilliant score by Sedbergh School. And again, it's Tom Burton. Oh, this boy can finish, can't he? It's a whipping pass that missed the man out. The dummy line was great too. That created the gap. And the extras added 14-5. Take another look at this. This was the pass. Just fixed what, 1-2 Seaford defenders. Excellent line from Luke Perry. And that just opened the door. And Tom Burton doesn't need a second invitation. 2 fabulous tries from him. And that puts Sedbergh in charge of this game. Seaford College, though, will continue to come. There he is, the man of the moment, Tom Burton.
Charge down, play. Tackle!
Now Seaford's turn to respond. Alex Challoner has to run back into traffic. Always seems to get over the gain line though, doesn't he?
On the 5.
Got tackled high there by Charlie Turnbull.
Fellas, a step, please. On Harry on the far side.
Seaford again, looking good with the set piece, aren't they?
Out you go.
And again, Staples with those taped up ears comes away and takes them into the 22. And Arthur Chads gets the attack going. Is there space around the outside? No, but the ball's gone forwards.
There's the mark, fellas.
Sedbergh 14, Seaford 5.
Bind!
Still bags of time though, as the clock ticks towards 24. And it comes from Holmes. And then whipped out by Johnny Hanson. Oh, away they go again. Well, they can score from anywhere and everywhere, and the 3 tries that Sedbergh have dotted down against Seaford here have all come from inside their own half. And they have all come from Tom Burton. Well, if he carries on playing like this, he'll be adding his name to the illustrious list of players of the tournament, because that is 3 exceptional tries from the Sedbergh 15.
Yeah.
And all 3 have been converted as well. Seaford now needing 3 scores. Just watch this. Just attacks the line, throws the dummy there. And you can see the visible panic in the Seaford defender when he realises that the ball's still in the 15's hands and that he's glided straight by him.
Time off.
And he shuts down the afterburners, cruises in, a hat-trick of tries for him. He's got every point.
Contest. No hands, Sedbergh.
Well, after a great start for Seaford, it's now looking like a real struggle. They need 3 tries. They've got a bit of luck to get the ball back in the 22. And Arthur Chads just trying a little bit hard to make some magic, and they've coughed the ball up. And now Sedbergh inside the 22. Lovely pass out to the width, and the big pull comes out, but he's dropped that over the line.
No try. It's a knock-on in goal, so it's a goal line dropout.
Archie Callahan desperately trying for try number 4.
Yep.
The Seaford defence holds firm.
Not playing goal. Okay, everyone behind the kicker, please, fellas. Yep. Go, gents.
Still 6 minutes of this one to go. And Seaford just looking for a way that maybe they can get this ball back from the goal line restart, but it's not going to happen. So Arthur Chads puts the boot on it, but Sedbergh comes straight back and they're going to score directly from the kick. Harvey Johnson carves through. They're under the sticks again. It's another finish from deep. But missed tackles, letting Seaford down. And now this one slipping away from their grasp. Sedbergh 28, Seaford 5. There are some tired Seaford College bodies out there now. Take another look at this. I mean, it's a great finish, but there's a bit of a mismatch in the midfield. First tackle's missed. And after that, Harvey Johnson just puts the hammer down, a real winger's try. Oh, and then the ball just bounces straight up into the Sedbergh grasp. Call it home field advantage if you like, but they're straight back on the front foot. There's the try scorer, Johnson. Going down the middle again, big fend on one defender. Interception, Seaford. They're not going to gallop away with it, but they are going to get their hands on the ball, but the pressure absolutely relentless. Tom Newman coming in and making a nuisance of himself.
Advantage. 8 offside.
Fraser line offside.
8 offside. The line, fellas, on the 22.
Seaford. Well, that is not a great kick. Seaford have got away with that. Alex Challoner.
Hey, next gen, boys.
Oh, that is a good kick. Didn't have a lot of room to work with at all. He's given them 30 metres respite. But this has been the danger zone for Sedbergh. Not scored any short-range tries.
They were so good.
Into the final 3 minutes. The result beyond any doubt. And finally, Sedbergh looking like they've cleaned up the line out as well. Johnny Hanson in midfield, pulling the strings, and the try scorer, Harvey Johnson.
I made my next gen day.
Off the leg, play, off the leg.
Not always been particularly pretty from Sedbergh, is it? Archie Callahan there having to use the feet. They've coughed the ball up. And then Seaford.
Go to your local spot and get some
Through
prime.
Chads, skims that one out. Fraser line, and then out here it's Hamish Williams. No room outside Aidan Stewart though, and it's another penalty for Sedbergh, who've gone quickly. Harry Cresswell. Final 2 minutes. Yeah, lovely handling from Sedbergh. Getting it out to the edge there. Tom Newman, the man inside. And he's the first there to secure the ball. Johnny Hanson dives on it and darts at the short side, Johnny Hanson. Then they go up the short side again, and it does open up, and they will score. Jacob Butterell's over.
Thank you, just wait, just give me a minute. In case it's not tackled. Yeah, I've got grounded.
And Jacob Butterell will be awarded the 5th Sedbergh try. Tougher conversion this time. Still a minute to go, but they kept pounding that short side, didn't they? Can identify space even when there isn't much of it. The first unsuccessful conversion of the day then for Sedbergh. Oh, Great try in the end. Scrambling. Can you think of another situation in your life where you get your body into that kind of position, all in pursuit of getting over a line of white paint?
All in front, first
Oh,
two.
then Sedbergh all offside from the restart. So final few seconds. Seaford College. Look at Arthur Chad. Still wants to push the pace, doesn't he? Excellent young player. Sends Jimmy Staples in. Scored that try score, the try scorer that gave them a little bit of belief. No, Hamish Williams.
Own player.
Chads again. Oh, nice ball across the face, but knocked on. Not to be for Seaford today.
Okay. Knock on. Knock on.
And the double knock on takes us to the final whistle. Sedbergh, very impressive indeed. A hat-trick for the brilliant Tom Burton means that they defeat Seaford College 33 points to 5.
Impressive performance from Sedbergh there, whilst on pitch 2, well, Hurst and QEGS are coming up with ever-increasing images of ways to not score. I think it might still be 0 all over there. So very, very tense. But I'm delighted to say that I'm joined by the headmaster of Sedbergh, Dan Harrison, Mr. Harrison, to the kids who are tuning in from school. And we've just been chatting here, and I've been marvelling at the conditions in Cumbria, but it was close. It was close to maybe not being on.
Well, I got a phone call in London coming back from Rosslyn Park Sevens, and there was concern. We had a lot of rain over the weekend. The forecast was mixed, but fortunately we kept it on, and the sun is out, and it's a beautiful day.
Oh, I tell you what, you would have made some enemies if it had been called off and we'd been deprived from these conditions. And conditions that are feeding some fantastic rugby.
Absolutely brilliant. The matches so far this morning have been superb. I think this is a very, very open tournament. I think one of probably 6 teams could win it, which is exactly what we want.
Well, let's talk about your boys, because we've just seen them in action. Possibly their best performance of the weekends.
I think so, yes. We're just starting to play a little bit better. 2 lovely tries from Tom Burton. And, yeah, but who knows? Who knows? It's a long day ahead, and there's some really good teams out there.
Well, I know that you were down at Rosslyn Park for the Sevens, so you've got a pretty good touch about the schoolboy rugby landscape at the moment. And just as a wider point, tournaments like this, tournaments like Rosslyn Park Sevens, the whole scene is absolutely thriving at the moment, isn't it?
It is, and I think what's really noticeable is that the standard has come up. So there's no longer 1 or 2 teams right at the top. There's half a dozen teams which are rising there. Anyone can beat anyone. I saw a fantastic match this morning between Brighton and Hampton, who are both down at, in our group on the second day at Rosslyn Park. These are good teams, and it's fantastic for the game.
Absolutely incredible for the game. Like we love the competitive nature. We love everyone beating each other, and as you said, you know, that indecision as to who is actually going to win, and it's not going to be dominated by just a couple of schools at the top. And speaking of the schools that are here, pretty much everyone back again for another. So you know, you're having a lot of people who are looking to come and join the party as well.
Yeah, interestingly, I was down at Rosslyn Park, and a couple of schools came over. They were really keen to come. We also want to be loyal to the teams that have come up year upon year. It's 25 years since this tournament was set up, and I think over the 25 years it's happened all bar 3 years because of the weather. But we're always interested in new teams coming and to keep the standard as high as it possibly can be.
Yeah, let's talk about the evolution of the tournament, because 25 years, it's a great achievement for a tournament to be running that long, and you were fully embedded in it when you were in charge of rugby. You've now sort of headed up to be headmaster, but you know it intimately. How has the tournament changed? How's it grown over these years?
I think it's just become slightly more professional. I think you have added to it in terms of the live streaming and the camera work and the commentary. That's fantastic. People can access it from all over the world, which is superb. We've got lots of sponsors now, and it's just got bigger and better. But actually, we don't want to go away from why it was originally set up, which was to celebrate rugby and the right values for the pupils, and making sure that actually, with the last time they put on their school shirts, these pupils have an absolute ball.
Oh, it's such a special time, is it? There's a part of me that I sort of look on with envy at what these boys are going through, and that last term with the group that they've gone through their school years with. But then also the lower sixth who are getting their first taste of the Sedbergh 10s, and then thinking, right, next year that's going to be my year.
Absolutely, and I think that's exactly it. We've got one or two fifth form players, year 11s in various teams here today, and what incredible experience it is for them to be on a pitch with lads 2 years older. These are good players, and these will come through, and in 2 years' time they could be player of the tournament or whatever they may be.
Well, look, I'm going to let you get back off because we've got some more action developing on the field. It's a pleasure to catch up as ever, and thank you for hosting us, and thank you for hosting everyone for this fabulous tournament.
No problem. Please come back.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. Right, there we go, from the main man himself at Sedbergh, this absolute wonder of a rugby landscape that we're lucky enough to reside in for the weekend, and also lucky enough to enjoy some fabulous rugby. Sedbergh have just put on a show on pitch 1, but it is a long old day on pitch number 2, and there are a few more hurdles to overcome for all of our teams out here today if they're to progress to their various cup finals. But now it's time to head back to Dave, head back to Angus, and they're going to take you through the next bit of action.
Our ambition is to positively impact on every single kid
through their chosen sport at whatever level they want to be at. From one level to the next, we need to ensure that there's some learning going on. We're looking at that growth mindset, originality, leadership and determination, going through everything that we're doing. So my challenge to you is like always going to be around transfer. So how do we transfer these chats into our delivery which impacts on every single kid? Okay, play.
Give it all now. We should see the best of you.
As soon as you hear a clap or a gun or a whistle to react to, your muscles just kick in a lot better.
Lift it backwards, lift it backwards.
Great pass, mate.
There you go, straight in the cut. That's a goal in any league in the world.
Make good mistakes. Don't get frustrated if you haven't quite mastered it yet. Does he want to do a bit of running? Super speedy, Rupert.
We've worked it out, he's got a superpower.
Most importantly, have we enjoyed this morning?
Yeah.
Yeah? Top stuff, okay.
First to four, first to four.
Jump laterally, land on one leg, yeah? You're pushing yourself back, okay? It's going to be hard to get it down, this one.
The latest video that we've just done here, the jump is anything perfect, it's going straight, and what does that mean with our weight now, all of a sudden? Where's the weight going?
Forwards towards the stumps.
Exactly.
Watch yourself.
Good drive. Turn and send. Turn and have a look. Really quick feet. Excel.
Back on field, and while I promise you Dave Rogers, unfortunately I'm delivering a bit more of me. But very, very nice to catch up with the headmaster of Sedbergh, who are the most generous of hosts up here to us and all the teams who are taking part in this 25th Sedbergh Super 10s. And RGS High Wycombe against Dulwich College up next. RGS High Wycombe in the dark blue strip and Dulwich in a change strip, all in white. We'll see just how white that is at the end of this match. Look at that, picture perfect. Pavilion framed on the halfway line. Barely a cloud in the Cumbrian skies. RGS, get us underway.
Tackle's good.
It's a pretty fierce chase as well, but Dulwich doing well to retain possession. Two number 8s on the pitch, Matt Kirkham and Arthur Beattie. Do have some intel on how best to distinguish them. But off goes Tom Chamier.
High tackle.
Tackled and a penalty to Dulwich. They look to play with some tempo and flash it through the hands. Attacking from deep.
Back.
But leaving the ball behind, Peter Ash. And then they get it to the edge. Then they back their pace, a sling inside. Well collected and then out the back. They haven't looked after it well enough at the breakdown there. Jack Chappe, the first to react, and here come RGS High Wycombe, and they've burst through the heart of the Dulwich defence. LJ Ekendal, the man. And RGS High Wycombe on the board first here.
That's fine. It looked like a knock-on for me, that's why I've given it.
Well, the try underneath the uprights makes the conversion nice and easy. The try maximised to 7. Here we go. The handling was really, really good, but not looked after quite well enough in the contact. And the speed of the transition to get it, not to the edge, but to the middle. A mismatch there with second row being rounded. And things going from bad to worse for Dulwich, who cough up possession from the kickoff.
First by white, second by blue.
No advantage coming from a couple of knock-ons in there, and Dulwich just yet to settle.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's uncontested scrums.
We've seen already today that these are greatly shortened contests and less congested pitches.
Bind. Set.
A lot can happen. A game of tens. There's plenty of time for twists and turns and fabulous bit of backs play to unlock the white defence of Dulwich. Still driving on there, Sammy Sinclair. But this time, it's High Wycombe's turn for their handling to let them down, and Dulwich, looking to get it to the edge, but knocked on. Or was it? Well, we'll go back for the initial infringement.
Yeah, uncontested scrums. They've not got fit from right.
Dulwich at the moment playing all their rugby in their 22 by and large.
Crouch.
Scrum.
Bind. Set.
Should free up a bit of room out in the back division. Nice and smartly. They come with the set play. Out the back. Straightening up.
Eyes on the ball.
Going through one tackle before being brought down. 2 meters made. Double hits coming in from the High Wycombe boys. Good competition on the floor, but not enough of a release.
All the way first.
Off Dulwich go again, still playing in exactly the same place. Just beckoning runners onto the ball, and finally they get outside the defence. Good strength to stay in with the cover coming across.
Good contest, it's all lifted the ball.
Dulwich staying true to their pattern back play. Ooh, the kick was definitely on, but the charge down is presenting itself in time.
Falling, not
really
high,
good defence from High Wycombe at the moment. Having enough of a nibble in the breakdown as well to ask some questions, but that's more smart hands from Dulwich, who this time go exploring the left edge. Wriggles free of the tackle. One more to beat. Almost the inside ball going into his teammates' hands, but disrupted by High Wycombe. Dulwich just slow themselves down, and Daniel Pinkey has to spin on his heels. Oh, that's nice footwork. And well picked up, stooping low.
Tackle.
Matt Kirkham was that number 8 to do the job. He's in there foraging for the ball as well.
Tackle.
All wrapped up in being hassled by High Wycombe boys. But Dulwich retaining possession for a long period of time, really making High Wycombe work. But eventually, High Wycombe pounce at the breakdown. Holding on the call. But that was all about the watchful defence of High Wycombe. Their presence in the ruck.
There's your mark, stay on there, please. Step out wide.
Nice moving in the line out from High Wycombe, and
Give it up. Yeah, that's through.
Jack
Darvel.
Darvel,
Outside wide, there we go.
the one leaping highest, and the driving maul is chewing off a few meters for the boys from High Wycombe. That's nice little travel from round the edge, and it sucks in another defender to create a bit of extra room for the carry. Round the corner they go, in the hands of Sam Lee.
No hands, off your feet, let it go. We tap the ground beyond it, tap the ball, please.
Dulwich defence being asked questions, being asked tricky kick questions. Will it stay in? The footwork sublime. That could be a brilliant finish. And it is. Joe Caesar. Can't wait to see the replay of that. The kick in behind was as tight as it could be to the touchline. That man there, Caesar, with the footwork, with the composure to keep it in. Just propel it far enough across the try line and be the first to drop down. Cracking conversion attempt from out wide, but no extras added. Here it is. Caesar holding his wit there. You don't just see him in the bottom left. Charlie Hodgson spotting the gap, inviting Caesar onto it. Brilliantly kept in play by the left boot, and then coming round on the angle, no doubt about it.
Committed, play on.
Oh, losing his footing, Sam Lee beating himself. RGS High Wycombe.
This on.
Growing into this game, again looking to spin the Dulwich defence around. Collected by Lucas Hector. Easy hits from the dark blue jerseys. Dulwich, as has been their way, retaining possession. Caesar makes a read but doesn't stick the hit, and in how he's chasing back to reel in his man.
That's 5. Penalty advantage offside.
Width to width, Dulwich go. This is in their DNA, but Lucas Hector takes his eye off it.
12. 2 and 12 offside.
There was penalty advantage to Dulwich. Kind of reasonably healthy touch. Big, huge, wide pitch here. That's why you're seeing these teams looking to explore every blade of grass. They've got a lot of room to work with if they can get it out to the flanks.
Come on, RGs!
Number 5.
Down by blue!
For Dulwich, so I can't tell you who's thrown that in. Can tell you the RGS are looking very good, and it's in the hands of one of their most deadly finishers, Caesar. He pops it back inside to the opening try scorer, Ekendal, and that is going to be one of the finest tries of the weekend, rounded off by Sammy Sinclair. Multiple touches from all of RGS's danger men.
Just over a minute.
A fine, fine try here on day 2. Here we go. Sinclair to Ekendal, the bounce inside from Caesar, and then they were pouring through. Which one to pick? Up pops Ekendal, and then he was back inside to his centre partner, Sammy Sinclair. Put the cherry on top.
Sorry, play. Sorry.
Dulwich looking for a score to end the half, looking to have something to sing about in the half-time tunnel.
Too late. Stay. pass.
Well, the pass is not quite sticking, and it just not quite happening for Dulwich in this first half. RGS High Wycombe head into the half leading 17 points to 0. Much to do for this Dulwich side in the second half. They've enjoyed plenty of possession, but just lacked that bit of penetration. Penetration that RGS High Wycombe have found through some devastating back play.
Composition, back off blue. That's off the
Dulwich
head.
competing hard for the kickoff, bouncing off the top of someone's Swede out there. Dulwich and White are the ones to benefit from the odd bounces. Well, just darting down a couple of avenues, and at the end of each one, finding a High Wycombe defender.
Yep, he's 10.
RGS High Wycombe moving through the gears, going to the edge, testing the wide defence of Dulwich, and succeeding in bagging another score. Oscar John picking up where the rest of his teammates left off in the first half. An early score on RGS High Wycombe, looking very, very slick here on day 2. Unconverted. Yeah, just the simplicity with which RGS High Wycombe are making their way through the white bodies. That pass fizzed across the front, circumventing the defence.
Behind.
John.
Wait,
finish. The kickoff asks Dulwich to go again from deep. RGS High Wycombe happy to back their defence, and right they may as well. They've been so good, so accurate. They are again through Sam Lee. and they go barreling through a couple of white jerseys. The pick, the go, and held up.
Over the goal line. Goal line dropouts. Pull down. White, make sure we're behind. Stay.
Dulwich go in pursuit of the kickoff, but they miss the first 3 tackles, and then it takes 1, 2, almost 3 to bring back down the big returning carry of Finley Bayer. Room out here for John to do what he does best, shift through the gears in lightning fashion and make try scoring look easy.
Give him space. Watch him work.
Once again, version just sliding to the side of the upright. Bullock and carry. Got it underway, and while Dulwich were formed and ready for the attack, left way too much room for Oscar John. Posted across for his second of the half. Not called on to chase this time because Wycombe go to the other side. It's collected by Dulwich and they're looking around for someone to spark their attack. A dance inside.
Tackle, 6 and 1 way. Good timing, ball lifted. Vantage scrum. Vantage over.
Wycombe though are just irresistible right now. The floodgates have opened. And claret and blue jerseys are pouring through.
It's way over.
Dulwich had that control, but once again, the defence, breakdown presence. On that occasion, it was the threat of Oscar John. Charlie Inch, who used John so he could sell the dummy and go on his own. A skip from Antoine Andrews. Dulwich with numbers. Can they get the hands working? Oh, they can't. Hector spills forward just as he and Nathan Furler were getting excited for a bit of extra room. Finally.
Stand uncontested, yes. It's not going to change, fellas. Changes blue. Yeah, it's staying uncontested for the duration. Okay. Crouch, bind, set, step, don't stay.
Scrum to RGS. Smartly out. What option will they go for? Set up in the middle. Bounce pass, collected nicely by Ted Hooper. Still to the left they go. So much profit down that left flank so far in this match. Ruben Kapoor rolls his way along, but then picked off.
16 away.
And Dulwich breathe a sigh of relief. They go to the boot. They invite the chase. And for the first time, there's a bit of rugby outside the Dulwich 22. Oscar John has a tumble and a fumble, and then he's driven back across the halfway line. Better from Dulwich, playing in the better areas. There's a new vigour to the way that Dulwich are hounding the RGS High Wycombe boys.
Go for the ball, not the ground, please, mate.
Hector, big, exaggerated step. Takes him inside, but
Much better if you miss the ball.
a lot of men there in dark blue and claret. And then that blast, that counter up that has worked so well for RGS, sees the ball pop up. And then, as they have done throughout the match, they've got the pace to finish the job. A second try for Charlie Inch. And more points pain for Dulwich. RGS really show a touch of class here.
Yes, mate.
That aggressive breakdown work that has proved the undoing of Dulwich.
Just over 3. No worries.
Charlie Inch, first to react, fastest to react, in and across for another score. Dulwich still fighting,
They've won the ball for me.
looking for their opening score of this match. They a little bit more direct this time. Nathan Furler straightening things up. Picked up and pushed forward again. Again, the counter up, so good. But this time,
Entry, leave the ball.
illegal acts. Being a Dulwich penalty. They tap the long ball that kind of takes off a little bit and buys the RGS defence a bit too much time. That Gibson in with the shot. A look around the corner from Antoine Andrews, but then he goes to the back line. Charlie Pickering.
Off the shoulder play.
Ball popping up for RGS, as it has done all match. Oh, the offloading play is quite the delight.
Thank you, mate.
And RGS have another.
Shoulder 5 metre. Under a minute and a half.
The conversions have been they've been hard to come by for RGS, but the tries certainly have not. Kick wasn't the greatest, and there was a bit of good fortune there for Ted Hooper. Then the offloading play, including Liam O'Shea. Read up, Asa Gozel. He kicks us off, possibly for the final time in this half. 42-0, RGS leading. Commanding performance from them. Built on this miserly defence and hungry breakdown work. Dulwich this time managed to get outside. Furler weaving, then hit, still alive for Dulwich.
Leave him.
Need to be careful here as Dulwich, as High Wycombe jerseys rush out. Been worked back to their 5 metre line, and again they are hassled and harried.
No, not quick enough. Sorry. 3 rolled.
Dulwich look to go for the touch finder to give themselves a line out, but they don't find it. Another chance for High Wycombe to attack. It goes behind Oscar John.
Tackle.
Burst across the halfway line. RGS looking for try number 9.
These two. Work. Play on.
Well, we haven't seen too much of their centres. It's been all about the edge men in this second half. And to start the match, it was all about Sinclair and Eckendal. Again, the kick in behind, creating a bit of chaos for Dulwich, but it's really well gathered by Nathan Furler.
Stay on. Great choice, mate, great choice.
Long passage of play to close up this match. Really quite scrappy at the breakdown with paws all over it. Dulwich, again, hit hard close to their line, but ridden out so well by Freddie Cartwright. Just every avenue they pop down, they're greeted by a claret and blue shoulder. Advantage, RGS. The pickup isn't there. Dulwich first to respond. That'll be the last action of the match. And a commanding victory for RGS High Wycombe. They defeat Dulwich College 42 points to 0.
What a day and what a game we've got coming up here. Sedbergh School versus Ipswich School, the hosts. This is one of the most impressive teams in the competition so far. It's day 2 here on pitch number 1, and it is cup time in the Sedbergh Super 10s. Oh, and not only that, got a co-commentator as well. We're really spoiling you on the live stream. Great to have your company wherever you're watching around the world. Pop that thing close to your face and say hello.
Hi, yeah, so I'm a coach at Ipswich and looking forward to this one. Brilliant setting.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Right, talk us through, you've already had a game today, haven't you? Stamford, how did it go?
Yeah, so we basically just were on the small pitch, put at 9:30 in the morning, and we just had it. Very physical game, good outing for us. Early start, but we got through it, I think 15-5, so yeah, it was good.
Ipswich receiving the kickoff in the black jerseys, but in the famous brown. First opportunity then for Ipswich to really stretch the legs and try and get inside some tacklers, and that's a good early carry. A lot of confidence in this Ipswich side, a lot of fight, still not gone to ground.
Yeah, brilliant. That's a hallmark of Ollie Saddleton's game. He's a brilliant player, stays on his feet really well, really balanced runner.
That one has been knocked on. A little bit of footballing skill there. We'll chop that one up for social media.
Exactly.
First scrum of the game. Talk to me about how much set-piece work you do around the 10s then, because obviously it's not something you've spent a lot of time on, but knowing this competition's coming, the 5-man scrum, the 4-man line out?
Yeah, a little bit. It's sort of my wheelhouse, that, but you know, it's what we carry over from all of our sort of formats, is what we and playbook is what we carry over from our 15 stuff. So we really love our scrum. We've got some big boys, some really strong boys, and it carries over to 10s really well.
No, they're very physical, but Sedbergh do get the ball. They've had one fantastic win over Seaford here on pitch number 1 already. Tom Burton scoring a hat-trick, and that chip and chase, absolutely beautiful. Alec Martin is closing in on the opening try, and that is one of the finest scores we've seen. Alec Martin over the top, gathers, scores, Sedbergh 5, Ipswich 0.
Fair play, great bit of individual skill, that. There's one of those coach killers where you can't really defend against that. Bit of individual brilliance.
Got plenty of that. Sometimes you watch this rugby, you see these tries scored and this style of play as he looks to convert his own try, and does. You have to remind yourself that you're watching schoolboy rugby, under 18s. Let's take another look at this. First of all, it was Tom Burton. The offload was good. Sometimes it doesn't even seem like there's any space on, but inside his own half, little nudge here. Then, with no one at home, all he had to do was pin his ears back and score, which makes it sound simple, but it certainly wasn't. Fantastic score from Alec Martin. Sedbergh 7, Ipswich 0. Most of the game been played in this part of the pitch, but it's another heavy carry. Craigie, we're in number 3, but the ball's been coughed up. It's back with Sedbergh, which not really settling here on pitch number 1 so far. No doubt the time will come. Tackle. Here is Burton. Oh, loads of air on that and trying to create some space on the outside. Tackle made by Saddleton. Pretty physical, this encounter early on. Nice offload as well. Sedbergh looking very comfortable on the ball. Having to work hard for gain line though, pinned around that halfway 10-metre line. On one missed tackle. It looked as though Ipswich had it covered. It was man for man, but one missed tackle and Finn White goes in for the second try. Once again, Sedbergh scoring from in and around the halfway line, just as they did in game number 1. They open up a 2-score lead. Another conversion successful from under the sticks. 14-0, 4 minutes gone. And patience prevailing here for Sedbergh.
Ipswich, half a step.
Ball, high quality passing. It was man for man in defence, but that whole inside, outside, your man, my man, and Finn White took full advantage.
It's a system error there. We'll look to get it back. We just need to keep the ball. It's been all Sedbergh ball so far, so.
It's a brutal sport in that sense, isn't it? A lot like sevens, where
Bounce first or straight out?
you can find yourself long periods of not having the ball, but it's not like one big defensive set in 15s. You can turn the ball over, force a penalty, really impose yourself defensively. It's a lot harder to do that in the 10-a-side code.
100%, 100%. And that's the tough thing. So we just got to get ourselves, get some phases together, get ourselves back in the game, and we're only 2 scores behind, so anything can happen in 10s.
Let's have a look at the lineup then. As you said, your wheelhouse, it was gathered, but then fumbled on the way back. Another kick in behind. This time Ipswich favourites to gather the ball.
Carry back over, scrum down, Brown.
Oh, I think Ipswich have been incredibly hard done by there. Given a team sheet, it's a mixture of first names and last names. So Mart.
Yeah, Mart van der Veen is the bloke who supposedly carried that over just then. Brilliant player, brilliant player.
Well, I thought he'd made a good decision there. I thought he'd waited patiently, touched it down, but the referee's view very different to ours. Albeit ours is right on the try line. He did it, but huge opportunity here for Sedbergh. They've got options both ways. They've got 3 men to their right of the scrum, coming towards the camera, then 1 man keeping the edge on the far side.
Crouch!
Alec Martin, 1 try already. You can see him there at first receiver, fingers twitching, ready to get hands on the ball. Over halfway through the first half, but a massive scrum. And that is exactly what Ipswich needed.
Brilliant from Lucas Hadaway there. And he's got the hands on Edo.
They've tapped and gone here instead of going for touch, but found some space on the edge. Oh, the offload's important. It's a little bit of rugby, a little bit of basketball, a little bit of volleyball, but it's still with Ipswich School.
Sorry, Brown. Ball pass, scrum down, Brown ball.
Error strewn, error ridden from Ipswich right now. Sedbergh 14, Ipswich 0. Another opportunity at scrum time. Felsted against Brighton over on pitch number 2. That's still 0-0. You had a right ding-dong against Felsted yesterday, didn't you?
Yeah, it was one of those where ball didn't stick, didn't have the ball, made errors, and that's the thing with 10s. If you make errors, you're going to win games. It's pretty obvious.
So if you didn't watch that game, Felsted were leading with the clock in the red. Oh, here comes Sedbergh. We'll come back to that later because we've got a lovely bit of footwork and an offload here. Sedbergh back in the 22, looking for try number 3. A loose ball, a great tackle, and knock-on advantage. So we'll come back to that one. Felsted had played incredibly well. They were not favourites going into the game. They led with the clock in the red. They won the line out. Then the outside half received the ball in goal, didn't realise the clock was in the red, was tackled, coughed it up, and Ipswich touched it down for the most astonishing victory. And sometimes, you know, you've got to make your own luck and you've got to play until the final whistle. But I bet the boys were buzzing after that one.
Exactly, it was another bit of Mart van der Veen brilliance, chasing down every play, like he did just then.
Okay, so another penalty. And they do want to play. Orm with the tap and go, and now Louis, as I said, got first names. Louis wearing number 2.
Thanks, hey, well, listen.
Oh, good player, physical player.
Now the first chance for Ipswich to really get their hands on the ball. Nearly 9 minutes into this 12-minute half. Big carry, big collision. Another penalty. Offside in midfield, so Ipswich being piggybacked up the pitch here, but still reluctant to put the boot to the ball and find touch. But that's the 22 inside, pinballing off defenders. A good low tackle stops the attack. But now they've got the width to play with Ipswich in the beautiful Sedbergh sunshine. They look to get off the mark in this cup match. Big chance. Great cover tackle. Now, perseverance, patience and discipline required for both teams.
On the 15 off, or over here, tackle or holding. 15 here, yeah? Side, 7.
Another penalty for Sedbergh. Go quickly to Ipswich, outscore!
Lucas Nisbet Hadaway there, going over in the #1 shirt, brilliant player.
Well, he's scored from close range there, but he's scored a couple of absolute screamers from long range. He looks a very talented young man.
Very talented boy. He's can obviously do them at close range, but also he's a prop that can go meters, and he's a quick boy as well for someone who's that size as well. He's a very, very talented boy.
Well worked try there for Ipswich. There were a few penalties, a few piggybacks, but they've run the ball from inside their own 22. The conversion unsuccessful, so it's still a 2-score game. But it is. Sedbergh 14, Ipswich 5. Let's take another look at the try. It is turning into an excellent game. Hampton gone on his own. That one-hand pickup as well. I'm not sure you'd coach it, but it's brilliant.
One of those, okay. He's one of those, you can't coach him, some of the stuff he does.
Got 10, play.
Oh, they've managed to get that ball back as well. Ollie Saddleton's gathered it. And can they get another score to really put this in the balance before half-time? There might be some numbers on the right-hand side here for Ipswich School. Can't quite find the edge, and Sedbergh defend well. It's a big direct carry, and
No hands, missed it 6.
which have got that man Lucas Hadaway ready to receive if they need him instead. It's good footwork from Saddleton. Oh, and he's coughed it up. Inches away from a second try for Ipswich School. Oh, and that is a tough one. Signs of life here for Ipswich.
See if we can put some pressure on this scrum like we did on our 5, still on their 5 now.
We've heard from the referee that it's the last play, but if there is a penalty, then we'll continue playing. So expect a big squeeze from Ipswich. It's right in line with the post protectors as well, so if they do get the shove on, it could be absolute chaos.
You also need to go longer as well. Right, thanks, guys.
Sedbergh went backwards in the first game as well against Seaford. However, managed to get it in and out quickly.
Set.
Need to do the same here. Oh, this time Sedbergh win the penalty. And they want to hear the half-time whistle. They're in the wrong part of the pitch, but they're in the right place on the scoreboard. Sedbergh 14, Ipswich 5. Second half, all to play for. But it is Sedbergh who've got themselves into the lead. Generally not a position they yield from when they're playing on their home pitch.
Switch got to be physical again. That's what I think. I think we go at him.
Second half underway.
Not the greatest of starts.
Oh, it's happened in so many games in this tournament. You wouldn't believe. We've kicked the second half off and straight away the ball has been coughed up. Great news after this game as well. Lunchtime. Very, very exciting indeed. Let's just spend a moment talking about the tournament then. I don't know about you, but I feel very looked after and very welcomed here at Sedbergh. They're very proud of this tournament and they do a great job hosting.
I mean, you just have to look around, look at the scenery, look at the way it's set up, the first team pitch, etc. The way they treat you, it's unbelievable.
Here goes Sedbergh at the right-hand side. Oh, dancing through. That is another fabulous finish. Harvey Johnson does it again for Sedbergh. He scored a carbon copy first thing this morning. It's like the boy doesn't fatigue. Cuts in from the right-hand side, takes it under the sticks, and Sedbergh extend the lead. And of course, add the extras, 21 points to 5. Again, straight from the kickoff. Cough up territory like that. A little change of direction to bring the pace in, and Will Wotton, the captain, it's a lovely ball from 15 to 14, and once you're on the outside of the defender, very, very difficult to stop a galloping winger like that. Great pace, great vision, but we're back underway in Ipswich. Back on the ball. Oh, that's a lovely offload. Now the cavalry arrives. Much better from Ipswich. It is direct, calling on tacklers to be accurate. And then back into traffic they go. Well, it was a change of direction. Wasn't the cleanest, but the ball has got there. Harry Simpson wearing 13. Now Lucas Hadaway offering himself again, continues his run, but he's passed the ball, and that is a rare collision that Ipswich lose. But they've got penalty advantage. That was Hadaway in at scrum half. Now, is there a gap? A chink in this Sedbergh armour? Oh, absolutely not. They're over the ball. And we go back for the penalty. Fantastic jackal.
20 Brown, not rolling.
Woody poaching. Guilty of not rolling. Ipswich can kick into the 22. What about the maul? How's the Ipswich maul gone?
Got to get the ball in our hands and we can maul it. We're a good mauling team. Got some big boys, like you said, so for physics.
Yeah.
Good mauling team. But yeah, let's see how this line-out goes. Sure. Get the ball back first and then see if we can maul it.
Interesting weapon, the maul. We saw Seaford score a great maul try earlier, because naturally you're mauling against fewer defenders, so if you can get it right, it is a real ticket to gain line.
That's the interesting thing about 10s, isn't it? It's not 7s, it's not 15s, but there's still a maul. There's still room for those tight forwards.
Take the best bits from both games and make it work, and Ipswich do go to the maul here, and it does start to go forward. Sedbergh have shown that they're susceptible to it. As we said, Seaford have already conceded, scored one try against them. Penalty advantage here for Ipswich. In fact, all the Ipswich coaches nearly on the pitch as Lucas Hadaway gets his head down and goes. Back up the short side go Ipswich, looking for try number 2. They're over for try number 2.
Great try. Oh, just got to dig deep.
Well, they're only 2 tries to 3 down, but 11 points down, just showing how important the conversions can be. Great work on that short side. showing the physicality. However, before 7s and 10s part of the year next year, maybe some drop goal training for Ipswich.
A little bit. Been surviving off no conversions so far, so definitely a work on.
Replay of the try then. The final pass was brilliant. He drew those two defenders.
Well, and then Albert Dimitriev over the line.
What's Jacob like off the toe? Can he kick it?
Every now and again. I reckon he can hit a beauty every 1 in 5.
Yeah, 1 in 5. Yeah, 20%. Superb. That's it, isn't it? Good defensive pressure here. That man on the ball, Tom Burton, he is capable of magic, but he's been stifled so far in this game. But Sedbergh getting away from tackles. Aidan Stewart, offloading beautifully. The home team playing the games they should be played, but the turnover, fantastic, and away they go.
Go, back yourself.
The pass inside. Oh, there's a hand on it from Sedbergh, and the ball's been knocked on. And it is slammed to the ground, more in disappointment than anything by Eduardo Tadaro, because it was on there. It was on.
That's a rare one from Eduardo there. He's a brilliant talent, 16-year-old on the pitch with 18-year-olds, so he's doing pretty well, but that one just didn't stick.
Such is the nature of 10s. Tiny margins, and of course with the games only being 24 minutes, you have less time. Oh
Scrum,
my goodness me.
Scrum from Lucas Hadaway there, and Tom Dye.
Dominant scrum would be an understatement. Now another chance for some good field position. Well, there was a look there from Bruce Bolton, as if to say, why didn't you try and kick that closer to the try line? Still, it's good field position. Another try, and this one very much in the balance. Sedbergh 21, Ipswich 10, 5 tries in the game. More good line-out ball, more good mauling. And here come Ipswich, stepping back towards that short side. That's what brought them joy last time. The offload's gone, the try's even better, and Mark van der Veen brings Ipswich within a score. Game on.
Game on, that's us. We've dug deep. Let's see if this conversion goes over from Eduardo. Tough one.
Better strike.
Better strike. Didn't quite get it, but we just got to go play now.
Well, that's it. It's level on tries, but let's just talk about the importance of those conversions again. But also, let's talk about the short side. You've scored 2 tries up there. High tempo. It's not always a case of just wanging the ball into open space and seeing what happens. This is well-worked rugby by your team.
100%, I think. It's pretty obvious what we're going to do. We're a pretty physical team, but at the same time we have to scope out some space, and there we did that around on the jet side and the short side. So yeah, we've done well there.
What I will say about Sedbergh is they find a way by hook or by crook to make it interesting. They defended really well against Seaford because they made mistakes like this, but they held Seaford out inside their own 22. They've not been able to hold Ipswich out. And this is a fantastic opportunity with the scrum. The scrum has been putting Sedbergh on roller skates. It's a bit more solid now. And here come Ipswich looking for try number 4. Round the outside, getting rid of the tackler. 1, 2, 3, 5 Sedbergh defenders involved in that tackle. Now there has to be numbers. There is a penalty advantage as Mark van der Veen goes again within 5 metres. Quick ball, this space out wide.
Yeah, try, brilliant for Ollie Saddleton there.
And Saddleton scores the 4th Ipswich try, but it's another conversion out wide, and they still trail by 1.
What a game. Ollie Saddleton's been absolutely outstanding all day yesterday as well. Just outstanding player, brilliant talent.
Still 2.5 minutes to go. The conversion's good.
Oh my God, he's got it. That is the Italian stallion all over.
Eduardo Tadaro puts Ipswich ahead. The first conversion he's landed all day, the first conversion that's even looked like landing. But he is full of energy after that fourth try has gone over. And Ipswich sneak ahead against the hosts. What a game.
Compete here, Danny Myers compete.
Well, the restart's good, but the take is good as well. Safe hands from Woody Poaching. And Sedbergh have 2 minutes to pull this one out of the fire. On their home turf, on their fortress. Oh, they were hands on the ball. I think all 20 players were shouting. Sedbergh thought it was their penalty. Ipswich thought it was theirs, but the referee deciding that the ball should be in Brown hands. They've hardly had a sniff in the second half. Tom Burton looking for another soft shoulder, doesn't find one. Johnny Hansen. Stepping back in goes Luke Parry. Oh, it's a loose pass, and Ipswich. Mark van der Veen looking to close that door, but it's still with Sedbergh approaching the last minute. Any score now for either side would be decisive. Oh, there's a gap that's opened up. And guess who? Tom Burton. Tom Burton needs to be one man, just be one man. And Tom Burton is going to go the length and touchdown for try number 4. Sedbergh are going to snatch it. Heartbreak for Ipswich, but the spirit of Sedbergh looms large. And Tom Burton, once again, comes to the rescue. Oh, and the full-time whistle goes. Devastation for Ipswich. They've come so close to toppling the Giants, but the game finishes Sedbergh 28, Ipswich 22.
A thrilling finish to this morning's action here on pitch number 1. Whew, with the home school being taken right to the very wire, but digging deep, finding a way. And we're going to catch up with Tom Burton, the man who scored the winning try, in just a moment. A young man who has been lighting it up across the tournament. But the job isn't done for Sedbergh. It is an incredibly tough group, and they set up a big match against Stamford, who pushed Ipswich all the way when Ipswich beat them. So this group isn't wrapped up. Our final picture isn't completely wrapped up, and we're going to get Tom Burton in just a moment. We've got Angus Savage here, who has been on pitch number 2 to give us a little bit of depth on what's been going on there.
Oh, it's just been brilliant. We've just seen a moment of the day over there. Brighton College hooker, through the legs assist. Everyone around the pitch, beaming smiles. It's been absolutely brilliant. Brighton College 2 from 2 as well, so it's been an incredible start from them. Felsted have had it tricky. They're in the toughest group. Reigning champions Kirkham Grammar School, many people's favourites Brighton College, and Hampton in there as well. It's been really tough, but what a morning so far. It's been absolutely brilliant.
Well, you say moment of the morning. You obviously wasn't watching what was going on here, because Ipswich, how well did they play? How well did they fight to come back into that match? And it was big celebrations. Eduardo Todaro slotting possibly their only conversion of the week, and I'm including Ross and Part 7s there as well. They've had a big conversion problem. Eduardo Todaro is 16 years old, and he stepped up, slotted it from the touchline, and for a moment, everybody thought Ipswich had done it.
Yeah, Tom Burton's just a superstar, isn't he? I've tried to get hold of him, but Sedbergh are obviously taking this very seriously. They're just behind us. They're having a team huddle. They're going to do a warm down, so I think we're going to have to wait until a little bit later in the day to catch up with him. He scored 4 tries in 2 games today. He's an absolute rock star, but Ipswich, the level of their programme in the last couple of years has been unbelievable. They won a game against Felsted yesterday in perhaps the most incredible fashion I've ever seen. They made a tackle in goal with the clock in the red and managed to dot the ball down to win it. They've had one go against them there in the red. It does show how important the conversions are, though, in 7s and in 10s. They scored 4 tries against Sedbergh in Sedbergh, conceded 4 tries and went down because they just couldn't get the ball through the poles. Heartbreak for them, but you know, they're a great team. They've beaten Stamford already today, and they've got another chance to make it right and maybe go a little bit deeper in the competition. Definitely ones to watch.
One thing that does strike me about the home side is they never look flustered when they're down. I mean, they're never down, that's for sure. They're never down and out until the final whistle's gone, and we've seen it many, many times over the years, but none more so than then, and no sense of panic going through them.
No, because there are things in their game that aren't going particularly well. The line out, they've hardly won one all day. They're going backwards in the scrum. They've conceded a few scrum penalties, but all of their tries on this pitch today have been scored from inside their own half, either somebody going around the outside or a tiny little gap in the middle that they'll explode through. Doesn't matter how long has gone, doesn't matter what stage they are in the game, they just brush the mistakes off and they are never, ever, ever out of it. That was a really, really big win against Ipswich.
So what are you saying, Angus, from pitch 2?
Pitch 2's been great. Do you know what? One of the great things, I don't want to let it go sort of untold, is the story of the plate over on pitch 2 has been amazing. I was on a game that was, if you didn't know what you were watching, you'd think, oh, that's not a great game. 0-0, QEGS Wakefield against Hurstpierpoint College. QEGS Wakefield, last play of the game. A brilliant try from David and Pofu. Just sensational. It was an absolutely brilliant finish to that game, and that plate competition is hotting up. You know, there's a big final to play for those teams, and there's been some great stuff. But it's been absolutely brilliant to be out here in the sunshine. If I'm honest, after a week of mud and rain and wet and wild weather, it's been nice to see some glorious rugby in the sun.
You're a very good hype man to jazz up a 0-0 until 23.5 minutes and call it one of the games of the day. But that is the kind of drama, I guess. And yeah, that plate competition, I saw RGS High Wycombe put in a really, really impressive performance against Dulwich. So they've got to be one of the names that people are talking for the plate.
Yeah, I mean, RGS High Wycombe plate winners last year. They'll be annoyed that they didn't manage to sneak through into that cup competition, but that plate competition's gone their way last year. They'd love to go back to back. They'd absolutely love it.
D-Rog, Sedbergians, ahoy. Do you want to go fish out? Do you want to go fish out a man for us to speak to? And look, Angus, you've been covering the schoolboy scene all week. You've been at rugby. You've been at Rosslyn Park Sevens. What do you make of the contest that's going on here?
Oh, it's absolutely brilliant. I mean, the competition level is high. You know, I went and had a chat with a lot of the coaches last night, and I was trying to get that inside track from them on who they thought the teams to look out for were. And the message coming back to me was, we haven't got a clue. This is one of the tightest we've seen in a number of years. And actually, we've seen the evidence of that today. You look how close that Sedbergh Ipswich game was. You look how close Brighton College against Hampton was. You know, we look at what Kirkham Grammar School are doing as well. There are a lot of contenders. Stamford are a team that are quietly just impressing a lot of people. So there's a lot of people playing some very good rugby. This man being one of them.
Found you a superstar.
All right, okay, we're gonna get him in now, Tom. Thanks for taking time out of your busy try-scoring schedule to join us. How was that last encounter against Ipswich?
Oh, it was really close. They came back in the second half and really gave us a good game, and just luckily slipped through that gap and got the try. But I think Ipswich gave us a real good game.
We're just discussing the cool heads that you boys seem to demonstrate out there every time you take the pitch. No matter the situation, was there any sense of panic there at the end?
Ipswich scored about 3 tries in, I'd say, 5 minutes, and we all started panicking. And our coach was just bringing us in, shouting at us, calm down, calm down. We were all sprinting around. We didn't even know where to stand to receive the kickoff and stuff. So, yeah, we were panicking, but just trying to keep a cool head.
So kind of like a swan, serene up top, but frantically paddling downstairs.
I don't know. I think just try to keep my head and find a gap, because I knew that we were down by 1 point, but just luckily.
Amazing stuff. Look, talk to me about the tournament as a whole. Talk to me what it feels like being a Sedberghian featuring at your home tournament. The Super 10s, it's such a key cog in the rugby jigsaw here.
So, I've been a Sedberghian now. I played first team for the past 2 years, and I'm real proud of the badge and being part of the team. And I think that it's not really standing out as an individual, it's just playing as a team. And I think we've been brought together nicely, and we're a real close group, and couldn't ask for much more from the boys and the people around me. So,
fantastic words. Look, enjoy your lunch, go recharge the batteries. We'll see you've got a big game against Stamford to come, and good luck for the rest of the tournament. Absolute pleasure, thank you. Right, lads, anything more from you before we head to lunch?
No. Lunchtime.
I'll tell you one thing, I can't wait to see Stamford. Stamford have been out on pitch 3. I've not seen them yet today. I cannot wait to see them on the live stream later on this night.
And also, they had a disappointing loss to Ipswich, where they got out-muscled, and that's something they pride themselves on because they're very strong. I'm going to whisper it because they're sat right there, but Brighton College as well. They got a fantastic last play win against Hampton earlier. I cannot pick a winner for this competition, and I'm not going to, so don't ask me, but I'm really looking forward to seeing how this afternoon plays out.
Do you know the only way to find out, guys?
Why don't you tell us?
Tune in live to Next.
Yes.
Tune in live to Next Gen 15. We're going to grab some lunch, then we'll be back this afternoon with the action. Don't miss out. Come and join us.
Hold on, boys. I can get rid of this coat because I'm melting, and then we'll go.
Chosen sport or whatever level they want to be at. From one level to the next, we need to ensure that there's some learning going on. We're looking at that growth mindset, originality, leadership and determination, going through everything that we're doing. So my challenge to you is like always going to be around transfer. So how do we transfer these chats into our delivery which impacts on every single kid?
Okay, play.
Give it all now. We should see the best of you.
As soon as you hear a clap or a gun or a whistle to react to, your muscles just kick in a lot better.
Lift it backwards, lift it backwards.
Great pass, mate.
There you go, straight in the cut. That's a goal in any league in the world.
Make good mistakes. Don't get frustrated if you haven't quite mastered it yet. Does he want to do a bit of running? Super speedy, Rupert!
We've worked it out, he's got a superpower.
Most importantly, have we enjoyed this morning?
Yeah.
Yeah? Top stuff, okay.
First of four, first of four.
Jump laterally, land on one leg, yeah? You're pushing yourself back, okay? It's going to be hard to get it down, this one.
The latest video that we've just done here, the jump is anything perfect, it's going straight. And what does that mean with our weight now, all of a sudden? Where's the weight going?
Forwards towards the stumps.
Exactly.
Watch yourself.
Good drive. Turn and send. Turn and have a look. Really quick feet. Accelerating, change your direction and then driving to take a pass, okay?
That's it, good girl. Hands down, good girl. Go on, make it go into that corner, brilliant. Getting back to the outside.
The growth, the originality, the leadership and a bit of determination. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That was absolute class, boys. Sometimes we get so preoccupied with having that ball, we forget about what's around us, we forget about looking up, scanning. I want you to tell one person each from the group, just one person in the group, what you loved about what you've just done at some point in that game. That's what teamwork's about. Respect, belief. How good is that? That was awesome, boys. Well done. Grab a drink. Well done. Good stuff.
Crazy catch
Oh
over
yeah,
there.
that was so cool.
That was by far the best part today.
I also like the 2v1 because it was very challenging.
Really well done today. Let's start to pack away. See you next time. Okay, now Katie, this piece of work that you've done here is really impressive. So keep it up. Well done.
Thank you.
The spirit of always getting better. The spirit of starting a very important journey. The spirit of teamwork and ingenuity. The spirit of community and family. The spirit of safety in a home away from home. The spirit of competition and loyalty. a spirit of passion and creativity. The spirit of achievement when it matters. This is the spirit of Sedbergh.
Full disclosure, it was a much shorter lunch break than we thought, in so much that it wasn't a lunch break at all. So we carry on. QEGS Wakefield versus Cokethorpe School, Sedbergh Super 10s, day 2. And joining us here is Gareth, who's the Director of Co-Curricular at Cokethorpe. I mean, we found a little bit of shade here, because this is beautiful sunshine, Gareth.
Afternoon, Dave. Yeah, it's absolutely glorious.
QEGS Wakefield in the white, amber and black hoops, kicking off to Cokethorpe in the blue.
Backwards.
That's been knocked backwards, so Cokethorpe will have the first possession, but a little bit deeper inside the 22 than they'd have initially thought. The Cokethorpe, great to have them here as part of the Sedbergh Super 10s. Gareth, why this competition? Why now for this group?
Well, we've got a fantastic group of boys with us, Dave. We're quite a young squad, so I'd say approximately 40% are under 16s.
Wow.
And in terms of upper sixth boys, I know for lots of schools here, this is the kind of swan song, but we've got about maybe 5 or 6 of them out there. So a young squad, we're building towards the future, and we're kind of eyeing up the tournament maybe in a couple of years with a great under-15 side coming through as well to really kind of make a mark.
QEGS Wakefield inside the 22 early on with an opportunity, but that spills wide, and now Cokethorpe win it back. Number 13, Finn Knox. Advantage over for the knock-on. Some direct run-in. They're outside the 22, the first danger zone, but holding on too long, conceding the penalty.
Holding on.
And of course, you were dropped into a pretty a tough group with some serious schools yesterday, which we'll come to at the end of this attack with QEGS Wakefield and Freddie Lambert. Turned over, though.
You're off your feet.
Great work over the ball, and Ed Davis secures the penalty. So what were the learnings from yesterday?
You're right. It's a very tough day. 3 very good schools. Really brought a physical challenge. I think the game against Stamford, game 2, really summed it up. I thought we kind of probably had the better in terms of the way we played the game, played some really attacking rugby. But just in terms of physicality, really got out-muscled, kind of came off second best in the collisions, and ultimately that was the kind of the big difference.
Definitely sounds like you're really trying to build something then. You've got a young team, you're putting yourself in the biggest competitions against the best. Obviously doing something right.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, our head of, our director of sport, Jack Robinson, new to the role this year, having been head of rugby for a number of years, really bringing energy, dynamism, and as I said, some great young players, exciting times.
Overthrown from Charlesworth, and QEGS finding the offload. It's a bounce pass all the way down there to Fred Lambert. They're driving forward towards the line, over the line, and Josh Riding gets the first try for QEGS Wakefield.
I need to see more arm effort.
Very quick, very clinical.
Yeah, absolutely. You could see in terms of the physicality in those carries again, making the kind of the extra meters there, giving them good front foot ball.
Schoolboy rugby player back in the day, Gareth?
Back in the day, deepest, darkest Cornwall.
Oh, wow. unsuccessful conversion. Take you on any adventures? Any stories you can share with us?
I think we went to Devon once.
Back your passport. Well, this shows that you can't make mistakes at this level. It was going for double top, the ball overthrown. Excellent work from Jack Lawrence. Strong carry, kept the ball alive. Then Fred Lambert. Soft hands to Josh Riding, and the captain has been exceptional for the whole tournament.
And that's where we've got to look to ourselves, really. Set piece ball, we've got to win that.
That's been knocked on by Oscar Brown. It was a great restart.
Knocked on into touch. Blue, you have two options. You can take the line out or you can take the scrum. Scrum, mark on you.
Cokethorpe opting for the scrum. That'll create some space.
Scrum.
It's darkest Cornwall, so you moved miles from home then. A lot of people from that part of the world tend to stick around.
That's right, absolutely. My parents still aren't talking to me.
Bind.
Plenty.
Set.
Great rugby teams and schools in that part of the world.
Use it.
And Sedbergh is a long drive from Cornwall. Let me tell you, it's a long drive from pretty much everywhere, but it's beautiful scenery, and this is a great tournament. Here are Cokethorpe, Ross Gray wearing number 10. Smallland. Sorry, Finbar Murray digs for it.
Tackle roll.
Better from Cokethorpe. Spending some time on the ball, but big collision, big challenge.
You're off your feet.
But after doing all the hard work, playing the ball off the feet.
Mark's here. Uncontested. Thank you.
I think that was an acknowledgement there from...
Legs, they will be uncontested scrums.
Well, in fact, that is confirmed.
Pass the message down for me.
Very, very good kick. You can tell it's a good penalty kick when the person who's marking the touchline thinks that they've got a hope of keeping the ball in.
Absolutely, great kick. Ross Gray there, involved with the Gloucester setup. Really good players, brought a lot of physicality to us this weekend.
Okay, so he's a young Gloucester boy. Are there any of the other Cokethorpe boys involved with clubs outside of the school?
Yeah, absolutely. A number of them involved with Gloucester. We'll kind of pick out a few when they get hands on the ball today. Quite a few of the under-16s, actually.
Oh, excellent stuff. And oh, come on. Not straight. The eagle-eyed referee spoiled Cokethorpe's fun there as they look to launch an attack move. And there'll be an uncontested scrum.
Okay, well, I still need everyone to stay properly bound, okay? Crouch.
Approaching the halfway point.
Bind.
First half here on pitch number 1. We genuinely could not ask for better conditions. Well, that's been coughed up. Good defensive pressure from Cokethorpe.
Just coming back for the knock-on.
That was another one of those Gloucester players that we touched on there. Number 13, Finn Knox. Young lad, under 16. Been involved with Gloucester now for a couple of years.
So that's in their junior academy, is it, at under 16s
Yeah,
level?
that's right.
Great. Imagine they have a lot of fun. It's a great place to play rugby.
Absolutely. Gloucester's a great setup, a great link with us actually. They're in school with us every week on a Monday for training, and we've seen a kind of real benefit of that.
Cokethorpe on the attack here. They decided to go to the open side. Looked like a high tackle there from Ed Hunter. Left an arm in. And then confirmation of that. Good period of this first half then for Cokethorpe, losing another collision, but with the penalty advantage. Can they get something now?
High 13.
I don't know about you, Dave, but I think the standard of refereeing this weekend has been top-notch, actually.
Oh, absolutely brilliant. Everything. The ARs, you know, for these youngsters to play with ARs for every game of an elite tournament, brilliant. Referees have been clear in their communication, and the players have responded too. The respect has been great, the standard has been great, and I think we don't have to worry about anything in the game. You can just go out there and play rugby, and that's exactly what these young men have done, and it's been a joy to watch and a pleasure to be a part of, it must be said. Now QEGS back on the ball again. They look so strong, and the handling good too. And it opens up for Sam North. But then a loose ball finds itself back in the hands of Finn Prendergast.
This guy's been immense for us over the past 2 days. Another one of those young lads, under 16.
Kicked into space, no sweeper at home for QEGS Wakefield. But there are plenty of bodies back. Oof. He coming out of the hands. And there is a sweeper back for Cokethorpe. Ben Monaghan.
Hold 5, you're not on.
Had an almighty
You're
thump.
not on.
Now North.
Now you're on.
Great about this is, because it's schoolboy rugby, because it's 10s, there's no kicking battle. There are a few forward passes. Yeah, 1 kick, maybe 2 kicks, and then right. Let's run the studs off it.
Yeah, let's have a go.
3 minutes. Are you captain? No, are you captain? If you want, speak to your captain, and he's who I'll speak to.
That's another great example of that refereeing.
I need to see an attempt to lift. It's not enough to pose with your hands on. But also, keep the chat through your captain.
But we've had this particular referee us for a home game as well this season. Really good, great communication with the players. And that really helps, actually. That kind of almost a sort of part coaching element to it.
Set.
Cokethorpe spent a lot of time on the ball, looking for the chip over the top this time. Glanced off a QEGS player, but the referee not calling him up for the accidental offside. Instead, it's back with Cokethorpe.
Tackle roll.
Good wrestle to the floor. Oh, and Ben Charlesworth holding on for too long. And a good turnover. Dan Fleming gets QEGS going again. A couple of gaps here for Cokethorpe. And
Off foot, play on.
oh, play on. So now there is a foot race and a good chase back. Finn Knox gets there first. Max Shelton meets him. Ball's been coughed up. Now, Cokethorpe holding on. Couple of minutes to go until half-time. QEGS Wakefield looking for try number 2. They get try number 2. Will Sath going over. They just turned the screw there, QEGS. Huge amount Cokethorpe could do. Stranded in the midfield. It's QEGS 10, Cokethorpe 0.
Yeah, cracking try from QEGS. Clearly they're a really good side. You go back 3-4 phases though, you kind of can't help but feel that we're kind of the architects there, a little bit of our own downfall. That penalty, Ben Charles will take the ball in. You kind of need a couple of your mates to get in there a little bit quicker, help you out. We lose the ball, penalty given, and then we find ourselves back behind our own posts.
There's plenty of good stuff Cokethorpe are doing here. A little bit more patience required going through those phases, but well, when QEGS have had the opportunity, they have been ruthless. Yeah, when you're defending your line here with 10 men on the pitch, it is an uphill struggle, to say the least.
Of course it is, absolutely. At this level, you've got to expect that if you find yourself defending your line that far out, chances are the opposition are going to score.
Yeah, we can. Obviously, there is paramedic support as well, should he need it. He's been down for a wee while now, that's my only thought.
Well, a halt in the game while a QEGS player receives some medical attention.
A lot of sore bodies out there this weekend, Dave.
Oh, absolutely. We didn't have them on pitch RE1. Were you at the National School Sevens with Cokethorpe as well at Roslyn Park?
We weren't, not this year.
Okay. Because some of these boys have played 2 full days of sevens, got on a bus and come up here to play 2 full games of 10s, and it is a quite astonishing physical effort from these young men. It is, crikey, hard work.
It is hard. All of our boys in ice baths last night just trying to do every little bit to manage that recovery, but it is tough.
Ice baths. So I'm a lot older than these young men, and I've been, well, in the game as a commentator for quite some time, but out of the game as a player, and I'm yet to experience the full submission to the ice bath. Is it something that you've dipped your toe in? That's about all I dip in, by the way.
No, not at all.
So what's your involvement with the rugby side of things at Cokethorpe?
So my role of Director of Co-Curricular means that essentially I oversee everything that takes place outside of the classroom, so whether that be music, drama, sport, those sorts of things. I'm a history teacher by profession, so delighted that I still find myself in the classroom, and delighted also that I'm still able to be involved with the rugby. So this season it's been first 15 coach, but essentially what we do every year is we kind of look at the squads right the way through the school. So we're a 4 to 18 school. We kind of take a kind of broad view, and kind of we're able to kind of position coaches where we think they're going to add the most value. So it's not necessarily just a case of kind of stacking the top end. It's about making sure that all of our players get the input they need, and kind of us as coaches seeing where we can add most value.
That sounds like a great job.
It's a cracking job, absolutely. I reckon it's the best job in the school.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just you talking there about the stuff away from sport, because of course we're here at the best 10s tournament in the country with the best teams, and young men really getting to enjoy themselves and express themselves. But you mentioning there the things like music and drama and all the things that often people who watch the schoolboy rugby might forget about, but there are loads of opportunities for young people to find the thing outside of the classroom that they love now.
100%. We've got a couple of boys here that are back to school next week in the school production. And let's not forget also, A-levels coming up.
Yeah.
Half a dozen boys work up here last night. They get back off, out the ice bath, and they're working hard.
What are they doing in the school production?
What are they doing? That's a very good question. You put me on the spot now.
Well, I don't need to know the roles that they're doing, but can you tell me the play or the musical? No, you can't. It's for a secret parent. Oh, lovely pickup. Oh, thought for a second it was going to break. Are you into the musical theatre side of things? Have we ever see you on stage?
You are looking at me, yeah?
Yeah.
I think just about in the shower. I think that's probably just about it.
Yeah. You paint a good set?
Probably not even that, actually. More sort of set shifting, I think.
Yes. Well, we always say in a rugby team there are the piano shifters and the piano players. It is the same in the theatre side of things as well. There is always, in every rugby team I have ever been involved with, though, there is always somebody who is a great singer or a fabulous musician or something like that. There are some real characters in this sport with some skills beyond the bump and grunt of this beautiful game that we love. Uncontested scrum. Cokethorpe put in, and Finn Knox there in the midfield, looking to unlock QEGS Wakefield. Ben Monaghan. And Woody Morgan wearing 15, then round the outside goes Westmoreland. Good start to the half here for Cokethorpe, looking for their opening score. Head down from Knox. Finbar Murray, one way then the other, making a good choice. QEGS look a bit settled in defence now as Murray works the right hand side. Then Knox. So hard for those extra metres and to commit QEGS defenders. However, they've managed to pinch the ball, QEGS Wakefield.
Let's go! Ross, Ben, up and come!
Now we've lost the referee's microphone. I think she's muted it at half-time and not turned it back on. Which is a shame, because it's always interesting to hear what she's got to say.
Yeah, she's clearly seen something there she's not happy with.
I also think one of your coaches is stood right next to one of our pitch side mics, so we're going to get a great insight into the life of a Cokethorpe coach, as if we haven't already got that. So you mentioned you'll be in the first 15 coach. How have they got on in the 15 season? Oh, QEGS have broken through here. We'll come back to that. Looking for the inside ball, and great cover tackle made, but QEGS relentless in their pursuit of their next try. Ed Hunter stopped just short. QEGS have been here before. The tap and the go and into the 22, but the referee brings them back. So yes, how have the first 15 gone?
Yeah, it's been a mixed season actually, lots of positives. Definitely some tough games. We play some tough schools on our circuit. I think the big decision that we made this year, which has certainly had an impact, is we've talked a lot about these under-16 players, and we've decided to keep them together as a group. So they've been playing as an under-16 squad throughout the season. Now the temptation was to kind of bring a number of those straight into the first team, but actually looking at kind of the longer-term development of that group of boys as a whole, we think that kind of keeping them together as a 16s this year has been the right decision. The easier decision would have been to play them up, but and it certainly would have made a difference. But yeah, we're hopeful. A couple of years' time, there's going to be some exciting things happening here.
So it's been a bit of a tough road for the 16s boys then. They've had some big challenges, but they'll have learnt a lot moving forward.
Well, the 16s, I think they've had a good season. So they started off with pre-season up at Kirkham and up against Barnard Castle.
Right.
Lost narrowly to Kirkham, beat Barney. So that kind of tells you the calibre of them.
Yeah.
And again, that's why we decided to kind of keep them together as a group. And so those boys in the upper sixth and lower sixth have had a bit of a tough time, but they've shown a lot of character, a lot of heart. And in terms of a group of boys, you really couldn't ask for more from them. Commitment, bodies on the line, it's kind of what you want, really.
That's something that, I mean, it's been quite a while now that I've been involved with the school game, but that's something that really impressed me. So I'm from the other side of the border in Wales, where schoolboy rugby, you know, if you want to play rugby as a youngster, generally, you'll play for a club, but the commitment and the passion and the love of playing with their mates with schoolboy rugby in England, there are very few things that match it, in my opinion.
Yeah, quite agree, absolutely. You've lost your Welsh accent, Dave.
What? Come on. To be fair, I've not lived in Wales since 2003, which ages me. That's a lovely ball. And now the chance to stretch the legs. Perhaps makes the good decision to check back in, Zach Galliford. And then the penalty follows. Woody Morgan brings in Tom Woodwards. Straightened up by Charlesworth. Up over halfway now. We can get a score here, Cokethorpe, then we might just have a game on our hands, but it's a bit scrappy, knocked on. David and Pofu getting a sticky mitt on it, but not sticky enough.
Second was sealing off, penalty. Back 10.
Oh, and sealing off, okay.
Sealing off by 1.
Couple of errors from Pofu with 6 minutes to go. Means Cokethorpe can come again. They come again through Tom Woodwards. Oh, that's a nice dummy, and Woody Morgan gets into the 22. Real battle for the ball.
Holding on.
Oh. Once again, the QEGS defence holds firm.
It's probably been the story of our weekend, really. If we look at those few phases of play, some cracking play there. I'm thinking particularly Knox, Galliford, Morgan, some good carries by Charlesworth. Looking dangerous, but we've really got to score in those situations.
Going back to the accent thing, yeah, maybe you're right. From Brecon, though, it was never that strong. It comes through every now and then. If my mum called me now, before the next game, I'd sound like an extra in Gavin and Stacey.
Does she watch you when you're doing
No, she doesn't. It's quite funny, actually. So I'm, without wanting to sound like I'm massaging my own ego, I'm on the airwaves quite a lot with one thing and another. And my sister's a singer, and my mum will follow her literally around the world to watch her sing, but she won't turn the telly on and watch her boy.
I'm detecting a little bitterness here.
No, not at all. It's quite funny. It's quite funny. But it was me and Dad. Dad was the one who got me into rugby. Alas, we digress. QEGS Wakefield, 10-0 to the good here. This is actually a really good competitive game, but QEGS have taken their chances, and Cokethorpe looking to create something from nothing here. A loose ball hacked into the 22. It bounces back. Blue. The offload is good. Westmoreland tackled. 5 metres short. Has to come now for Cokethorpe. The ball over the top. And Tom Woodwards with the ugliest swan dive I've ever seen. But it still means 5 points on the board for Cokethorpe.
Second row forwards do not need to be diving like that, Dave.
Can you give him detention or something for that? That was horrendous.
Sorry, I'm lost for words for that, really.
Either way, great try, great opportunism. Cokethorpe playing the game, off the cuff, handbrake off, and a fabulous try.
You felt it was coming. Cracking kick ahead from Zach Galliford, well followed up by Dan Westmoreland, another one of those players involved with Gloucester. He's been tremendous, carrying some knocks this weekend, and finished off by Tom Woodward.
What I like about that try is the QEGS defence has been brilliant, and they've set the line, so it's thinking about ways that you can break that line, create fast ball, little bit of invention.
Look at that, that's horrible.
Awful.
That's awful.
Oh, he knows it as well, doesn't he? He knows that's terrible. Tom Woodward scores the try. Credit to the boy, though, because, you know, we can be accused of bullying. I'm not bullying him, that was awful. However, second row forward with a great engine to be there, to be on the shoulder, be in the right place. That's brilliant play.
No, all joking aside, he's been immense for us. He's one of those sorts of upper sixth boy that you need in a tournament like this to put in a proper shift for you. And the whole of the weekend, he's been the first person there putting his hand up. Yeah, put me out there. I'll go again, sir. Yeah, he's been immense.
Good man. And his reward is a 5-pointer on the live stream. But I'd imagine the boys are going to get around the WhatsApp groups and he'll be rinsed for that forever. However, brilliant to see Cokethorpe making a real game of this. 2.5 minutes to go. It's in the balance. QEGS 10, Cokethorpe 5. Oh, and a yellow card. David Mpofu, he was the hero earlier on, scored a late try to grab the win for QEGS. But that has all changed here as the Wakefield school go down to 9. They'll play not quite, but pretty much the remainder of the game with 9 on the pitch.
You'd think if we're gonna get something out of this game, it's got to come here. No better chance, really. Ball just outside the 22. Opposition, a man down.
Westmoreland, ball in hand. Big moments, this. It's exciting, isn't it?
This is exciting. This is what it's about, though.
Yeah, certainly is. Certainly is. Look at the weather, look at the surroundings. It is beautiful, as was that arrow from Westmoreland. Here come Cokethorpe. Is there space out wide? Is there space through the middle? Oh, here we go. QEGS making the try-saving tackle. Brilliant from Ed Hunter. But it's all with Cokethorpe at the moment. Looping ball over the top. Oh, went for the miraculous, but it's gone forward. And Westmoreland and Cokethorpe denied.
And cracking rugby there. Great set-piece ball. Great work from Finn Knox in the middle. Need a little bit of patience, though. A little bit of white line fever, I think. You've just got to go through the phases, recycle the ball, and just have confidence, really, in the kind of the structures.
One thing we've not taken nearly enough time to talk about is the level of dogs that have been brought to this competition. A couple of beautiful retrievers just being passed.
There's a lot of dogs here this weekend.
Yeah.
You a dog man?
Well, I live in a flat, so no, I don't own one, but I'm an admirer of rugby dogs. I think Sedbergh Pooches would be an Instagram account that I'd follow. Oh, penalty at scrum time. And that could well be it. That could well be it. 30 seconds left on our clock. Just a reminder, our clock not linked in with the referee's watch, so it could be a little bit of extra time. Credit to QEGS, they're looking to run it from their own 22. And, well, that's why. What a brilliant carry to relieve the pressure. Cokethorpe could be stretched here. Another try would definitely put paid for it. The dummy, the handoff. Oh, the offload goes to ground. But if the clock ticks past 24 minutes, that'll be it anyway. Oh, there's a bit of time to go. Ball in hand for Cokethorpe, defending to do for QEGS Wakefield. And this is only the 4th game on this pitch today. We've had 2 decided by last-second tries. So
that's what you want, though.
Hold on to your hats. Confirmation then, last play. Last play it is. Patience required by both teams. One of your coaches crouched on his haunches here.
Looking a little anxious, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, that's our director of sport, Jack Robinson.
Woody Morgan fires that into the grasp of Galliford. He's up over halfway.
Coming back for that. 12.
Like a penalty, I think they do.
Yeah, late shot and another yellow card. Dan Fleming sent to the bin. He joins Mpofu. Well, Mpofu's returned now. So they're down to 9 again. They could have kicked a touch, but instead they're going to send Joe Charlesworth. Oh, that's a good low leg drive and a good clear out as well. Cokethorpe up in the tempo, but they're taking it towards the traffic through Finn Knox. Oh, there are hands on that. But no, oh, I'm not sure there was a clear release there. However, that will be it. And there will be huge credit to QEGS Wakefield for holding on. Disappointing result for your team, Gareth, but huge credit to QEGS Wakefield. Some final thoughts from you.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, I think that kind of, in many ways, sums our weekend up. Really positive, competitive, lots of positive things there. You'd look at that, though, thinking that there were too many mistakes, too many kind of errors of our own creating, really. But as I said at the start, lots to build on, and these players will learn from it. Lots of these boys kind of coming back next year and the year after, they'll know what to expect. They'll come knowing the level that's expected of them in terms of physicality, and as I said, we're expecting big things.
Well, we're looking forward to following you on the journey. Thank you very much for your time, but congratulations to QEGS Wakefield. They defeat Cokethorpe 10 points to 5.
I'm Trevor Jagger from One Yorks, and this is what I've done this week.
This is a massive game in this Sedbergh Super 10s tournament that we love so much. It's Brighton College against Kirkham Grammar, last year's champions. against the National School Sevens finalists from a couple of days ago. Brighton have already had a last play winner against Hampton on this pitch today. I've got an all-star Cokethorpe as well. Jed from Kirkham Grammar, how are you, mate?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Well, no, thanks for finding the time to be with us. You're kitted up, but you're not out there. What's happened?
Yeah, so I had a little shoulder injury last week, and it's my last year, so Cersei can come up and hopefully get a few minutes, but today I've not really been too involved, so I thought I'd come and do some commentary.
You're very kind, mate. It's great to have your company. So, yeah, come and join us. Come enjoy the happy throng. I've just been given a Kirkham Grammar team sheet. It's a photo of a photo of a photo that I've just taken a photo of, so you can help me with some of the names of the boys that are playing. Well, you're on the ball here inside your own 22. Talk to me about the season then, the 15s, the 7s, the 10s. Has it been a good year?
Yeah, so the first team have gone undefeated, pretty much. We've not lost a game besides St Joe's Festival, which could have gone better, but otherwise not too bad. Sevens-wise, I think on a whole, the lads have performed fairly well. Roslyn, again, didn't really go our way, especially for the first team on the second day, but yeah, so 10s is our last big push.
And the conditions were hanging at Roslyn Park, weren't they?
Yeah, they were really bad, so much better here. Lovely sunny day, isn't it?
Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Great opportunity first up here for Brighton. Width to play with. And is that Dan Bibby I spot in your coaching ranks now? What's it been like bringing him in?
Yeah, so Dan Bibby joined us this year, and he's just, especially for sevens, he's really brought a new role and really helped the lads develop the game. And we've recently lost our head coach, who Dan stepped up massively and taking it all in his stride.
Yeah, because your head coach had been there, well, since dinosaurs were alive, right?
Yeah, I think it was 32 years he was with us.
Oh my goodness me. Because you're 18, right?
Yeah.
That must genuinely seem like an eternity to you.
Yeah, it's mad. Half of our Mr. Rodham, our head coach now, was taught by our previous head coach.
Incredible, absolutely incredible. But in the here and now, Kirkham defending their own 22 against the Brighton College team. Looking to win this trophy, believe it or not, for the first time. They've been runners-up here.
First man.
Oh, that's a great turnover.
That's Ollie Corkish there, great turnover. The Bulldog, as he likes to be called.
Does he like to be called, or do you just call him that anyway?
Well, he likes it. It's his little nickname he likes to go by.
Oh, fair enough. 3 minutes gone, still 0-0. Most of the rugby being played in the Kirkham 22. Oh, it's not a clean kick. But it bounces to relative safety. Brighton putting some air on it. Looking for that nudge in behind, turning Kirkham. Oh, it's an excellent win.
Yeah, that's Archie Dowds there. Really good. Really quick lad. You see him go now.
Well, you do see him go because he gets Kirkham Grammar right out of trouble there. Huge physical counter from Brighton, but it's Kirkham to run it from their own 22. Oh, lovely offload as well now. Some space for the hooker on the edge. He looks like he's got some wheels as well.
Yeah, he can shift for a big boy.
And he's made maybe 8, 9, 10 metres. He had no right to there for the first time in the game. Kirkham Grammar School on the front foot. Filling that one in behind. Oh, well gathered in the end. Oh, and lovely footwork. Brighton College. The game just starting to break up, and that usually ends up in tries, but we couldn't tell you who for. Smart kick. Brighton give chase. It'll go out for a line-out. Talk to me about how much work you do on set piece for this 10-a-side game.
So we mainly focus on our open play, I'd say, but we just like to keep it simple when it comes to set play. Mr. Rodham loves his line-outs and scrums. You'll ask any of the lads. So keep about the same 4 or 5 line-outs and just change it here and there. Added a new one in today.
Well, I wouldn't expect you to tell us what that is, of course, because of trade secrets, but it's interesting to hear you talking about in the middle of a tournament, still adding new things, still looking to constantly improve. So what are you doing after school then? I don't mean like on Tuesday, I mean when you finish in a couple of weeks' time.
So, well, we've all got our exams in May, and then we're done by June.
Yeah, but after that, come on, are you getting a job? Are you going to uni? Are you still playing rugby? What are you going to do?
Well, I'm from the Isle of Man.
Okay.
So I'm going home, getting a job, and I'll play for my local team back home.
And your local team is?
Douglas Rugby Club.
Douglas. Big up Douglas Rugby Club.
Knock on just in the tackle, scrum break.
Oh, nice. Well, have you got a job yet, or are you still planning on?
I've got a few little taster days when I go back at Easter with a few different companies, so we're just going to have a see what takes my fancy, really.
Ah, very exciting, mate. Good luck to you.
Cheers.
Luck. And so you weren't tempted to stick around on the mainland for a little bit longer then?
No, I think my 2 years at Kirkham, I'm ready to go home for a bit again.
Okay.
Stay up one. Early. Back 10.
Free kick, Brighton College. On they come, still looking for the game's opening try, and this is a brilliant chance to get it. That's a good fend, but good defence until they slip off the tackle. And Henry Williams, another score for him. Strong ball carrier. The drift defence looked to have him covered, but sometimes the strength shows, and it did. On that occasion, Henry Williams gets the opening try. Brighton 5, Kirkham 0.
Yeah, just on that line there.
It's been a tough old 6 minutes out there. Both teams giving as good as they get.
Unlucky, Keelan. Unlucky. Right, Keelan.
Left or right, full? Left or right? Right.
Play the try here
Time
at
in
Brighton
red.
College. Looking to use the whole width. Did, but a couple of defenders just getting tangled up there. Now Kirkham Drama chasing the game, but winning the penalty.
Need to roll quicker. Affecting the clear out.
I'm going to show you my team sheet. What do you reckon of that Kirkham one? That's tough to read, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not the easiest one in the world. To be fair, I could probably write you one now.
Oh yeah, but I'd rather have a chat to you about rugby and about life. It's great to have your company.
Well, this Archie Barber taking the kick now for possession. He's our super Scotsman.
The Super Scot, Archie. You've got a couple of Archies, haven't you? You've got Archie Dowds, Archie Barber.
Stay on that mark, gents, at all times.
So if you weren't carrying the shoulder knock, what role would you be playing here? Where do you usually find yourself?
I'm a prop forward, so I'd be propping basically. So just main job would be carries, line out, scrimmaging.
Are you a Lucy or a tighty?
Lucy, all day long.
Lucy Goosey. Doing all the hard graft in the middle of the park. While those tight heads just eat sausages and scrummage, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Here come Kirkham then. Need to get back into the game, that'll help. Excellent carry from Paddy Walsh, wearing number 17.
That's Morgan Dryas Jones, I think.
Oh, well.
Yeah, well, so there you go.
No, you've got two number 17s, that's right.
That's it. Morgan, he's one of our Welsh
7
boys.
red roll. Yeah, he's trapped in my blue there.
Paddy Walsh also wears 17, so...
Yes.
Oh, it does make me look foolish sometimes, but it's all part of the fun.
Cam Scanlon there, great carry.
There's a good carry, but over the ball goes Jack Hewer. He's off his feet. Best chance of the game so far for Kirkham. Oh, the wraparound move not quite coming off, and then it's hacked forward. Now the foot race again. Henry Williams chasing after it. Oh, the ball just bouncing around. There was an arm to the head there, but I think it's a rugby incident.
By red. Scrum here.
Be a scrum down. But 9 minutes in, Brighton taking every opportunity, and Kirkham just not getting the bounce. You had lunch yet?
No, I haven't actually. I think plan is after this we'll get some food.
What's on the menu?
Your guess is as good as mine.
All right, something delicious.
Yes.
Talk to me about the tournament in general then, because these chats that we have, they're great opportunities to, well, from your perspective, get a player's view of what it's like to be here. Just as we take a look at this next attacking phase.
Thank you, good work, Blue.
From Brighton. It's a loose pass, but Fully committed defence from Kirkham, a little bit over committed there, and Harry Street can take them into the 22. Another good penalty. Just talk to me about this tournament in general, because it seems like a brilliant thing to be a part of.
Yeah, for a lot of these lads, this is huge because it'll be the last time we get to pull on the Kirkham jersey. Coming off last year, obviously we won this tournament, so we've come here one to try and make a claim, showing it wasn't a one-off. A few of these lads played in it last year. A lot of these lads are lower six boys as well, so this is a really good experience for them.
Were you part of the team last year?
No, I wasn't. I had a shoulder injury from the
Oh no, same shoulder?
No, it's the other one.
Oh my goodness me. Too strong for your own good. Fingers crossed it repairs itself, and Douglas will have a great loose head for next season. In the meantime, we've got about a minute to go in this first half, and Kirkham are on the march. Nearly gets the offload away, and Brighton putting those footballing skills to the test once again. A little knock on. Check of the referee's watch. We will have time to restart. How did you get on in your first game today? Remind me.
We won that one. Can't remember the score. I think it was 19-5 possibly, something like that.
Right, okay.
And down on pitch 3 against Hampton, it was really close game. We just won it in literally like the last play.
So Hampton have lost both of their games in the last play today, because they lost against Brighton last play here as well. They're a good team, aren't they?
Yeah, very good. We knew we were going into it was going to be very big for us, so took our time, but last play of the game did a full length and managed to just go over just in time. So.
Oh, I can imagine that must have been bedlam at full time. The boys must have been absolutely delighted.
Yeah, where the entire bench erupted onto the field. Everyone was so happy. So we just need to try and hopefully win this one.
Well, this will be the last play. Well, it has been the last play for a few phases now, but Brighton coughing up the penalty. Kirkham getting themselves some great field position. Bang on the 22.
Stay there, Brighton.
This is a big dart. Oh, it's a beauty as well.
Just Josh Gilmore taking that in the air.
And here goes the maul.
Out, down by blue.
Lose their foot in Kirkham, so they're going to have to do it the hard way. Harry Tomlinson gets them going. Oh, it's a good line, but a good tackle as well. Brighton clustered in the midfield and winning the penalty right on half-time.
Let him run.
Well, they want to play here, which is absolutely staggering bravery, given they could just go in at half-time with the lead. Now, what do you do here? I suppose you kick to touch, maybe try a strike play, and if it doesn't come off, pop the ball into touch.
Looks like they kicked it out.
Half-time, Brighton College 5, Kirkham Grammar School 0. Second half incoming. Kirkham Grammar School 0, Brighton College 5. It'll be Kirkham in the beautiful... honestly, I cannot get over how good these conditions are for playing rugby. Jed's still with us. On days like this, do you miss playing? Are you happy? Are you happy being here watching and doing a great job for us, or would you much rather be out there with the lads?
Well, obviously, it hurts not being able to get on with the boys, but I have to be honest, and they need to put out the strongest team, and I'll admit I wouldn't be in that line out. So anything I can do was keep the lads happy when they're on breaks, just a bit of entertainment for them, really. So
entertainment, all right. More on that later. Either way, that is very honest of you, but it is great to have your company. And I will say it, continue to say it, great to have your company wherever you're watching around the world as well. It is our great pleasure to bring you schoolboy rugby wherever it is around the world, but it just so happens to be in sun-drenched Cumbria.
Tackle!
And these two teams and everyone else in the cup and plate competition really putting on a great show. Oh, Kirkham could open up some space here. One more pass might do it. It's a one-on-one on the edge. Great cover tackle.
High tackle, 13.
But high.
On the line.
High from Harry Streak.
Behind the line.
Gonna go for the line out.
Stay there.
Oh, we nearly had one in the commentary position then, Jed.
Blue, that's yours there. Blue, that's yours.
Oh, this is a big chance now.
On the 5.
Big chance to turn this game back blue and white. At the moment,
blue 3,
the slenderest of leads
blue 3.
belongs to Brighton.
Thank you.
Wills Austin.
Yep. Taken by Josh.
Break away!
Wills will carry.
And he does. Oh, it's a good low tackle. Good defence from Brighton. They decided not to compete. And well dealt with by Kirkham, who looked to hit the line hard. It's all pretty narrow at the moment.
Yes.
But a great carry. The offload, not quite going to hand.
Tackle!
And the tackle is called. That was Wills Austin again. He's been busy. What a turnover. Alex Berkshire.
Holding on.
Big moment. So I was intrigued as to how Kirkham, well, how you ended up there really, being from Isle of Man, but it's a bit of a family affair with your family and the school.
Yeah, so about four years ago, my older brother came, so that's kind of how I got roped into it. But there's a good 8 Isle of Man lads, or we get lads from Wales, we got some lads from Amsterdam. So, yeah, we get a complete bundle of different lads from all around the world, really, coming in.
How amazing. Oh, has he dummied that throw? Referee says no, but it's a good tackle. Honestly, sometimes I have to remind myself that we're watching under-18s rugby here. These boys can do everything. Skill set's exceptional. Brighton kick into green grass.
Yeah, the talent is very good around here. We're missing a few of our key boys, sadly.
Okay.
We've our normal captains away with Italy, and we had 2 of our lads playing for Wales and England yesterday against each other, so we're missing them.
Here come Kirkham. All right then. Are we going to be level? The cover tackle comes across. Oh, but the touchline never loses a tackle. And it's just starting to open up now. This is a fabulous game of rugby 10s.
Yeah, I was Archie Barber down the wing then.
Enjoying it?
Yeah. I'm hoping I'm not doing too bad of a job.
No, it's great to have your company, mate.
It's my first time doing anything like this, so.
Ah, fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. And what a game we've got on our hands here. Just one score in it. Yeah, what a great chance for you boys to, get a bit of different culture in your schooling, because very often you go to school locally, it'll all be people from where you grew up. Oh, forward pass. Oh, my.
Yeah, we get a lot of Sail Shark Academy players coming into Kirkham, so I think that's kind of a big link, because there's a sail development in the Isle of Man, so a lot of lads will either... So there's a few that has come to Sedbergh, but a lot go to Kirkham.
God, that's a catchment zone, isn't it?
Who's off?
So, I live in London and see how that zone is cut up into Harlequins and Saracens and London Irish. They can't cast the net on a completely different landmass like Sail Sharks can. Also, it's great to know that rugby's alive and kicking in the Isle of Man as well. Of course, most people know about jersey because they play in the Championship and they've got a great club over there, but
Hold it.
strong scrummage. Kirkham Grammar need a try. Try that'd change the reflection of this game, and that is an excellent carry, a darting carry. Harry Tomlinson there wearing 21. Oh, Brighton over the ball again, but can't slow it down. Pass over the top to try and create this 2-on-1. Seb Kelly! Great strength, a pirouette, and a try.
It's a great try from Seb Kelly.
Oh, what a battle. Battle of strength. Kelly and Archie Kane. Kane did everything he could. But he was like a spinning top there. Almost didn't believe that he was in the in-goal area.
Yeah, so Seb's the younger brother of Dan Kelly, the Leicester and England player. He also went to Kirkham. So.
Yeah, he did. I love Dan Kelly's story, actually. See, oh, this is a good strike on the conversion. Flags go up, Kirkham lead. Yeah, so Dan Kelly, he was playing his rugby at Loughborough and then ended up playing for Ireland under 20s, didn't he? Jared Mullen sending him in that direction. He was coach there at the time, and then signed by Leicester with his good mate Freddie Stewart, and now the two of them playing some unbelievable rugby.
Well, yeah, so it's funny because Seb's brother's in the same year as my brother, and now I come in Seb's year below me, but we're at school together, so it's weird how it all links up.
It certainly is, and stories like that as well, absolutely brilliant, and the school will know about that too, and it's important that you make the most of this great time with your pals, you know. Would Seb say he's a better player than Dan?
Oh, I don't know. I think it's one of those you'd have to ask him. I think they both play different positions, so I don't know how he could judge it. But yeah, they're both incredible athletes. I have to say, the guy's a freak.
Yeah. I like the fact now that freak has become a compliment, whereas historically, if I called you a freak, it certainly wouldn't have been something that you'd have embraced. But now, oh, that's a nice little nudge. Up the blind side. Oh, he's won it as well. George Williams chasing down his own kick. George Williams is held up.
Yes, boys.
Oh, my goodness me. What a moment. George Williams can't believe it. How he found space there.
Try to see that. Oh, Harry Tomlinson.
Held up.
Watch this kick. Down the tram lines. Never gives up. So much strength. Then the kick. Wrong foot's the 15 and then gets there first. It's such a good challenge for the ball, but it is astonishingly good defence. Oh my goodness me. We were a young man's torso away from one of the finest tries in the history of this competition. But Brighton College can come again. Ethan Dando, he looks a special talent himself, but he's crossed over.
You've checked your shoulder and you've crossed him, making the gap.
Crossing penalty. There's a supporter there who's stitched up a bin bag for a coat. What do we think of that? I've already told you what I think of it.
I don't think I think that might be one of the lads' dads from Kirkham actually, so I best not say anything about it.
Fashion comes in all shapes and sizes.
Red.
But the sun really does catch that, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does shine like a bin bag.
Red.
3.5 minutes to go in this engrossing encounter. Only 2 tries scored, but it has been 2 teams going hammer and tongs at it. This is pretty much the group decider as well, isn't it? 2 undefeated teams.
Hands up, Red.
Win this game, you top the group. The stakes are incredibly high. As Jed mentioned, Kirkham looking to go back-to-back in this competition.
No, back foot.
After a hard-earned win in the final. 365 or so days ago.
Whilst Austin again on the carry.
What a carry as well. Meters after contact, absolutely superb. Now they can feed the speed out wide, but it's one loose pass. Back Kirkham's way. A couple of boys doing very well indeed to get back to support with Brighton sniffing around the turnover. Another great turnover from Brighton. They have been very, very good over the ball. George Williams. Trying to go around the outside. Williams does go around the outside. George Williams into the 22.
Tackle again.
There's no offload there. Ethan Dando can't secure the ball. It's back with Kirkham, but illegally.
Number 18, not rolling. Just lying there.
Well, a try now for either side would surely put this beyond any doubt.
Oh, it's a turnover there.
What a piece of play. Oh, and then chat as well. 10 metres, and more importantly, more valuable seconds out of the clock as Kirkham look to protect this 2-point lead.
That was a turnover from James Stacey there. Really good.
Back 10, gents. Back we go. 1.
Well, Kirkham not in a rush. That one drilled into the clubhouse. They've got just over a minute
There you are, Red.
to look after this ball and to go 3 from 3 today. They've all been tight as well, haven't they?
Yeah, they're really close, really stressful.
Yeah, I've noticed you've got a little bit quieter in the last couple of minutes, Jen.
Trying to watch my mouth here.
Good line-out ball gathered. This nice game management here from Kirkham, eking out valuable seconds on, still marching forward as well.
This is great. Keep going, boys.
Lovely maul.
Change.
Scrum half with his hands on the ball if they should need it. Last chance for Brighton. They need
Hands off, Red
to get their hands on the ball. They need a turnover. They're not going to get it. A lot of bodies committed around there.
Red.
Our clock ticks towards 24 minutes. Just remember, it's not the official time, but it's pretty close. It's going to need one more phase, or it might not.
Sam Lewis.
Well, this try will put it beyond any doubt. That is absolutely incredible from Sam Lewis. He dummied to kick the ball dead. Brighton switched off. He has surged up the tram line, and he has booked Kirkham's place in the next round.
Yeah, it's, I'm very happy now. I can't stop grinning, to be honest. That's amazing from Sam Lewis.
Watch this replay. He shaped towards the touchline to kick it out to kill the ball. Brighton switched off, and he just hit the Jets. What a moment, what a try. And then this, the most picturesque of rugby backdrops. Kirkham Grammar have overcome the previously undefeated Brighton College. The Brighton College who beat the host Sedbergh yesterday. The Brighton College who've had it done to them with the last play, the way they did it in the last play. An incredible victory, an incredible game, an incredible advert for this tournament, and these two teams finishes Brighton College 5, Kirkham Grammar 12.
Right, I'm down pitch side with the man of the moment, Sam Lutis, who's tried there right at the death, sealed your path to the final. What a game, what a contest.
Just unreal, really. Completely surreal. Boys absolutely put a shift in there. It weren't one singular try, it was every man for themselves, working together, pushing against a strong Brighton team.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about that Brighton side. I mean, they were one half of an absolutely epic, we'll call it a semi-final because that's what it was to decide it.
Yeah, unreal team. All credit to Brighton. Really good to get through to the finals. Strong team, to be honest. First half, didn't have much hope, but boys pushed through, believed, got there in the end.
And for you guys, you won it last year. It was the first time in a long time, I think 19 years, since you'd won the Sedbergh 10s. So potentially going back to back, do you feel the pressure or are you just excited?
Excited, excitement. Everyone's excited. Everyone just wants to play for the badge. Kirkham mentality, to be honest, unreal.
And the bunch of lads that you're playing with, it's close, it's special.
It is, yeah. Family, yeah. Lads are great. More brothers. Some players, it's the last time playing a Kirkham shirt. Want to make it a good one.
Well, it looks like you're going to do that to this point. Amazing game, amazing performance. Cheers, Sam. Thank you, sir. I'll let you get back with your lads. All right, that's one final berth booked. But there's one more to come, and it is tight as can be. It involves the home team, Sedbergh. They've got an epic against Stamford up next here on Pitch 1.
We are underway in this incredibly important game as we come into the final stages of this group stage here. It's Sedbergh versus Stamford.
Mark's over here. Over there. 10 marks there.
And this is a massive game, isn't it? You've scrunched. Are your headphones too loud? Oh, they're all good. Okay, fine. Massive game. If Sedbergh win, they're in the final. If your boys Stamford win, then we've got to get the calculator out, and you could book your place there as well.
Yeah, exactly that. It's a must win.
Talk to us about the tournament so far. I mean, obviously we're in a last group game with the chance to go into a final, but overwhelmingly positive messaging from most people. Has it been a good couple of days?
Yeah, we've loved it. We travelled up on the Saturday after fixtures at Stamford, and the boys have loved it. Loved everything about it. Having so many schools here just playing rugby is awesome to see.
And it's all about the rugby as well, isn't it? It's great experiences sort of off the pitch and on the pitch, and another chance for these young players to bond, some of them for the last time in their school colours. But just to see so many players putting on such a good standard of rugby, it's sometimes I've got to remind myself that we are watching schoolboys playing.
Yeah, some of the physicality, some of the hits, some of the pure sides of them, it's just massive.
Well, just this kick as well, from 22 to 22. Oh, Sedbergh possibly running themselves into trouble there, but it was a good clear out.
Leave it out, leave it out. 7.
They can go again. That one hacked clear by Tom Burton. Heard from him with Joe Burns earlier. He has Got 4 tries in 2 games on pitch number 1 so far. That was a good shot, but here comes Stamford into the 22, getting rid of tacklers now. The offload's important. The offload's picked up. It's a great last gasp try, but Stamford knocking on the door here.
Release!
Great early opportunity for the men in white. Low drive, over the line. The ball's down, and Stamford lead.
That's Seth Roberts, year 11 prodigy.
Year 11?
Yeah, stepping
What are you
up on the big
feeding
stage.
him?
I don't know, pure South African blood.
He is a big boy for a year 11. Wow, and a strong, strong finish as well. So from a Stamford perspective then, talk to us about this tournament. How much have the boys been looking forward to it? How impressed have you been with how they've played and how they've made the most of the opportunity here?
Well, obviously we missed out on going to Roslyn. This was kind of like the boys just had it in their sights. They've been training hard, and I think for the 13s, a lot of these are 13s. We've got 10 or 11 of them here, and it's just a good way to send them off after everything they've done this season in sixth form and throughout their whole school lives.
Let's have a look at the finish then. Low body position, great leg drive. Very difficult to stop. A powerful young man from there. Sedbergh, they're going to have to come from behind, and that's not going to help them either. They've knocked that ball on. It is back with Stamford, who are giving themselves a great opportunity here to book their place in the final. Oh, the last pass, just letting them down, and that'll dribble out into touch. Well, it was on there, wasn't it?
It was nice little overlap, waiting on the wing. Big P.
How come you went to Park?
I think it was an admin error. School.
Okay.
Nice. I'll come on the way, okay? Make sure you stay here.
We'll leave that hanging there then, shall we?
Maintain the space, lads, all right? Crouch! Hold it. Bind! Set!
First scrum of the game. This is an area where teams have been able to get the nudge on Sedbergh, however, managed to get the ball out there. And, oh, that is a big handoff, and the offload as well. The thing to be said about this team in brown is they love to keep the ball live, even if it's not clean. Stretching defences at every opportunity. And Alec Martin, one of those that does that, as is Tom Burton. Beautiful pass to release the speed for Wilbur. Blackham, and Blackham gets brought down, but finds Burton. Cluster of bodies over there, but it's a brown one that comes out. What a tap tackle.
Not now, 15.
But it's still with Sedbergh, still trying to stretch. Now there's some space out here for the big man to gallop into. He'll take some stopping, but they have stopped him. Oh, the cover defence, absolutely wonderful.
Bunsen Will King.
Ben White was aiming for that corner. 5.5 minutes in, Sedbergh yet to cross the paint.
You're on the line. White, you're on the line.
Heroic effort on a very big man from those two Stamford tacklers.
Time's back on.
Important line out coming up. Oh, it's been pinched though. Was not a great dart, but oh my goodness me, that pass. Oh, there's a hand on that. And maybe the referee's whistle has gone a little bit quickly there. Because it's going to be a penalty. It's not going to be a yellow card. But that was absolutely a try-saving intervention there. Oh.
Yeah, the Sedbergh had the numbers there, so just let play go on.
Sometimes luck is on your side. Finn White trucks it up the middle. There's no gap there just yet, but Sedbergh still makes some meters.
You're holding his leg. Don't hold his leg like that.
Will Wotton, the captain, wearing number 9. Crisp passing from Sedbergh. Oh, that is a lovely seed, and it is rewarded with Sedbergh's first try. Wilbur Blackham out there on the edge, and that is the crispest of handling from Sedbergh. Now, this always happens. When we've got a co-commentator, special guest like you, whenever the opponents do something really good, silence.
Not me.
However, if you pay Sedbergh a compliment, no one will be angry with you, I promise.
We were in this position last year as well. Had Sedbergh in the group stage on final day.
Wasn't a particularly good attempt at the conversion, but it does draw the game 2 points closer. The standard of the passing off the left hand here, traditionally the weaker hand for these players. First of all, whipped across by the scrum half, but then the tempo, this miss pass here from Tom Burton is a beauty, and Wilbur Blackham on the edge like any good winger. On the restart, hasn't quite gone 10. Game on.
Who can hold their nerve?
Good question. Good question. Here are Stamford. Oh, big, strong carry, really strong carry. Front foot ball. Oh, and a change of direction here. In a stretch, Sedbergh any which way. And
16 move! Ball's there, ball's available.
a lot of players who are capable of just beating a man. A little bit of late footwork.
6 move!
And a lot of strength. Quick tempo and little dart. And Sedbergh hanging on inside their own 22 again, dragging tacklers to within 2 meters. An immediate response here from Stamford.
Ooh.
Ooh.
That shot.
And the referee's reaching for his pocket.
Lab 20. Wait here.
Got lucky
Penalties
there.
here. You okay?
Well, he's got up. He's okay.
Let's go.
Not reaching for his pocket at all. I thought he
A
put his
high
hand
shot
in
on
it.
the
Yeah.
line.
Either way, it's still 10 on 10, but Stamford in great field position until the turnover is made. And it's the scrum half, Will Wotton, the captain.
There's your mark. There's your mark.
That will relieve the pressure. But a bit of tunnel vision there from Stamford because there were numbers on the outside. But yes, that high shot on the line. Did look like he put his hand in his pocket there, the referee. However, remains 10 on 10, approaching in 10 minutes. Stamford 7, Sedbergh 5. Is there another try in this game before half-time? Clean ball off the top, another long pass and more space out here for Will Blackham, the man with the wheels. Oh, to get round one, then 2 defenders. He will put his head down.
He is electric.
Yeah, he is one of the standout players in a standout competition. And look at that great big smile on his face. Those 2 boys there, Blackham and Burton. Serious talent, serious players.
Holly behind the post.
Conversion is good, so Sedbergh into the lead for the first time in the match. Another look at this. That isn't a pass, it's an invitation. Come on, run onto this, be brilliant. What I love about this game is it is a real clash of styles. I think it is going to go all the way to the death. There's about 45 seconds on our clock before half-time. Stamford, who open the scoring, find themselves behind
18 move!
for the first time. But some of this quick ruck ball putting them in a good position. They're already nearly up to the 22.
No, don't play your
Sedbergh cleaned out. Made a couple of timely turnovers. Sedbergh short of numbers here. Oh, the ball's gone to ground though, and it's back in Brown hands. Oh, the kick charge down though. Where's this going to go? Oh, back to Sedbergh, but then dropped again.
Tackle the man without the ball.
on a couple of decisions, just going against Stamford in key areas. And that'll take us through to half-time. What a game. Sedbergh 12, Stamford 7. Sedbergh 12, Stamford 7. Must-win game. If Sedbergh win it, they are straight into the final against Kirkham. If Stamford win it, then as I said, there is mathematics to be done. 3 teams in the group will have won 2 games and lost 1 game. It's been an incredible competition.
Leave it out, lads, leave it out. Not now. Ball's there.
Is Stamford with the first possession of this second half. They took the lead.
No, not on the ball.
And then 2 tries from Wilbur Blackham.
Tackle, move.
Out on the right wing.
You're fine.
The
10's got to get
difference
away
between
quicker.
the teams for the penalty conceded by Alec Martin. Oh, that is a lovely carry. He is a big, strong boy.
Big for his brother's playing over in France. Oh, wow.
Where's he playing?
I think he's at Stade de France.
Oh, wow.
First man, let it come.
They're both contracted at Tigers.
Hold him. Let it come on the floor.
Well, you have to credit Sedbergh for the way they have been over the ball. Oh, that's good offloading as well. And Sedbergh kicking that infield. Waiting for the bounce of the ball. Stamford back there, though, to gather it. Good chase by Burton. Now Stamford back in numbers, as they needed to be.
Not now. Counter's fine.
Cracking game over there on pitch number 2 as the ball getting ever closer to the Stamford try line here. Seaford 10, Ipswich 12.
Ball's there now.
That could work in our favour, that's all.
Take him back.
Of course, because if Ipswich win, they'll be on at 2-1. Oh, here's a great break and sticking hold of the ball, then getting the offload away. Nice fluid hands in close quarters here from Stamford. Need to protect that ball, though.
Let it come, White! White, let it come!
But they haven't done that, and then Sedbergh turn it over, an offload, and Alec Martin is on the shoulder. And once again, it's 2 steps forward, 3 steps back for Stamford. And 5 more points on the board for Sedbergh. Alec Martin, the latest to add his name to the scoreboard. Now it is a 2-score game. Conversion's good, 19-7.
Around 8.5.
Still time on the clock, but Alec Martin's try looking like it could be a decisive one. Sedbergh, as they always do,
Take a step, take a step.
finding a way to get ahead against very, very good teams, which I think tells us that they themselves are a very, very good rugby team. Were defeated yesterday against Brighton College. They're not infallible, they're not invincible. And that is a good low chop tackle. Stamford need to get the next score. They need to get it pretty quickly to give themselves time. 24-minute games, remember. Still 8 minutes, and a lot can happen with good quality rugby players, especially when there's a bit of fatigue involved. Any missed tackles punished. No missed tackles in that phase from Sedbergh, who are over the ball again. The way they have turned it over has been exemplary.
21, the mark's over here. Here's a mark.
Just their intensity in play is just killing us at the minute.
They are playing
Brown,
very, very good rugby, these Sedbergh boys. Stamford's turn to defend. Oh, they need to defend better than that, because if you miss a tackle, you are punished. This time, it's Harvey Johnson who goes over to put this one beyond any doubt, and Sedbergh getting closer and closer to the final and the opportunity to win back this trophy. Clinical.
Yeah, no arguments with that.
Let's go.
They're looking to play Kirkham in the final, a little local derby.
Yes. Well, that's you saying local in so much that anywhere north of the Watford Gap is the north, and therefore any northern teams are local, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
I'll make sure you have security on the way out.
Loads of time, over 6 left. 6 left.
This is so good from Sedbergh.
Time in, lads.
Physically, they're not as big as a lot of other teams in this competition, but they attack the line hard, so difficult to tackle. They run through the contact.
Knock on,
that's been dropped.
Knock on.
And important for Stamford now to dig in and be strong from now until the end of the game.
21 is less than a minute, all right? 21, here's your mark.
Ipswich have snuck ahead against Seaford, 12-17 over there. I mean, let's roll out some commentary cliches here, but entirely true. No easy games in this competition, are there? It is tough going for 24 minutes every time these boys step on the pitch.
Yeah, the fatigue they must be feeling after. I think this is their 6th game in 2 days. And at the intensity every team plays at, it's tough for them to keep going.
Oh, it's another good pass, and there's more space here, and there's another chance for Johnson.
That's a great tackle.
Oh, what a
Brilliant
tackle,
Harris.
what an offload, what a try. Archie Callaghan scores for Sedbergh. The last gasp tackle to deny Johnson was brilliant, but he had the wherewithal to put Callaghan in. Please tell me these boys aren't back in the classroom tomorrow.
I think it's looking that way.
Oh,
Straight
no.
back to school, straight back in the classroom.
5-hour drive home.
Yeah, straight back into it. I don't think any of these boys, we've got cup final in the football tomorrow, league final game.
Oh wow, so there's football tomorrow for
yeah, for Stamford, and then we've got a basketball game for some of the boys on a Wednesday as well. So
goodness me,
straight back into the sport at Stamford.
That is a lot of sport But it's great to know that these young boys are playing. In terms of your involvement then, obviously you're with the rugby group. Are you with any of the other teams as well?
I tend to do a lot of hockey as well.
Okay.
The girls' second team and the junior hockey. So
were you a hockey player?
I was a bit of a all-rounder. Master of none, though.
Full disclosure, right? That's a good chase on the kick. I went to a comprehensive school in South Wales and loved sport. Always played a lot of sports, but didn't realise that boys played hockey until I went to uni. Turns out it's a pretty big deal. As Sedbergh come again, up the flank, another good tackle, but
Billy Harris putting in a shift on them covering tackles.
Advantage.
Another advantage coming though, and Sedbergh closing in over the line. The ball's down again, and they are teeming with confidence. Harry Gresswell gets the 6th try for Sedbergh.
Ouch.
Yeah, exactly that. It's funny how the psychology of sport works though, isn't it? Because your Stamford boys, they've played their hearts out, but when a try goes in, maybe the 4th one, and you realise that the final is beyond you, it is so difficult to maintain that level and that energy required to get through to the full-time whistle. Kick's unsuccessful. 36-0. Harry Gresswell getting the meat pie. But yeah, it's just relentless from Sedbergh. Another look at this. Again, it's not for lack of effort, some great tackling. Ruthless and brutal. Stamford then, got a couple of minutes to try and get some pride back in the scoreboard. Remember, they took the lead in this game 7-5, but Sedbergh over the ball have been absolutely astonishingly good.
There's a knock on there.
Little knock on. We'll pack down for the scrum. So some of these boys will play basketball on Wednesday, did you say?
Yeah, some of the senior boys like Will Burrows, Billy Harris, Lachlan Peck will be out playing basketball on Wednesday as well.
They will be absolutely goosed, surely.
Yeah, half term is calling for them.
6 games of rugby, and then a game of basketball.
Bind.
And then their A-levels.
Set.
Yeah, I think that's the last thing on their mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. A massive short side there, but instead they've gone into the traffic here. Stamford looking to win more collisions. To be fair, they've managed to do throughout the day, throughout the tournament.
Not now, Brown. Knock on advantage. Knock on.
The advantage called over pretty quickly by our referee. So we will scrum down. So yesterday it was pretty cold and wet, and it was chilly this morning. Put a pair of very heavy boots on. I am melting. In this sunshine here, it is stunning. Absolutely beautiful conditions.
Crouch.
It's always short weather.
Yeah.
Bind. Set.
Nice to see the pitches have held up today as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Yesterday it looked like they were taking a bit of a battering.
I mean, obviously, you were talking about not going to Roslyn Park, as said, but go in search of another score to add some more gloss to this very, very clean performance. But in terms of the conditions, the boys dodged a bullet because it was horrendous.
The drive up, hailstones, torrential rain. Some of them were asking if the tournament is still going to be on.
I mean, Brighton and Harrow played a brilliant under-18 cup final, and given the conditions, the fact that we had 5 tries was testament to how good both of those teams were. But oh my goodness me, it was one for the purists. And you know, just what, a couple of days later here, and we could be playing this at any time of year, really, couldn't we? Let alone the end of March. It is absolutely incredible. And the rugby has benefited as a result.
Teddy Shepherd, strong carry down the middle.
Last few phases then. Stamford, is there one more try in the tank for them? Big, firm offload, great meeting of two. And the clean out as well. Stamford go up the short side.
18, move! Let it come! Off feet. Let him run, let him run, let him run,
off
let him
their
run.
feet. Stamford into the 22.
And over it again.
Hold it. Tackle was away.
Holding on. Our clock's hit 25 minutes. And surely that is going to be it. Stamford gracefully bow out of a competition that Sedbergh are going to be in the final of. It's a repeat of last year's for the Sedbergh Super 10. Sedbergh 36, Stamford 7 at full time.
Ambition is to positively impact on every single kid through their chosen sport or whatever level they want to be at. From one level to the next, we need to ensure that there's some learning going on. We're looking at that growth mindset, originality, leadership and determination, going through everything that we're doing. So my challenge to you is like always going to be around transfer. So how do we transfer these chats into our delivery which impacts on every single kid? Okay, play.
Give it all now. We should see the best of you.
As soon as you hear a clap or a gun or a whistle to react to, your muscles just kick in a lot better.
Lift it backwards, lift it backwards.
Great pass, mate.
There you go, straight in the corner. That's a goal in any league in the world.
Make good mistakes. Don't get frustrated if you haven't quite mastered it yet. Does he want to do a bit of running? Super speedy, Rupert!
We've worked it out, he's got a superpower.
Most importantly, have we enjoyed this morning?
Yeah.
Yeah? Top stuff, okay. Right.
First of four. Jump laterally, land on one leg, yeah? You're pushing yourself back, okay? It's going to be hard to get it down, this one.
The latest video that we've just done here, the jump is anything perfect, it's going straight, and what does that mean with our weight now, all of a sudden? Where's the weight going?
Forwards towards the stumps.
Exactly.
Watch yourself.
Good drive, turn and send, turn and have a look. Really quick feet, accelerating, change your direction and then driving to take a pass, okay?
That's it, good girl. Hands down, good girl. Go on, make it go into that corner, brilliant. Getting back to the outside.
The growth, the originality, the leadership, and a bit of determination. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That was absolute class, boys. Sometimes we get so preoccupied with having that ball, we forget about what's around us, we forget about looking up, scanning. I want you to tell one person each from the group, just one person in the group, what you loved about what you've just done at some point in that game. That's what teamwork's about. Respect, belief. How good is that? That was awesome, boys. Well done. Grab a drink. Well done. Good stuff.
Crazy catch
Oh
over
yeah,
there.
that was so cool.
That was by far the best part today.
I also liked the 2v1 because it was very challenging.
Really well done today. Let's start to pack away. See you next time. Okay, now Katie, this piece of work that you've done here is really impressive. So keep it up. Well done.
Thank you.
The spirit of always getting better. The spirit of starting a very important journey. The spirit of teamwork and ingenuity. The spirit of community and family. The spirit of safety in a home away from home. The spirit of competition and loyalty. The spirit of passion and creativity. The spirit of achievement when it matters. This is the spirit of Sedbergh.
Okay, here we go. So Barnard Castle versus QEGS Wakefield. Here on pitch one, coming to the end of the group stages of the second day, and Harry Rickard is alongside me representing Barnard Castle. So I've got no team sheet for them, so you're going to take the reins on this, Harry, and you're going to give us all that intel on your boys in blue and brown and how the weekend's been, and how you and the squad are reflecting at this stage.
We've had a good 15th season. It's been strong, but I think the boys are just getting quite tired now, but dig deep.
Well, it's been a long week. It's been a long week, hasn't it?
Yeah,
for rugby players across the landscape.
Yeah, everyone here, I think, well, most people have been Roslyn and then here, so everyone has to dig deep in the last few games on the last day.
Well, QEGS, get us underway.
That was Freddie Bullman with the catch.
Tackles, mate! Tackle, release!
Some good firm refereeing across this weekend. Really impressed with the level of quality of the officials. They've really commanded the games well, let them flow at the right time.
Tackle,
but,
release,
they've been strict at the breakdown. Instructive and little sort of
Charlie Borchard.
Out of the hands forwards.
Ooh, little George Gregan there.
Yeah, the classic. I think loads of people have started doing this, especially this season. I've seen a fair few of people trying them.
So you're in your final year at Barnard Castle. Who are some of the other levers in this side pulling on the jersey for the last time?
Well, we've got 15 here. Harvey Hooley. He's been class, probably our best player over the past couple of days. And then we've also got Rory Forster at 10.
Crouch!
And then I think the rest of the backs are actually lower sixth.
Set!
And you not featuring today?
No, I've hurt my knee, and so sadly I missed Roslyn and Sedbergh, which is not ideal.
Oh, that was a timely intercept on the inside ball. Otherwise, QEGS would have been in and underneath the uprights.
That's Henry Turnbull going down the blind side. Just bundled into touch.
A nice break by QEGS down that left-hand side, and as I said, that intercept pretty timely. First sighting of the line out. In terms of 10s, what sort of stuff have you guys been chatting about tactically in terms of tactics? You've been playing 7s all week, obviously 15s all season, but this is it's a different beast, this one.
I think with 10s, what we talk about is, especially in defence, it's not overfolding on one side. So often there could be a breakdown, and because of the less numbers, if too many people fold round, then you leave yourself open on the blind sides, and it's just about keeping men on the feet.
Just make sure you don't go any further that way. Crouch! Bind!
Put in for Barnard Castle, just outside their 22, and some good quality ball for them to attack from deep. Pass just behind, stops the fullback in his track. Gets it to the winger, he gets wrapped up pretty swiftly. Big men pouring into midfield and asking big questions of shoulders, and the extra roll means a penalty to QEGS.
Time off. Time off. You step back. You step back. I'm just checking you're okay first. Are you okay? Yeah. That's all. Josh, I'll deal with that. I'm checking yours fine. Thank you. Yeah, come in. Captain. Captain.
Bit of a talking to for one of your boys.
Yeah, that's big Sam Tab. I think he just came flying in off his feet, maybe.
He was recklessly off feet, okay? It's a yellow card.
Obviously, if all of his weight hits you, you're going to be in trouble.
So recklessly out of control, flying into the breakdown, a yellow card. What's it like trying to tackle him at training?
If you go low, you'll be all right, but if you go up high, then you'll be in bother. He's a very strong boy.
I'll put Barney on the line. Barney, take the line, please. Come on, Barney! Come on, boys!
Well, that sound you hear there is the sound of the captain, Josh Riding, cleaning the ball on the grass, covered in mud. So using just a few fresh blades to wipe it clean,
Same as
but
earlier.
doesn't clean it quite enough to get a good throw from his hooker, Henry Ramsden. So not straight. And we haven't gone very far in the last few minutes.
No, all the territory, it's all around here really, right in front of us.
I imagine a lot of chat about playing in the right areas.
Yeah, I think especially with in 10s only having one player in the backfield often, it gives lots of space to play in those areas, and it makes it a bit easier to try and get to those areas. So, but then it's also because there's more space, you can have a go from a bit further out as well. So it's getting a balance.
At the moment, Barney finding the going tough in terms of getting anywhere beyond a 5-metre radius of their 22.
Yeah, I think this penalty hopefully is a chance we can try and play in the right areas. That's Rory Forster kicking it out, so I think we'll have a line out on about the 10-metre.
Rory Forster with the touch finder, a little bit better, in fact. Up towards the halfway, still in the Barney half.
You take the line.
By half a sidestep. Glorious weather, just continually glorious. Makes an already pleasurable weekend
Through the mark.
even better.
No, leave it 7.
The ball not quite looked after, but Barnard Castle happy to go quickly, not back 10, and I think we could see our second yellow of the match.
Yeah, quick thinking from 9, Joe Davies, just to go quickly, get the extra 10 metres.
8, offside.
So territory and time can change just like that. Barney are back to their full complement with the yellow card having been served, and in the space of 2 penalties and an extra 10 march back, Barnard Castle have a very promising position on this near touchline. What's the game plan from here? What would you be calling?
I think honestly we try and get a rolling maul over a couple of times today and yesterday. We've had strong mauls that have made yards and got close and can score off, so probably there and then go front door first, I'd say.
Well, they win the ball and they go on the march straight away, and it's in the hands of a few players, including maybe a couple of QEGS lads. Problematic for Barney. And all that disruption, all that tussling means QEGS will get the put in. Well defended.
Yeah, very well defended from QEGS, proper disrupting our maul, and they get the reward.
They still to call in a try here.
Crouch. Bind.
Either side threatening too much, to be honest. That Barney's best chance, and look at the power coming through the scrum.
Beyond 45 degrees.
Have another go. And for you, Harry, you know, what's your time been like at Barney? What's it meant to you being a Barnard Castle player?
Oh, it's meant so much. Like throughout this year and last year, we've had loads of ups and downs, like from losing in cup semi-final last year to then winning in the plate semi-final this year, then having the chance to play at the StoneX. And it's all these things are good and bad, but it's just spending time with the boys, like playing with the boys. Like these will be memories forever, really.
Memories forever. Memories that all of our schools taking part in this Super 10s are making. It really is the last dance for a lot of the boys who are out here. Some will be going on to university rugby, others to even greater adventures, maybe at Premiership or professional level in other spheres, but never forget your mates that you took the field with all those school years.
Same as there two earlier.
It's their last time to really, really savour these moments.
All right, let's go quickly here.
At the moment, no one's going to have a try to savour.
I know, it's a bit of a slow start to this game. We've probably had about 5 scrums already.
The slow burn is sped up by a quick free kick, and QEGS putting some air on it, and there's a real big slice of the pitch to use. Oh, love that dummy, sending the two over chasing to the touchline, but another handling error means that if this advantage isn't used by Barney, we'll be back for another scrum. Advantage over is the call, so Barney will play. The big cans that were once yellow carded but now being put to good ball carrying work. Off we go to the left flank. Defence cinches in with big hits, and the pressure forces a forward pass, but certainly the most fluid attack from either side so far.
Yeah, I think that's better from both teams, using the width. Some good handling and just unlucky to get a forward pass there, but it's the best part of the game so far.
Last free kick was against you coming up early, okay? Make sure we keep that gap.
Slow burn usually delivers a pyrotechnic second half. We just got to keep that in our minds, Harry.
Yeah, hopefully the second half has a more.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
I tell you what, the Barnard Castle scrum is in full flight, moving through the gears and giving their backs opportunities to use transition ball. But that's smartly collected by the covering fullback. Or
deliberate knock on.
A deliberate knock on means QEGS have a decision here. Do they clear the decks or do they insert a bit of tempo into the game? Looks like there'll be pace off the ball.
Enough time for the line, you've got 50 seconds. Okay, fine.
A brief pause for an injury, so the water gets
Your hand
shuttled on. Been doing a bit of water duties this weekend or this week?
Yeah, me and another boy called Ed who's injured, we've been running up and down, filling the waters and stuff, so plenty of stuff for us to still do to help the boys out.
Yeah, it's tough not being involved actually out there on the field, but I think such is the wonder of rugby and schoolboy rugby, that there is opportunity to sort of stay in with the group. I know you won't have felt exactly the same as when you were playing, but it still felt good to be part of the journey with the lads.
Yeah, obviously it's hard to watch, you just want to be there and be involved, but you just do what you can to help the lads.
Scrum boot. Let's get them on the back foot here. Much better on that last one. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Barnard Castle, oh, that was a beautiful line, and he didn't take it, and instead gives up a penalty for crossing.
Yeah, that was Noah Welford coming on a line. He's been really impressive towards the back end of the season. He was injured right at the start on our pre-season tour, and he's been really good since, so credit to him.
Well, that is that for first half. No tries, no scores, no points to report, but two good sides ready to leave it all out there in the second half. Both coaches have been speaking to their young charges, and hopefully they've G'd them up sufficiently to promise us a few tries to celebrate in this second half.
Yeah, last game for all these lads, so hopefully they come out firing to score some tries and get some points on the board.
And they'll know that there'll be no rugby in the Barney jersey after today.
No, that'll be it. That'll be it.
Well, it's QEGS who are looking likeliest to break the deadlock, pouring through the backfield, and again the desperate defence from your number 10, getting in the way.
Yeah, Rory Forster there, just doing what he can, and he did it successfully.
Well, Kirkham...
Off now, Blue.
QEGS, I beg your pardon, still denying. Barney can't find the tackles this time. The transfer out to the support runner. And I was saying that QEGS still can't find their way through, but eventually they do with a slight little offload out to the right-hand side. They've had to work for it, but finally we got our first try of the match.
Yeah, that was a really strong carry and a great offload, so QEGS 7-0 up now.
Well, here it is, just slipped through the tackle and then finding the offload, Harry Bowser. Under the sticks. And the conversion added as well. So 7-0 QEGS lead. QEGS turn to defend, QEGS turn to chase opposition jerseys, the inside, the outside, and a key tackle that needed to be made, but still Barney come.
That was Charlie Borchard with a great carry. He's absolutely electric. He's got the ball back now again.
Full goal, not rolling.
Charlie Borchard. Oh, the set, the presentation, and pounced upon.
Joe Davies loves a snipe, our rapid little number 9.
An immediate response from Barney. It was a brilliant break. Got a little bit stodgy for a moment, but then you mention what a snipe. Great speed down the short side. Joe Davis there, the try scorer. No conversion added, so still Barney trailing to QEGS, who were looking to see if they can have an impact on who's going to be the personnel of that plate final. Another moment of brilliance in the centres and popped off the floor. Great continuity by QEGS, who then flash it to the left flank, and they flash it into the rapid hands of Ed Hunter, who pins his ears back and get QEGS his second. Wow, slick stuff from QEGS.
Yeah, that was a really well-worked try, especially once they made the break and he was originally tackled. Everyone still had the composure just to work it through the hands and then manage to get over. So our boys have a bit of an uphill to climb now, but they can do it. They've come back from more before, so.
And the conversion added as well, particularly key, considering Barney not nailing theirs. As you said, bit of a mountain to climb, but plenty of minutes left on the clock.
Timing.
I think the next score is vital. Whoever scores next, I think, will really change the game.
Well, in front of the kicker, QEGS coaches will be pulling their hair out of that. That is one that makes you want to scream inside, and it gives an opportunity for Barney to drop it on the toe. Almost brilliantly collected.
Double knock on.
And a great opportunity for Barney straight from the kickoff. The QEGS trying to hunt down that plate final spot.
Bind.
RGS High Wycombe looking good.
Set.
On the other pitch. Well, they're looking good heading into it, but trailing against Kes. Here come Barney Castle. Oh, once again, the sniping speed of the scrum half. Too much for QEGS to handle.
Yeah, he's electric around the breakdown and stuff and off the back of scrums, and especially in a game like 10s where there's no flankers to properly get off. This is what he excels at.
Conversion added, back to a 2-point game. And we take another look here. This is a bit of individual brilliance right here. Hell of a view, but the view enhanced by that slaloming run by your scrum half.
Yeah, he's a very special player, and he's definitely one to watch in the future.
Taken well, taken awkwardly, under a lot of pressure, and there he goes again, selling that dummy that's been bought every time by the Barney defence. This time he finds the trailing man who pins his ears back, and he's got the gas to go all the way. End to end from QEGS. And no sooner have Barney got themselves back in the mix. Searing break from Dan Fleming, finish off by Jack Lawrence.
Yeah, that's a killer when you just score and then go and concede points straight away, so the boys will be kicking themselves about that one. But there's still time on the clock, there's still a few minutes left.
Well, in development on pitch 2, I think Kes have scored again, so RGS High Wycombe,
23.
after starting the day at a blistering pace, huge win over Dulwich College, looking like they could be getting themselves into a spot of bother as they look to make their way to the plate final. At the moment, it's looking like QEGS will await, but Barney do have tries in them. We've seen that twice so far. They're running out of time, clock ticking up towards 21 minutes.
No, get out, Gold! Not rolling first.
Joe Davies put it on the boot for Charlie Borchard, and he's got it.
Oh my goodness, Borchard with the collect and with the wheels. What a fabulous score, and he's been injured in the process. But scrum half and wing are telepathic.
Yeah, the two flyers from the year below, Joe Davies and Charlie Borchard, showing what they can do, and they've both been really impressive this tournament as well, so it's great to see them doing it now.
2.5.
QEGS aren't home and hosed yet. Barney slot the conversion. We're back to a 2-point game.
Second half has been a lot faster than the first half, what we thought it'd be, and it's going really well so far.
It was pin perfect from Davis, wasn't it? And Borchard, it just sat up perfectly for him. Didn't lose a stride. And hopefully that late challenge there hasn't meant that's going to be his last action of the match. Been one of the bright lights of Barney all weekend.
I think he's still on, but he's walking a bit gingerly, so we'll see.
Time enough for Barney here. Are they going to sign off their school careers with a win against QEGS? 2 minutes left on the clock. Prime piece of scrummaging space in the 22 of QEGS.
This is a great opportunity for the boys to try do something and try get over the line and get the win, so hopefully they can manage to do that.
Davis goes travelling again, doesn't give it again, creates the 2-on-1, finds the bars. It has been a one-man magician show from Davis at scrum half. 2 tries, 2 assists, each as brilliant as the other. And Barney take the lead with a minute to go.
Yeah, Joe Davies has been absolutely brilliant today, and especially in this game. It's just showing how classy he is.
You've got 15 of those left.
Conversion cells to the right of the uprights from Harvey Hooley. And we take another look. Boy, does he like to travel from the base of a scrum.
I will not. I'll tell you there's 20 seconds to go from now.
Yeah, that's Joe Davies just come in and some good lines to hold defenders, and then eventually pulls the trigger and passes it to Harvey Hooley with a strong finish in the corner.
Well, Davies, I think if he'd sold the dummy, he could have gone himself and maybe bagged himself a hat-trick.
Yeah, I thought that too watching that then, but he did the unselfish thing and the sensible thing just to make sure.
Barney steal it at the death.
Yeah, that's a great win for the boys, a great way to finish the school season, and they'll be buzzing with that, so they deserve it. It's great work from all the lads.
A nervous wait for QEGS as calculators are employed to work out who's who in all these pools. Meanwhile, Kes have just beaten RGS High Wycombe, so we will be able to let you know soon who's going to be in that plate final. 2 cracking matches ahead to round off a fabulous weekend's work here in Sedbergh.
Our ambition is to positively impact on every single kid through their chosen sport at whatever level they want to be at. From one level to the next, we need to ensure that there's some learning going on. We're looking at that growth mindset, originality, leadership and determination, going through everything that we're doing. So my challenge to you is like always going to be around transfer. So how do we transfer these chats into our delivery which impacts on every single kid? Okay, play.
Give it all now. We should see the best of you.
As soon as you hear a clap or a gun or a whistle to react to, your muscles just kick in a lot better.
Lift it backwards, lift it backwards.
Great pass, mate.
There you go, straight in the cut. That's a goal in any league in the world.
Make good mistakes. Don't get frustrated if you haven't quite mastered it yet. Does he want to do a bit of running? Super speedy, Rupert!
We've worked it out, he's got a superpower.
Most importantly, have we enjoyed this morning?
Yeah.
Yeah? Top stuff, okay.
First to four, first to four.
Jump laterally, land on one leg, yeah? You're pushing yourself back, okay? It's going to be hard to get it down, this one.
The latest video that we've just done here, the jump is anything perfect, it's going straight. And what does that mean with our weight now, all of a sudden? Where's the weight going?
Forwards towards the stumps.
Exactly.
Watch yourself.
Good drive, turn and send, turn and have a look. Really quick feet, accelerating, change your direction and then driving to take a pass, okay?
That's it, good girl. Hands down, good girl. Go on, make it go into that corner, brilliant. Getting back to the outside.
The growth, the originality, the leadership, and a bit of determination. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That was absolute class, boys. Sometimes we get so preoccupied with having that ball, we forget about what's around us, we forget about looking up, scanning. I want you to tell one person each from the group, just one person in the group, what you loved about what you've just done at some point in that game. That's what teamwork's about. Respect, belief. How good is that? That was awesome, boys. Well done. Grab a drink. Well done. Good stuff.
Crazy catch
Oh
over
yeah,
there.
that was so cool.
That was by far the best part today.
I also like the 2v1 because it was very challenging.
Really well done today. Let's start to pack away. See you next time. Okay, now Katie, this piece of work that you've done here is really impressive. So keep it up. Well done.
Thank you.
The spirit of always getting better. The spirit of starting a very important journey. The spirit of teamwork and ingenuity. The spirit of community and family. The spirit of safety in a home away from home. The spirit of competition and loyalty. The spirit of passion and creativity. The spirit of achievement when it matters. This is the spirit of Sedbergh.
Proper Jagger from One Yorks. This is what I've done this week.
Our ambition is to positively impact on every single kid through their chosen sport at whatever level they want to be at. From one level to the next, we need to ensure that there's some learning going on. We're looking at that growth mindset, originality, leadership and determination, going through everything that we're doing. So my challenge to you is like always going to be around transfer. So how do we transfer these chats into our delivery which impacts on every single kid? Okay, play.
Give it all now. We should see the best of you.
As soon as you hear a clap or a gun or a whistle to react to, your muscles just kick in a lot better.
Lift it backwards, lift it backwards.
Great pass, mate.
There you go, straight in the car. That's a goal in any league in the world.
Make good mistakes. Don't get frustrated if you haven't quite mastered it yet. Does he want to do a bit of running? Super speedy, Rupert!
We've worked it out, he's got a superpower.
Most importantly, have we enjoyed this morning?
Yeah.
Yeah? Top stuff, okay.
Yeah.
First of four, first of four.
Jump laterally, land on one leg, yeah? You're pushing yourself back, okay? It's going to be hard to get it down, this one.
The latest video that we've just done here, the jump is anything perfect, it's going straight, and what does that mean with our weight now, all of a sudden? Where's the weight going?
Forwards towards the stumps.
Exactly.
Watch yourself.
Good drive. Turn and send. Turn and have a look.
Really quick feet, accelerating, change your direction and then driving to take a pass, okay?
That's it, good girl. Hands down, good girl. Go on, make it go into that corner, brilliant. Getting back to the outside.
The growth, the originality, the leadership, and a bit of determination. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That was absolute class, boys. Sometimes we get so preoccupied with having that ball, we forget about what's around us, we forget about looking up, scanning. I want you to tell one person each from the group, just one person in the group, what you loved about what you've just done at some point in that game. That's what teamwork's about. Respect, belief. How good is that? That was awesome, boys. Well done. Grab a drink. Well done. Good stuff.
Crazy catch
Oh
over
yeah,
there.
that was so cool.
That was by far the best part today.
I also liked the QB one because it was very challenging.
Really well done today. Let's start to pack away. See you next time. Okay, now Katie, this piece of work that you've done here is really impressive. So keep it up. Well done.
Thank you.
The spirit of always getting better. The spirit of starting a very important journey. The spirit of teamwork and ingenuity. The spirit of community and family. The spirit of safety in a home away from home. The spirit of competition and loyalty. The spirit of passion and creativity. The spirit of achievement when it matters. This is the spirit of Sedbergh.
I'm Proper Dragger from One Yorks, and this is what I've done this week.
ambition is to positively impact on every single kid through their chosen sport at whatever level they want to be at. From one level to the next, we need to ensure that there's some learning going on. We're looking at that growth mindset, originality, leadership and determination, going through everything that we're doing. So my challenge to you is like always going to be around transfer. So how do we transfer these chats into our delivery which impacts on every single kid? Okay, play.
Give it all now. We should see the best of you.
As soon as you hear a clap or a gun or a whistle to react to, your muscles just kick in a lot better.
Lift it backwards, lift it backwards.
Great pass, mate.
There you go, straight in the cut. That's a goal in any league in the world.
Make good mistakes. Don't get frustrated if you haven't quite mastered it yet. Does he want to do a bit of running? Super speedy, Rupert!
We've worked it out, he's got a superpower.
Most importantly, have we enjoyed this morning?
Yeah.
Yeah? Top stuff, okay, right.
First to four, first to four.
Jump laterally, land on one leg, yeah? You're pushing yourself back, okay? It's going to be hard to get it down, this one.
The latest video that we've just done here, the jump is anything perfect, it's going straight, and what does that mean with our weight now, all of a sudden? Where's the weight going?
Forwards towards the stumps.
Exactly.
Watch yourself.
Good drive, turn and send, turn and have a look. Really quick feet, accelerating, change your direction and then driving to take a pass, okay?
That's it, good girl. Hands down, good girl. Go on, make it go into that corner, brilliant. Getting back to the outside.
The growth, the originality, the leadership and a bit of determination. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That was absolute class, boys. Sometimes we get so preoccupied with having that ball, we forget about what's around us, we forget about looking up, scanning. I want you to tell one person each from the group, just one person in the group, what you loved about what you've just done at some point in that game. That's what teamwork's about. Respect, belief. How good is that? That was awesome, boys. Well done. Grab a drink. Well done. Good stuff.
Crazy catch
Oh
over
yeah,
there.
that was so cool.
That was by far the best part today.
I also like the 2v1 because it was very challenging.
Really well done today. Let's start to pack away. See you next time. Okay, now Katie, this piece of work that you've done here is really impressive. So keep it up. Well done.
Thank you.
The spirit of always getting better. The spirit of starting a very important journey. The spirit of teamwork and ingenuity. The spirit of community and family. The spirit of safety in a home away from home. The spirit of competition and loyalty. The spirit of passion and creativity. The spirit of achievement when it matters. is the spirit of Sedbergh.
Warm-up routine. They're up against RGS High Wycombe, who are just a little bit further behind. Hurst have been bringing the vibes all weekend. They kicked off their campaign with almost a famous victory against Sedbergh, defeated in the last play of the game. And Sedbergh, they're going to the cup final. So that just tells you the quality that we've got on show here in the play. And RGS High Wycombe have brought the noise all weekend. And the fact that QEGS could have been one of the teams here had it not been for the last-minute score from Barnard in the last match just tells you everything you need to know about how good this Sedbergh Tens has been. Angus is alongside me. He's been seeing all the action all weekend. This plate final is a high caliber affair.
Oh, it really is, and I'm loving the tunes. I'm loving that. If anything exemplifies this weekend, that does. But yeah, it's going to be high caliber stuff. I was commentating on the previous game in the plate, RGS High Wycombe. A win would have taken them through to this competition final easily. They did it the hard way. They lost. It's gone down to points difference, so it's been chaos all round. We've been running around trying to work out who's in it. The team's been running around trying to find out who's in it, and it's game on. Can't wait.
All right, okay, the high fives in the background, it's saying tonight's going to be a good night. But the question is will this game be a good one for Hurst? They're up against stern opposition, RGS High Wycombe. You've got to go to commentary, haven't you?
I certainly do.
And I've got to get ready for the cup final, Sedbergh versus Kirkham, a repeat of last year's epic final. Can Kirkham go back-to-back, or will Sedbergh be Super Tens champions once again? One way to find out.
I'm Robert Jagger from One Yorks, and this is what I've done this week.
ambition is to positively impact on every single kid through their chosen sport at whatever level they want to be at. From one level to the next, we need to ensure that there's some learning going on. We're looking at that growth mindset, originality, leadership and determination, going through everything that we're doing. So my challenge to you is like always going to be around transfer. So how do we transfer these chats into our delivery which impacts on every single kid? Okay, play.
Give it all now. We should see the best of you.
As soon as you hear a clap or a gun or a whistle to react to, your muscles just kick in a lot better.
Lift it backwards, lift it backwards.
Great pass, mate.
There you go, straight in the cut. That's a goal in any league in the world.
Make good mistakes. Don't get frustrated if you haven't quite mastered it yet. Does he want to do a bit of running? Super speedy, Rupert!
We've worked it out, he's got a superpower.
Most importantly, have we enjoyed this morning?
Yes.
Yeah? Top stuff, okay. Right.
First to four, first to four.
Jump laterally, land on one leg, yeah? You're pushing yourself back, okay? It's going to be hard to get it down, this one.
The latest video that we've just done here, the jump is anything perfect, it's going straight, and what does that mean with our weight now, all of a sudden? Where's the weight going?
Forwards towards the stumps.
Exactly.
Watch yourself.
Good drive, turn and send, turn and have a look. Really quick feet, accelerating, change your direction and then driving to take a pass, okay?
That's it, good girl. Hands down, good girl. Go on, make it go into that corner, brilliant. Getting back to the outside.
The growth, the originality, the leadership and a bit of determination. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That was absolute class, boys. Sometimes we get so preoccupied with having that ball, we forget about what's around us, we forget about looking up, scanning. I want you to tell one person each from the group, just one person in the group, what you loved about what you've just done at some point in that game. That's what teamwork's about. Respect, belief. How good is that? That was awesome, boys. Well done. Grab a drink. Well done. Good stuff.
Crazy catch
Oh
of the
yeah,
barrel.
that was so cool.
That was by far the best part today.
I also like the 2v1 because it was very challenging.
Really well done today. Let's start to pack away. See you next time. Okay, now Katie, this piece of work that you've done here is really impressive. So keep it up. Well done.
Thank you.
The spirit of always getting better. The spirit of starting a very important journey. The spirit of teamwork and ingenuity. The spirit of community and family. The spirit of safety in a home away from home. The spirit of competition and loyalty. The spirit of passion and creativity. The spirit of achievement when it matters. This is the spirit of Sedbergh.
I'm Robert Jagger from One Yorks, and this is what I've done this week.
Our ambition is to positively impact on every single kid through their chosen sport at whatever level they want to be at. From one level to the next, we need to ensure that there's some learning going on. We're looking at that growth mindset, originality, leadership and determination, going through everything that we're doing. So my challenge to you is like always going to be around transfer. So how do we transfer these chats into our delivery which impacts on every single kid? Okay, play.
Give it all now. We should see the best of you.
As soon as you hear a clap or a gun or a whistle to react to, your muscles just kick in a lot better.
Lift it backwards, lift it backwards.
Great pass, mate.
There you go, straight in the cut. That's a goal in any league in the world.
Make good mistakes. Don't get frustrated if you haven't quite mastered it yet. Does he want to do a bit of running? Super speedy, Rupert!
We've worked it out, he's got a superpower.
Most importantly, have we enjoyed this morning?
Yes.
Yeah? Top stuff, okay. Right.
First to four, first to four.
Jump laterally, land on one leg, yeah? You're pushing yourself back, Okay, it's going to be hard to get it down, this one.
The latest video that we've just done here, the jump is anything perfect, it's going straight. And what does that mean with our weight now, all of a sudden? Where's the weight going?
Forwards towards the stumps.
Exactly.
Watch yourself.
Good drive, turn and send, turn and have a look. Really quick feet, accelerating, change your direction and then driving to take a pass, okay?
That's it, good girl. Hands down, good girl. Go on, make it go into that corner, brilliant. Getting back to the outside.
The growth, the originality, the leadership, and a bit of determination. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That was absolute class, boys. Sometimes we get so preoccupied with having that ball, we forget about what's around us, we forget about looking up, scanning. I want you to tell one person each.
It's actually got sunnier as this day has progressed, and the rugby's got brighter, and we got a hell of a plate final unfolding on pitch number 2. But look at that for the energy that is being brought for the home team, Sedbergh. They make it to another final, and guess who they got? They got their old enemies, Kirkham, the reigning champions, who have battled their way to this final, and they're threatening to go back-to-back, having won for the first time in 19 years last year. I've got Dave Rogers alongside me. We got 2 of the best teams in the final, but it could have been a whole host of other schools. Both these sides haven't had it their own way, but they've dug it out and they've got here.
They certainly haven't. Both have had to pull it out of the fire with the clock in the red today. We've had some unbelievable performances against Brighton. In the last game, we had Kirkham here on pitch number 1. It took a miraculous try-saving tackle to hold the ball up over the line. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here, but they are. I just went over to talk to Kirkham before kick-off to confirm some jersey numbers, so fingers crossed they're right. But they said there is no better way to sign off as a schoolboy rugby player than in the final of the Sedbergh 10s, and I think that says it all.
And there's no better way to sign off the school rugby season than the Sedbergh 10s. Dave Rogers is off to commentary to call in this final, which promises so much. This is truly the climax to a fabulous weekend's rugby in Sedbergh.
Oh, you bet it is. Well, wherever you're watching around the world, it is a genuine pleasure to have your company for this one. Sedbergh School versus Kirkham Grammar School. The final game of an incredibly taxing season for these incredibly talented young players. It is a repeat of last year's final. Sedbergh have dominated this competition in recent years. So often they are the hosts and the victors, but last time Kirkham snatched the trophy for the first time in 19 years. It is Sedbergh in brown, Kirkham in blue, and a bone-crunching hit to get things underway. Kirkham with the first possession. Been able to bring some players back into the team for today who were on international duty yesterday, but they've lost a whole host to injury. Half a dozen who are on the team sheet who are unavailable for selection for this final. It is a real test of mind and body. Kirkham looking to go around the outside. Alex Smith wearing 13, doing very well to get up to halfway and offloading. Seb Kelly gets a touch. He scored a try in the final group game that got Kirkham back level. Brother, of course, of Dan, who had a great tournament here a few years ago before going to Loughborough University, Leicester Tigers, and I'm sure eventually England. Penalty to Kirkham, and they're going to kick to the corner. Sam Lutus, who scored the decisive try to take it beyond any doubt against Brighton, is going to kick for touch. First big chance of the game then. In between the 22 and the 10-metre line. Not as much juice on the kick as I think Kirkham might have liked, but it's good line-out ball taken by Josh Gilmore. And they go to the maul, and Sedbergh have shown they can be susceptible to a maul try. Seaford scored one earlier in the competition. Harry Tomlinson wearing number 9, snooping around there. He was the one who pulled off that miraculous try-saving tackle in what was effectively the semi-final. Now Kirkham putting some width on it. Oh, that's a brilliant tackle on the edge. What a collision. And it's met with rapturous applause from the Sedbergh faithful, but it's still Kirkham ball. Sedbergh yet to get a touch. Possibly numbers on the outside here. One more well-timed pass could do it, but it goes to ground. Luke Parry of Sedbergh, the man to apply the pressure on Cameron Scanlon. The ball goes to ground and it'll be Sedbergh put in at the scrum.
And again, boys, and again, and again.
Big early intensity. Wootton, the captain, waiting to put the ball in. He's been one of the standout players today. Tom Burton as well, Archie Callaghan, Harvey Johnson, the wide players all causing chaos. And then Wootton, beautiful tight spiral pass to Alec Martin. Here goes Tom Burton. And then looking to feed the speed. They love it when these boys get their hands on the ball. Wilbur Blackham nearly up to halfway. What you will see with Sedbergh is the speed going up a notch. Most chaos theory, the way they play. Speed over shape. Woody poaching there, wearing number 10. Now, Ollie Glover. Oh, nice work from Glover, and Kirkham slipping off the odd tackle. The ball's gone loose, but tackling without the ball. Kirkham Grammar School conceding the penalty, conceding field position. Aidan Stewart is going to tap and go again. Look at the quality of the passing. Alec Martin finds Will Wootton, the captain. Coming back the other way, Finn White, he loves to gallop into space, and Ollie Glover's on the edge. The ball's into touch. 4 minutes gone, Sedbergh 0. Kirkham Grammar School 0. Well, usually, once we get to the final, we're talking about 2 undefeated teams. However, both fell to defeat yesterday. Testament to the quality of the competition as a whole. Good ball from Kirkham. But that pass, less so. Inside their own 22, Harry Tomlinson. That ball. And then number 20, Sam Lutus. Another of those players that you just want in space. Sedbergh doing well to slow that ball down. As we approach 5 minutes. Gone down the short side there. Wasn't a heck of a lot of room. Wrestling for every metre. Both of these teams, this time it's Kirkham with the ball in their hands. A wrap-around move, sees Tomlinson back on the ball, but he's wrestled to the floor. That's a really good tackle. Kirkham still not up to halfway, but they might be now, skipping through a tackle. Very well done, Morgan Dryhurst Jones, but he gets turned over. And away goes Sedbergh. That's not taken long at all. Will Wootton wants to increase the pace. Step inside, and 1.5 missed tackles. Sedbergh back in the Kirkham half. Drilled out of the back, and Tom Burton finds Ollie Glover on the edge. Oh, pick and a go. And Sedbergh throwing the ball out of the back. Alec Martin on it. That was Charlie Turnbull darting forward, but it's been knocked on. And this time, Kirkham survive. Every second that ticks by, every minute that passes, no points on the board. The tension increases. Well, the plate final currently going on pitch number 2. Hurstpierpoint 14-10 to the good against RGS High Wycombe. But all our concentration is on this final, where Kirkham gallop up over halfway. This a brilliant run, but a brilliant rip. Tom Burton with the defence, and now Sedbergh. Oh, wrapped up. What a hit. 16, Oshan Roberts. Welsh under-18 international, brought back into the team. Tryhurst Jones making the tackle. 7.5 minutes gone, still 0-0. Defence is on top early on. Tired bodies. There will be mistakes. We'll be able to capitalise on them. And Sedbergh looking to release those passes. Long, rangy passes. Charlie Turnbull, Ollie Glover. A couple of men outside him, but Kirkham had drifted across. Kirkham are over the ball, but another little knock on means it'll be Kirkham Grammar put in at the scrum. Someone finding something funny. Sedbergh 0, Kirkham Grammar 0. Kirkham, the put in at the scrum. It's just inside the 15. That's the dotted line that you can see bottom right of your screen. There is a massive blindside with nobody marking it. And remember, no flankers either, so Will Wootton might be called into defensive action here, but no, they go to the open side. Pass ball back inside, and a great line hit. What a tackle, but he's dragging along Tom Burton like a trailer. But quick ball, surely it had to go. Kirkham Grammar School 1 metre short. Josh Gilmore stopped. And Kirkham coming back up the short side. Try saving tackle. Seb Kelly is over. Well, Kirkham looked like they'd really made a meal of that. Sedbergh were hanging on. But Seb Kelly scores in the final. He scored such an important try in the last group game. And it's another big bang, big bump, and a big 5 points for Kirkham Grammar and Seb Kelly. Oshan Roberts, the strength after contact from the Welshman. It's a great line. And then just pulled Tom Burton along for what, 5-6 metres? Up go the flags. Important conversion from Archie Barber. 10 minutes gone. Sedbergh 0. Kirkham Grammar School 7. Look at this. If it had gone wide there from Josh Gilmore, they'd have waltzed in. But no, his eyes lit up. He thought he could score, but eventually set up a great platform. Oshan Roberts going back the other way. The try saver on him, brave and brilliant from Will Wootton. But watch Seb Kelly here. Oh, what a collision. Strength in the contact zone from Seb Kelly. And the deadlock is broken. And once again, Sedbergh find themselves behind. It's not for the first time. Luke Parry. Ollie Glover in at scrum half. Will Wootton and Alec Martin, everyone getting a touch here. Woody Poaching, we're in number 20. And now Tommy Griggs out there on the right-hand side. That's another good tackle, and it's Seb Kelly again. Depending on where the trophy ends up, there is a player of the tournament up for grabs. He's certainly in the chat, as is Tom Burton, who offloads that ball. And then Luke Parry checks back inside. 3 minutes of the half to go. Bouncing ball out to Aidan Stewart. Throws a good dummy. But a scrappy offload and coughs it up, and Kirkham could be on the move again. Across come the tacklers. And Woody Poaching goes too high, concedes the penalty. That has taken its toll on the stricken ball carrier.
Tackle, 20 Brown.
Like Smith thinks there should have been further action. However, Harry Tomlinson knocks it to the corner.
Brown on the line, please.
And Kirkham Grammar School in position A to extend their lead. Oh, and RGS High Wycombe have just gone 15-14 up against Hurstpierpoint. Hurst have got one in the bin. So an exciting 2 minutes over there. But it's a maul here for Kirkham Grammar. 1 metre away. This looks good. This looks really good. This is picture perfect for Kirkham. "12-0 they lead after 12 minutes. And Sedbergh suffering at the hands of Kirkham Grammar.
It will be, guys.
Oh, perfectly executed. And the beauty of this 10-a-side game is that you can take the best bits from both your 7s and your 15s. Bag of tricks. Oh, what a kick. Oh, he's hit the beans on toast. Half-time comes, and it cannot come quickly enough for Sedbergh as they trail Kirkham Grammar 12 points to 0. Wills Austin and Seb Kelly getting the tries. One conversion off the boot of Archie Barber. And the hosts with it all to do. Welcome back. Hopefully your heart rates have dropped down to somewhere near normal. As this late winter sun starts to set on an incredible Sedbergh Super 10s. Kirkham Grammar looking to go back-to-back for the first time in their history. They won it for the first time in 19 years last year. They have had a fantastic opening 12 minutes. They've gone at a point a minute against Sedbergh School, but we've already seen the hosts come from behind with some of the most fantastic tries that this great tournament has ever seen. Surely, though, they need the first score here as Woody Poaching claims the restart. And we are underway. 12 minutes of this great tournament left. Hurstpierpoint have just won the plate at the death, and Sedbergh are on the front foot here, looking to get their way back into this cup final. Will Wotton steps in at first receiver. Alec Martin. Slinging this ball left. The defensive discipline for Kirkham has been fantastic, but you've got to watch this man, Wilbur Blackham. They've conceded the penalty at the turnover. Wotton looks to inject the pace, and Alec Martin takes it to the line. Tom Burton, the danger man, whips that one out to Luke Parry. Has to be said, the quality of the passing for Sedbergh has been top draw. To the line they go. Oh, intercepted. I say intercepted, what I mean is drilled back. I thought he got his hands on the ball, but no, just a shoulder into the midriff of the Sedbergh man. Tom Burton kicks that one for the corner. What a kick
What a catch! What a try! Wilbur Blackham via the boot of Burton gets the first 5 points for Sedbergh. It only counts for 5, but some tries are more special than others, and that was one of them. Oh my goodness me. Important conversion coming up. Alec Martin sends it goalwards. Oh, he's hit the post as well. Wilbur Blackham has got on the end of a beauty. It all came from that incredible tackle. Weren't many options on. But Tom Burton, the vision, the execution, drops that on the toe. Wilbur Blackham is screaming outside Seb Kelly. And that is a Sedbergh Super 10's try for the ages.
Oh, that's a bit special.
Yeah, absolutely ludicrous. And Sedbergh coming again through Luke Parry. They've got the bit between their teeth now. Parry driving into the 22. Will Wootton whips it outside. Good hands from Poaching. Here comes Glover, sorry. Glover 5 meters out. Johnny Hansen gets his hands on the ball, tucks and goes. Cameron Scanlon makes a great tackle, and they're trying to counter this, Kirkham. Oh, they've turned it over. And every decision, every moment, every challenge, every breakdown is being greeted with ecstasy. And with that, 15 minutes gone. No rest for the wicked. Angus Savage is here. It looks like you've just witnessed a plate final for the ages as well.
Oh, incredible scenes. RGS High Wycombe thought they'd won it with a minute to go, scoring a try to come from behind against Hurstpierpoint College, only for in the final play of the game, Hurstpierpoint College race it in from almost the halfway line for the most dramatic plate win I've seen in a very long time. Absolutely superb.
I don't know if there are official records kept of these things, but the number of last play winners in this tournament must be up there. Sedbergh have turned this ball over. Hansen. Oh, here we go. Tom Burton loves these situations. Oh, but he is dealt with. And it's a knock-on advantage here. Cameron Scanlon finds the floor. Well, you do not see Tom Burton unceremoniously dumped on his rear end that often in a season.
You really don't. I mean, the ball, the way he's been playing, well, all season, but this weekend in particular, every time he gets the ball, you're expecting something magical to happen. He's been that good, but that was immense defence from Kirkham Grammar School. And I know I've only just joined you for this final, but that looks like a theme of this final, that Kirkham are stepping up in a big way in defence.
It's been a brilliant, brilliant game so far. It was 0-0 for a long time. Then Seb Kelly got the first try from short range, literally bullied his way over. And then off the back of a driving maul of all things, Wills Austin touchdown to give Kirkham a 12-0 lead at half-time. And then you arrive just in time to see that spectacular Burton Blackham link-up. Conversion was missed, and that's where we are, 5-12. Bags of time to go. Kirkham running backs moves inside their own 22, and this time it's Sedbergh's turn to dish it up in defence.
Keep going, eh?
Big shots here. Wowee. That's James Stacey. Scanlon stops and goes, and
tackle!
You don't tend to get away with that in 10s the same way that you do in 7s.
Counter's done. Use.
Slow ball this. Seb Kelly. Oh, what a clear out. And what a turnover. 7-on-7. Ollie Glover.
First man to the clear out.
Oh, they've gone quickly, but they are not hanging about. Will Wootton. Oh, tries to feed the speed. Wilbur Blackham popping up on the left side this time. And the ball goes out.
Oh, it's a shame that one for Sedbergh, because Oliver Glover, that turnover was quite something. The strength to be able to hold on through that clear out, which was, as you were saying, an immense one. But that's the hallmark of his game. I've seen him a few times this year, and he is an absolute menace at the breakdown.
Well, Wills Austin has absolutely melted him. He's taken a run up, he cleaned him out completely legally. That's fired in. Knocked on by Sedbergh. Oh, not straight first in the challenge. Here we go. Big chance for Sedbergh.
Not straight, then lost forward. Round scrum. On the 15.
God, do you think it means something to these boys? You can see it in their eyes, can't you? The excitement and the passion that's just coming through at every stoppage is incredible.
Well, the Stamford boys have stood next to us, and they all genuinely look like they're standing 2 inches taller after that.
They certainly do. I mean, these are the moments. The thing we have to remember is this is the last time all these upper sixth guys will ever play school rugby, so it means a huge amount to them.
I talked about it with Joe at the top of the show. I went to speak to the Kirkham boys about shirt numbers, and they said themselves, there's no better way to sign off your school career than a Sedbergh 10s final, especially against the hosts. And Kirkham Grammar getting to do it again, and they've got themselves in a great position here, but they are under scrutiny by Will Wootton and co. Oh, this is a big carry, heavy carry. And this time it's Kirkham's turn to dominate the breakdown.
Hold it on, same as this one over here.
Look who it is over the ball. It's the smallest man on the field that's making that turnover, and it's not a last-ditch situation, is it? It's James Stacey just getting over the ball like a flanker. That's the sort of shift everyone's putting in. No matter the shirt on your back, no matter your size, if you've got to do the job of a front row forward, you do it. If you've got to do the job of a back row forward, you do it. If you're a forward and you've got to do the job of a scrum half, you'll do it. You've got to do your jobs everywhere, and they're all doing it brilliantly.
Full court footballers.
Schools rugby at its finest, isn't it?
That is absolutely what it is, and it's Sedbergh 5, Kirkham Grammar 12, as we're approaching the final 4 minutes. This 24-minute game. It's one of those games you almost don't want to end, but it has to, and there will be a champion at the end of it. Oh, that was a good line by Oshan Roberts, but a good tackle on him as well. Kirkham on the ball. Feels like a little while since they've had anything like field position. Alex Smith goes around the outside, stood up by Woody poaching, and Wilbur Blackham is called off the tackle. Now a looping move at the back. Oshan Roberts steps back inside. This is nice from Roberts, but he's met by Ollie Glover.
Move, Seven!
Makes good meters.
No, Seven's got to roll.
Better from Kirkham Grammar School. Seb Kelly is that one on. Wills Austin, that's the 2 try scorers. Henry Whitton's out there on the edge. James Stacey looking for that wraparound move again. Well, they've got a 3-on-2 here of Kirkham Grammar, but Sedbergh cover well, but the tackle's been missed. And Morgan Dryhurst-Jones reaches and scores!
Landed, then he's placed one.
Kirkham extend the lead, and Morgan Dryhurst-Jones using every sinew to touch the paint. And now it is a long way back for Sedbergh. They trail 17-5.
Oh, how about that from Morgan Dryhurst-Jones? You called it, it's a 3-on-2. I thought they'd blown it. I thought that the Sedbergh defence had managed to drift across. What I hadn't factored in was Morgan Dryhurst-Jones. Unbelievable strength and determination to get his way through. And with not long left, that could just do the job. And I see he's obviously been watching Marcus Rashford play a bit of football with his celebration as well.
Take another look at this then, because this little wraparound move created the space. And credit to Sedbergh, they drifted across, they backed themselves, but then Alex Smith finds Dryhurst-Jones. This is an amazing finish.
It's a fantastic finish, and I think it's partly to do with his body shape. You don't expect the footwork and then the surge of pace from him, but just that little bit of footwork got him on the outside, and then he's got the pace and power to finish.
Well, he was unavailable yesterday because he had academy duty. But to be able to bring someone like him in for the second day, and of course, when you say that, people think, oh, you know, bringing in the ringers, but no, he is a Kirkham Grammar School player, but he's one of the boys who's been lucky enough to be involved in under-18s academy and under-18s internationals, but you can't ask a player to miss their last chance to pull on their school jersey. This means so much to these young men.
Absolutely. You know, these are the moments that they'll remember forever. And more importantly, that all of their mates around them will remember together with them. That's the essence of what this game is at school level. It's about being there with your mates and experiencing these sort of events and these memories that you can make.
Okay, we've got 2. We'll take that one through. We've got 2. We've got 9 offside who've been tackled. We've got over here for a high tackle. Both penalties. One's on the 5, one's where I am now.
Oh, dare I say it.
Okay, first one.
The debate around
got 9 offside at the
which
far
penalty
side.
to take here might just be what wins the final here for Kirkham Grammar School, because that clock is ticking away. Ours only a guide, of course, but seconds are seconds.
Time's off, guys.
Time is off, but we could just see there Archie Barber. Before that was called, put the ball down, check your socks, tie your laces.
What was it that the England team used to call it? Kit Kat. Take a break. Other chocolate bars are available.
And also delicious. Well, Josh Gilmore, out of your picture there, he's limping off to a very warm round of applause after a fantastic tournament and a fantastic career in a Kirkham jersey. It's looking increasingly like it is going to end for a lot of these young men
Brown, take the line, please.
by lifting
Brown,
the
take the line.
trophy at the Sedbergh Super 10s. Well, our clock ticking towards 24 minutes. We have had a little bit of time off, but Sedbergh need this ball, they need to score, they need it now. Kirkham goes short. Kirkham exactly where they want to be, 12 points ahead and bashing on the door of the Sedbergh 22, literally and figuratively.
No, he's moving,
What a carry. James Stacey and Cameron Scanlon, who has been relentless in pursuit of the gain line. Tomlinson, Stacey again. Another try would well and truly put it to bed here for Kirkham Grammar.
Move 12, away you go 12.
Oh, Morgan Dryhurst-Jones has nearly gone over again, but he has won the penalty. Surely that's it, and they're going to try and win it in style. Harry Tomlinson goes quickly. Harry Tomlinson's close. Harry Tomlinson is wrapped up by Glover. But it's all Kirkham Grammar. Scanlon! Sedbergh slayed, Kirkham crowned. They've gone back-to-back for the first time in their history. Their bench is empty. They've got 150 metres to run. But they will be floating on air, overcoming the disappointment of defeat yesterday to win the biggest game that some of these young men will ever play in. A phenomenal tournament draws to a close, and it's Sedbergh 5, Kirkham Grammar 17. Angus, your thoughts on not just a brilliant final, but a brilliant tournament?
Oh, well, I mean, first to the final, just an astonishing defensive display from Kirkham Grammar School. Yes, they've scored 3 tries, but for pretty much 10 of the 12 minutes of that second half, Sedbergh were camped in the Kirkham Grammar School 22, and Kirkham Grammar School just would not allow that door to open. Absolutely brilliant. Then they get away and score the try that seals the game. In the overall context of the 2 days, oh, what a 2 days it's been. I mean, we've spoken at length about how this was anyone's title. You know, this is no formality that it was Sedbergh and Kirkham Grammar School in the final. It's not just that's what happened last year, that's what will happen this year. Far from it. As you guys mentioned earlier in the preview to this final, both of these sides have lost games. Both of these sides have been challenged today by some seriously good sides. You know, the Brightons, Hamptons, Stamfords, etc.
And both have had to win games with the clock in the red to progress. You mentioned Kirkham's, oh, look at that. Boys living the dream, having the time of their lives, and we love to see it. We love to see it. Remember this forever, boys, you deserve it. Particularly on the defensive side of things, though, because what Sedbergh have done really well is beating teams around the edge, and then when teams get wide to that, beating them through the middle. It took the most miraculous kick pass we've seen in 2 days of rugby to get around over or through this Kirkham defence. Phenomenal discipline.
Absolutely incredible discipline, and as we mentioned on air, the ability for guys to step up and do what's probably a relatively unfamiliar role. You know, we saw James Stacey with that turnover penalty, you know, on his own 5 metre line. That's your fly half making a crucial defensive play that he's not going to be that familiar with, and yet he's come in and done it, and those are the moments that make the difference. Had Sedbergh scored there, that would have near enough leveled the game up. Suddenly you're thinking they're probably favourites now, home crowd in front of them and all the rest of it, but that moment allows Kirkham Grammar School to then break free from that relentless Sedbergh pressure. It's a fantastic all-round display.
And a word on Sedbergh, as a team, as a place, as a school, this is a brilliant tournament hosted by a brilliant rugby club, and we're very privileged to be here.
Oh, it's the perfect finale to the school season every year. I speak about a week from now every year with Jason Duffy, who does a wonderful job of organising things, and every year he says, I want this to be the perfect way for all these lads to sign off their school careers. And every year I tell him, you don't need to worry about it. It is the perfect way for these lads to sign off their school careers. It's an absolute privilege to come here every year. It's a privilege every time we're here. It is one of the great havens of school rugby.
It certainly is. And we'll be bringing you all of the presentations as well. So do stick with us for that. We'll be congratulating Kirkham Grammar on their cup win, Hurstpierpoint on the shield, and the shield or the plate? There's millions. Plate, isn't it?
The plate.
Yeah.
The plate.
Congratulating them on the plate, and of course the player of the tournament too. But I think it is important for us, while those people will be thanked, to of course thank Sedbergh School, to thank all of the people who've been part of the organisation, the Yorkshire Regiment as well, who have here in their military fatigues have done a wonderful job of looking after us and making sure all the players are clean and warm and dry. And of course, you're not allowed to say this, Angus, but I am. NextGen15 for doing a wonderful job, so we do not miss a minute of pitch 1 and 2 here at this brilliant tournament. Amazing looking at the body language of the two huddles. Of course, it's all smiles and cheering for Kirkham. It's all down in the dumps for Sedbergh, but I'd like to think in years to come, they'll look back on this and realise that they have played an amazing part in a brilliant tournament, and they've done their jersey proud.
They really have. And look at that Sedbergh huddle, and look who's doing the talking. It's not the coaches, it's the captain, Ben Redshaw. If anything tells you what exemplifies this school and this club that they have created, it is that Simon Mulholland allows his players to lead this.
Well, to the winners go the spoils, and it's about time we started hearing some celebrations from some victors. Joe Burns is down there making friends. Who have you got with you, Burnsy?
Yeah, I am. Let's go. Okay, right. Down pitch side, so a little bit of a hard work here and there. We're here again, and Kirkham are winning again, back to back. You've never ever done it before. An incredible journey for you and your boys.
Yeah, it's just, I can't believe it really. Outstanding effort from every single squad player. You know, we had some tricky games. You know, said we'd like to make it tricky for us. Stickers in the worst tent at the back of the field into the wind. Play our group games down on the mud heap.
You're telling me there's some gamesmanship going on?
No, I've not seen Sedbergh play down there. But I tell you what, on a serious note, these guys, literally from the minute they got on that bus from Kirkham on Saturday morning until that final whistle, I've just been in the zone, and I couldn't have asked for anything more really. There's no better way to finish your Kirkham career than lifting the Sedbergh trophy. It's the last game they'll play some of these boys, and I'm just really happy for them that it ends this way.
And there's only two teams before that have lifted the Sedbergh tents to end their Kirkham journey.
Are there any ones that have lifted it before?
No, I said there's only two before these lads who have, and they're the first team to ever go back to back.
Yeah, what did we win it in 2003, and then we won it last year, and then we're back again. So yeah, next year we'll have to come and defend it again, won't we? But
you make it 3 in a row, maybe?
Who knows? I mean, if we can keep this spirit going, I don't think there's many people going to stop us.
Well, look, you know, you haven't had it all your own way as well, because you picked up a loss on day one, didn't you? And you got taken all the way to the wire by Brighton. Yeah. So these titles don't come easy.
Yeah, it was an interesting one, that. We knew after we played Wycombe that we'd qualified for the cup group. And we had to play another game down in a mud heap against Stamford, who were the most physical side of the tournament. So we didn't need to put on our starting 10. So we put the reserves on to go out there and have a physical battle and get stuck into them. So we saved a few boys to be fresh for today, and I think it paid off.
Paid dividends as well. And would you feel you battle hardened after the Brighton match as well?
Yeah, to be honest, I was more nervous going into the Hampton game and the Brighton game. Those two teams really made me nervous. Interestingly, the Sedbergh didn't make us nervous because we know how to beat them. It was just those two southern teams that I know on a high-quality circuit, like Trinity, who are also another bogey team for us. So I think we've moved a bit forward a little bit today, beating those southern teams.
Nice. Your lads are there, kind of ready to explode. One last opportunity to sort of pay tribute to your champions.
Oh, there's too many to mention, but I think the captain's Cameron Scanlon has just been outstanding leading this group today. He wears his heart on his sleeve, and I'd follow him into battle any day. Well done, Cam. All right.
All right. We'll take the truth, Kirkham lads. So Cameron Scanlon, you got captain, you got the lads there. You've got a good opportunity. I feel like you're under a bit of pressure from these lads now, so let's hear it.
All right. I just want to say what a pleasure it's been, boys, to I've already said it in the team talk, but to play with you for these 2 years. The upper six lads, we've obviously been through a lot all through season, playing Clifton, beating Clifton and all the rest that's come with it. And the lower six lads, I want to say a big thank you to all of you. You've come in and it's been fucking mint, boys. I just want to say, I also want to thank everyone that's made this happen and coaches of the team. I want to shout out Mr. Trenale, Darren Lowe, who's trained with us, F.N. Edwards, who can't be here today. There's a lot that's gone into it, so I just want to thank you all. Man, the first time was so nice, we had to do it twice.
Wow. Championship interview as well that I had absolutely no control over. All right, okay, right. So the Kirkham lads celebrate. We are going to grab some more, and we are going to have some more words because we're heading over this way because everyone's waiting patiently for the presentation to take place. It takes place over by the pavilion, and we'll be awarding the Plate Championship as well, which was won in breathtaking fashion by Hurstpierpoint College, defeating RGS High Wycombe, who claimed it last year. So there has been an awful lot going on. You can see that the passions are high across the board, and you've got to spare a thought for Sedbergh, who have played their part in another fantastic Tens tournament. They've come up against their old rivals in the final, and they've come out second best again. A supercharged Kirkham, utterly worthy winners in that final. So the presentations are going to begin. I'm going to beckon over our two commentators as well, Angus Savage and Dave Rogers, while Kirkham make their way over quite lethargically because they put all their big efforts in. They've done their job, they've played their rugby, and they've delivered us a championship performance. And lads, you've been and watched all these teams across the whole weekend, and it's been magnificent. The standard, the calibre has been higher than ever, and we're seeing a bit of history here for Kirkham.
Oh, we certainly are, but just have a look at this. These boys walking past now. We've had a couple of boys pick up injuries. They were hanging by a thread at the end. I had a new team sheet given to me just before the final because so many boys just weren't capable of playing. It's been a really hard season of 15 sevens and now 10s, but they've done it. They've gone back to back. As I said before the final, the coach said there's no better way to sign off than playing in a final of Sedbergh 10s. They've done it. They've done themselves proud, and they're about to lift the trophy behind us. Well-earned, phenomenal performance.
Well, no way like making a final to close out a school rugby career, the Sedbergh 10s, especially if you're a Kirkham, but then to actually go all the distance and win it.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. I mean, we saw the scenes last year. They've been replicated this year. It doesn't dilute it at all. There's no sense of, oh, we've been there, done that. Absolutely not a bit of it. It is so special, and it culminates the most special season of school rugby. It's been intense. There's been a lot going on. There's a lot of good teams this year, and these boys are absolutely one of those, signing off in the perfect way. It doesn't get better.
Yeah, it feels that the quality is going up higher and higher every year. Angus, you're there all the way with Next Gen. You're at all the tournaments, all the matches, and you're detailing it all. Do you see these competitions driving those standards because there's so much on the line week in, week out now?
Absolutely. You know, sometimes competition's a bit of a dirty word in junior sport. Not a bit of it. You know, these guys, they live for the competition. They absolutely love it. It means so much. And with social media developing as much as it is, all these boys know each other. They all know each other through their academies as well. There's a little bit of niggle sometimes. There's a bit of mateship as well, but it's always just so special and so important to them. It's been absolutely fantastic, and competitions like this make it, because if you don't have these bits that bring everyone together, that make that environment, that is what rugby's all about. It's about mates coming together and, you know, adults rugby having a beer, school rugby maybe not having a beer, but, you know, getting together and being able to experience those moments with other people. That's what the game's about, and you need to have these sort of competitions to do it, and these guys at Sedbergh deliver that like no one else.
I think what's interesting with that as well is, yes, we've got Kirkham and we've got Sedbergh and we've got Brighton College and we've got all these traditional rugby powerhouses, but if you look at Cokethorpe and Ipswich, I mean, Ipswich's rise through is going to be massive. They're going to be a real force in the coming years. And then Cokethorpe, they were young, they maybe were on the wrong side of a few spankings, but they're taking it very seriously. And the game is growing. I mean, we've had a lot of conversations in the last week or so with the National School Sevens now up here, that there's a lot of people who are down on rugby, but you cannot watch junior rugby, schoolboy rugby. I mean, there are no girls in this competition, but it was growing in the National School Sevens, more players than ever. You can't come and see the purity, the competition, the brilliance of this rugby and not appreciate that rugby is in a great place, and there are still so many people who are completely in love with the sport.
We're just seeing Hurstpierpoint College go up to receive their plate, and, you know, just having to chat to their players whilst we were enjoying that absorbing cup final. They said, you know, compared to some of the schools here, you know, we're here as the underdogs, no one's backing us. We are just going to come out all guns blazing, and we're going to leave it all out there in our final time, especially for the leavers, where it's so important. And they really did do that. You know, their first game against Sedbergh, you know, it's a game they probably look back and it was a sliding door moment, because they could have won, and if they had won, they would have been in the cup competition. But they pulled themselves back together, and they're lifting a trophy. They're ending their school rugby with a trophy, and it's a final that you enjoyed.
Oh, and it's a moment that will live with them forever. This is not just winning a plate. This is winning a plate in the most dramatic and incredible fashion. They thought they'd lost it. With about a minute to go, RGS High Wycombe score a try. RGS are going bananas. They think they've won it. The final play of the game, Hurstpierpoint College go up the other end and go 50 metres and score. Final play, that's the win. That is a memory that they will have forever. They will have that video forever. You know, these moments are so special, and as you rightly say, they might not have had it, but had they achieved what they thought they want to achieve, they'd have never got this moment. So that's a real lesson in just keep playing, because you never know what's going to come in a couple of games' time.
Well, yes, they were only in the final as well, by virtue of QEGS losing in a last-minute play from Barnard Castle. So we touched on it in the build-up to the play final. That's the quality that's coursing through the veins of this Sedbergh Tens.
Well, both the teams that were in the final not only lost on the first day, but both won today with tries when the clock was in the red, turn over the ball, score. It could have been any number of teams in it, but somehow, you know, before the tournament, everyone was going to say, oh, you know, it's going to be Kirkham and it's going to be Sedbergh, and by hook and by crook it was. But if the coin has landed heads, not tails, if the ball has been dropped, it could have been...
Well, we're just hearing now the player of the tournament, Kirkham's Sam Kelly, who put in a titanic performance in that final.
Well, he scored the important try in the last group game that got them back into it, and then the collision on the line to get over and score that opening try in the final as well. Of course, we mentioned it, the Kelly history at Kirkham. Dan Kelly played here, I think it was, 4 or 5 years ago now, and he's gone on to do all right. But Seb today, it was probably his performance on the second day that got him that award. He was absolutely gargantuan.
So was Dan Kelly a player of the tournament?
I can't remember. I don't think he was. He wasn't. Because no, Kirkham got to the final that year and they lost against Sedbergh. And trust me, it was not this. It was not this sunny and nice.
That won it that year.
Didn't win it. So Sam Kelly won, Dan Kelly nil in terms of Sedbergh Tens. Although I think Dan Kelly's maybe got a little bit more on his CV, a little bit more. So celebrations all round, and yeah, you know, a fine player, and this is what this tournament, it's what schoolboy rugby is all about. You know, a lot of the players that we're seeing here, the leap to professionalism and greater honours actually really isn't that far away. We're seeing an increasing number of 18, 19 and 20-year-olds making big names for themselves early in their professional careers.
Yeah, you are, and actually, if you know, not to get into the old salary cap debate and all the rest of it, but if you look at tightening budgets in Premiership teams, young players are a really important part of that, and young players are going to come into the game more and more and more and get more opportunities as squads get smaller, as squads get necessarily cheaper. So this is a great time to be a schoolboy rugby player and be one of those promising ones, one of the lucky few that gets that opportunity, because they are real opportunities now. Gone are the days where it's 2 years in the academy and you never see a first team game. They're going to get game time, and we're going to see some really exciting young guys coming through, I think.
And also in this format as well, 10 aside, that the rounded skill set, the toolkit that all these boys have got. They can pass off both hands, they can tackle, they can make good decisions under stress. I mean, God, we saw the tiniest guy on the pitch making a jackal turnover, a game-saving jackal turnover. We've seen 80-minute chases and people being held up over the line. These boys can all play. So as you said, if you're looking to assemble a squad where you might need to pick up some people who can cover outside half and 15 or centre and wing or second row and back row, then look no further than someone who's played in Sedbergh 10s.
Well, we're just seeing now Sedbergh go up to collect their runners-up medals, and it's a real bittersweet moment for them, led by Will Wotton. And you know, for them, you talk about that skill set. They scored some incredible tries, none more so than that one created by Tom Burton. I mean, all the players and the staff of schools who haven't progressed to finals were amassed there at that dead ball area and collectively cooing and thinking, wow, that's the level.
Well, that was the last piece in the puzzle for him this weekend, wasn't it? Because we saw him go through a few defences, we saw him go round a few defences, scored a hat-trick in the first game of the day today that effectively won the game for Sedbergh. But then he's like, oh, what can't he do? He can tackle, yeah, he can pass, yeah. Oh, he's got the vision to drop that on the toe, and they needed that as well, Sedbergh, because there was no way through Kirkham's defence. They couldn't run around Kirkham's defence. So, you know, you dip in the little box of tricks, talking about that full toolkit, and right at the bottom there, it's a miraculous kick pass. And that was one of the moments of the tournament, wasn't it? Not just because of the quality of it, but the timing of it. It was when his team really needed something, and they had a little bit of belief after that. A phenomenal player, had a great couple of days.
Well, I'll tell you the thing about that moment is there are very few moments, particularly when you're in your own little bubble with your commentary headset on focusing on the plate final. There are some moments, and they happen infrequently, where you suddenly realise the atmosphere around the whole place has changed. And it was one of those. It was incredible. Almost the entire of that plate final stopped to go, what's going on over there? What's happened here? It was a moment of absolute majesty. It was brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
And I just hope as well that they've got silver medals around their necks, and obviously they'll be devastated. It'll be the last time a lot of them pull on the brown jersey. But I just hope they look back fondly on this, because they played an amazing part in the tournament, some brilliant rugby, and it's been a pleasure for us to watch them. Hopefully it's been a pleasure for them to play too.
Right, so silver medals dished out. We seem to transition round here, lads. Let's try and get a little bit of the action in the background so that we can sort of catch a glimpse as well as to what's going on. And here are our winners. Kirkham, absolutely deserved champions.
Oh, absolutely. We met some of the dads at the National School Sevens a couple of days ago, and they say, well, you know, we don't come here for a walk in the park. We come here to win. And I think the way they picked themselves up off the back of probably a disappointing National School Sevens for them, and the disappointment of losing yesterday. Don't forget that both of these teams finished second in the group. To lose a game on day one and to pick yourself up and get to the final and then beat the favourites, the hosts, in their own backyard with a phenomenal performance that limits a try-scoring machine to one miracle try in a 24-minute game, and then to score some great ones yourself, to rely on your strengths, to know what you're good at, and then to execute on the biggest stage with a team that is hanging by a thread, because they're all absolutely knackered after a phenomenally tough season, a phenomenally tough week. Deserved winners, to go back-to-back as well, to sign off in style, to still have a lot of those players who will hopefully be here next year too. Yeah, brilliant performance and well deserved. Congratulations to them.
And I'll tell you what, it's not just today with this Kirkham group. I had the great privilege of seeing their first and last game of the season. They played Clifton College. They'd had a delayed start. They didn't play a couple of their early games after the Queen had passed away. So their first game was an away game against Clifton College, one of the very best teams in the entire country, and they won that in the final play of the game. and they've come up here and they've done this on the final day of the season. They have topped and tailed it with brilliance, and they've been absolutely fantastic through the middle. An absolutely brilliant group of players, incredibly well coached, but just a joy to watch. It's a privilege to see this level of schoolboy rugby every time we turn up.
Well, the privilege is going to be all Kirkham's in a moment as they raise their piece of silverware to mark a weekend well spent and a championship that is remaining in Kirkham. They are the first ever Kirkham side to retain the Sedbergh 10s title. In fact, they're only the third to lift it in all of its 25-year history, and to beat their arch rivals Sedbergh in doing so in the showcase final, all the more sweeter. Chaps.
Time for a rest?
Chaps, is it time for a rest? I know that they've been the ones who've been out doing the business, but this is the culmination of the busiest, the most significant week in schoolboys rugby, and we've made the point many, many times about a lot of these chaps have put in a huge amount of endeavour at the Rosslyn Park Sevens as well. We have been treated by not just these boys, but every schoolboy in the country who are so committed to an area of the game that is truly thriving.
Hell of a festival season, Joe. Hell of a festival season. Truly thriving, and it's great to see. And for these young men that are making their way past us now, whatever they end up doing, hopefully some of them will kick on, maybe play professional rugby. Hopefully we'll see some of them in Buck Super Rugby as well. For some of them, it might be the last time they ever put the boots on, not just for the winners, but the boys who've come up here and who've played throughout the season. I just hope they've made some amazing memories, and I hope they've enjoyed it as much as we have, because they've been a credit to themselves.
A last word from you, Angus. Has been on the journey from day one.
It's time for a rest, I think, isn't it? No, it's been absolutely incredible, and the message from me really, it goes out to anyone that's watching any of the schoolboys that have been playing. Stay in touch. Let us know your journey. We want to keep going with that journey. These two boys are going to be with you all the way in Buck Super Rugby. There's so much going on. There's so much to celebrate, not just in the school game, but in all of these areas of the rugby game that are just growing. And you know, we'll be back here next season, that's for sure, and we can't wait. It's been absolutely fantastic. What a year and what a week.
What a year, what a week. It has been a magic 8 days in schoolboys rugby. The climax here in the absolutely glorious Cumbrian Hills. But for Sedbergh, once again, they are runners-up of their own tournament. Their quest to get that title back continues. Kirkham are the kings of the Sedbergh 10s. Introducing NextGenXV, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
One-two, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, NextGen15 will be bringing you live games and regular updates of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is NextGen15.
Our ambition is to positively impact on every single kid through their chosen sport at whatever level they want to be at. From one level to the next, we need to ensure that there's some learning going on. We're looking at that growth mindset, originality, leadership and determination, going through everything that we're doing. So my challenge to you is like always going to be around transfer. So how do we transfer these chats into our delivery which impacts on every single kid? Okay, play.
Give it all now. We should see the best of you.
As soon as you hear a clap or a gun or a whistle to react to, your muscles just kick in a lot better.
Lift it backwards, lift it backwards.
Great pass, mate.
There you go, straight in the cut. That's a goal in any league in the world.
Make good mistakes. Don't get frustrated if you haven't quite mastered it yet. Does he want to do a bit of running? Super speedy, Rupert!
We've worked it out, he's got a superpower. Most importantly, have we enjoyed this morning?
Yeah.
Yeah? Top stuff, okay. Right. First of four! First of four!
Jump laterally, land on one leg, yeah? You're pushing yourself back, okay? It's going to be hard to get it down, this one.
The latest video that we've just done here, the jump is anything perfect, it's going straight, and what does that mean with our weight now, all of a sudden? Where's the weight going?
Forwards towards the stumps.
Exactly.
Watch yourself.
Good drive, turn and send, turn and have a look.
Really quick feet, accelerating, change your direction and then driving to take a pass, okay?
That's it, good girl. Hands down, good girl. Go on, make it go into that corner, brilliant. Getting back to the outside.
The growth, the originality, the leadership, and a bit of determination. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That was absolute class, boys. Sometimes we get so preoccupied with having that ball, we forget about what's around us, we forget about looking up, scanning. I want you to tell one person each from the group, just one person in the group, what you loved about what you've just done at some point in that game. That's what teamwork's about. Respect, belief. How good is that? That was awesome, boys. Well done. Grab a drink. Well done. Good stuff.
Crazy catch of
Oh,
the
yeah,
barrel.
that was so correct.
That was by far the best part today.
I also like the QB one because it was very challenging.
Really well done today. Let's start to pack away. See you next time. Okay, now Katie, this piece of work that you've done here is really impressive. So keep it up. Well done.
Thank you.
The spirit of always getting better. The spirit of starting a very important journey. The spirit of teamwork and ingenuity. The spirit of community and family. The spirit of safety in a home away from home. The spirit of competition and loyalty. The spirit of passion and creativity. The spirit of achievement when it matters. This is the spirit of Sedbergh.
I'm Jagger from 1 Yorks, and this is what I've done this week.